What's boppin', boys? Boppin'? Bonkin'? It was bonkin'. It was bonking. What am I saying bopping? I am a dum-dum. I sip my water in shame. How could I ever forget the classic line, what's bonkin'? Y'all got your popcorn ready? And by y'all, I mean no one yet. That's why I'm playing music, giving people a chance to get in here before I start anything, because this is very much going to be a story-based night. For those who missed the memo, we will be watching all of the good Woolly Wool's lore videos on Guilty Gear, so that people who are even more out of touch with the series than I am can catch up before we hop into story mode on Strive, which I really, really want to play. Yeah, dinner trying to be ready, secret, yeah. Yeah, I got no popcorn, but I do have some leftover Olive Garden. My grandma brought me home. She went to lunch with her friend before she has to have surgery again. Might be the last time she gets to for a while. Got me some breadsticks and some shrimp scampi frita. You got melons pump? Holy shit, excellent. Yeah, I don't know how Wooly feels about reaction videos. I don't know if this first half is going to be able to get uploaded to YouTube or not. I guess we'll just kind of play it by ear. But at least for the purpose of watching the story mode of the new one on stream, I wanted to go ahead and do this. And this seemed like the slightly better option than the procrastinator's lecture. I'll be learning. I'm mostly caught up. Like, I don't know the full details, but I'm mostly caught up on the lore already. Although this, although Wooly does seem to be going a little bit more in-depth than the lecture I watched, so we should be fine. You didn't know this game has a story? This game has a story, alright. And boy, let me tell you. It has a girl who wants a wedding. Oh, Elfelt. Yeah, she's much, much later. But yes, Elfelt is a girl who very much wants to be married. And she's not in the new one, sadly. Her sister is. Maybe DLC. What's gaming, JC? Just got the notification, well, because I just started. I'm late again today. Not as late as yesterday. Hey, Stu. Yeah, I literally just started. And I'm just giving people a minute because I know, because they're watching a lot of story-based shit. And someone else is going to be talking. And I'm probably gonna have to pause if I have, like, a full thought I need to get out or whatever. Then I figured just, try and wait it out a few minutes. Just so people have a chance to hop in. If they plan on actually sitting through this whole thing. She was the inspiration for your FF14 character? Was she really, Pump? Oh, that's adorable. Have I played any of Strive mode yet? I played a little bit of training mode. Just a bit, not much. I have not touched the story mode. I made my, my lobby avatar, and I play a little bit of training mode. Nothing major. Hey, Phoenix. I don't know if we'll be doing any actual gameplay or not, maybe. Depends on how long the story mode is. I'm not sure. Movie night, basically glorified movie night. I am not already a pro. I am by no stretch of the imagination a pro already, because I'm trying to main Faust. And Faust is tricky. Like, I barely comprehend the gameplay as it is. I should probably start by learning somebody else. Like, fucking Kai. I think Kai's probably the most beginner-friendly. Play a mission, since that's pretty much the proper tutorial? Okay. We'll make note of that whenever I do get around to it. Alright, let's see. What is playing right now? Slingshot from No More Heroes is playing. As soon as this song ends, we'll get started. I already have the playlist queued up and everything. I would also, if we have time, I would also, I think, like to listen to all of the full themes for Strive. The full soundtrack is released. I don't have it. I don't have the full digital soundtrack yet because of the issues with my season pass code that a lot of people are having with their physical copies. But the full soundtrack is out, and I'd like to give those a listen. Was not too terribly impressed with them, just based on the 30 seconds we heard of them. At least not most of them. Something serious happened? Your cousin is asking for money, but he's in debt to a gang? Oh, fuck. Oh, Dusk, I'm sorry, that's awful. Jesus Christ. Is there any hope of, like, just getting him to contact the authorities? If it's that, depending, I don't know what kind of gang it is, I won't ask for too many details, but, like, depending on how severe the gang's crimes are, if it's that serious, I think the best thing he could probably do, if it's that bad, is probably, you know, contact the police, confess to any of his wrongdoings in it, and, get a lighter sentence in exchange for protection. Because that is serious, Jesus. Beat all the day one challenges for Genshin Secret, nice. It teaches me certain moves for certain characters, does it? Okay, cool. Alright. We'll try that then. Like I said, I'm not sure if we'll have time tonight or not, but we'll definitely try to do that. Planet Ape the Islands wasn't around because you wouldn't experience it yourself. Holy shit, Brain Go Boom! Yeah, JC, you weren't here for that! Brain Go Boom! Fucking right! I'm still reeling. Like, I have felt lightheaded all day. Not like I'm getting sick or gonna pass that way, but just in general, just like... I'm kind of still reeling. Hi, Godzilla. How you doing? Oh yeah, sorry. I said we start after Slingshot was done, so I got distracted by Godzilla's actual real talk. What made Brain Go Boom? Pro Help made Brain Go Boom. You can look at the current leaderboard, aka Kamen Rider Cheer, and figure that one out. Last night, yeah, during my very late night Genshin stream. Yeah, we are now over. Yeah, that's right. The clock's turned over now. 1 second, let me see. We are now well over halfway to phase 1 of the new piece of the PC goal. What happened yesterday was sweet, bestie. Also, sorry, we are getting to it. Just got to get to real talk happening now. I got distracted by remembering yesterday. Yeah, okay. PC goal phase 1 is currently at $734. We are less than 300 away from phase 1 and movie night happening. So, holy shit. Do not spend on... I'm not gonna spend it on Genshin. I have no reason to spend it on Genshin. I have Klee. Or any more boob pads. I'm not gonna spend on any more boob pads. I'm lying? Why would I lie? I don't want C1 Klee. I might do one more 10 pull on her banner just to get more star glitter, so I can. Since I'm unlikely to get Barbara from the banner, I'd like to get the Barbara while she's in the star glitter shop. But I also want the Kaya that's in there, so I might do one more 10 pull on Klee's. But I have the gems for that. I don't need to pay money to get more. I will only spend money on Genshin if it's specifically given to me for Genshin. Like if I lose the coin flip for Kazuha and I'm out of gems, and someone's like, here's another 100, get Kazuha. I'm like, okay. It would have to be cash though. NECA might be getting the rights to Outlaw Star figures. Dude, that'd be awesome. Haven't rolled on Klee's yet. Secret, are you gonna seriously go for her or not? I forget. Yeah, and the boob pad. Friendly reminder: the boob mouse pad was pretty much paid for by Jux. Jux dropped like 30,000 bits at one point, or not 30,000, 3,000. Yeah, 3,000. Jux dropped like the exact amount for what it cost, and it just took me forever to actually order it because I was kind of scared about the fact that it was overseas shipping technically. But I got it eventually. Revice is coming out on August 1st. Cool. You're kind of only for pity. Your little brother watching another Star Wars show, and Ashoka appeared, and he fucking screamed. He was so... Aww! Aw, that's adorable. He likes Ashoka. Oh, that's fear. Hey, just speak of the devil. Yeah, thank you. You did technically pay for this as far as I'm concerned. Just took me a while to bite the bullet. Alrighty. Okay. Okay, enough rambling. Alright. Alright, I'll stop rambling now. I won't even let the song finish. We've got lore to catch up on. Okay. Alright. Let me know how the volume is. I remember the audio. I've only watched the first part of these videos, and I remember the audio bounce on his first episode being kind of screwy. So let me know if I need to adjust anything. If I have to just pause anytime I need to talk, then that's fine.
Guilty Gear is a badass, beloved fighting game series that's been keeping it metal since 1998. The gameplay, music, characters, and album cover stages are blazing with style that can be best described as heavy, does it? Over the years, each new game gave us a glimpse into its world. But if you're like me, at some point you probably had this moment.
Anime, the game.
This is the coolest shit I've ever seen. I have no idea what's going on. Nope, it's not just you. With the newest game, Guilty Gear Strive.
Oh, you thought Persona was anime?
To catch up on the lore before the next chapter.
Persona is Blue's Clues next to Guilty Gear.
Happening in this story.
You saw a Goro? I think you saw a Bedman. Bedman's kind of a Goro.
Manga, light novels, drama CDs, and yes, even pachinko machines.
Of course.
But it's an almost unreasonable task to put the pieces together.
That volume okay, guys?
I finally finished. I've done the legwork, and I found that one untranslated overture art book page containing that short story.
Seems well.
One
okay,
important
cool.
detail, so that you don't have to. I put all my
when
findings
E3? I believe the official start day is Sunday.
Double-checked it with the lore masters and triple-checked it with that man himself. But before we strive to understand Revelations,
Sunday is also the one day of E3 that I know for sure I'll be able to stream.
And the missing
Monday and Tuesday are still kind of up in the air.
We first have to understand how the world came to an end. Welcome to Heaven or Hell.
We will definitely watch the Xbox conference. I'm not sure if I'll be able to watch any on Monday, because that's when my grandmother's surgery is.
Get ready to rock.
And then Tuesday, I'm going to try my best to do the Nintendo one live. It may or may not happen. If it does not happen live, then I expect you all to behave and not spoil what happens for me, because we'll watch it as soon as I get home.
Mankind has succeeded in achieving the dream of a natural, limitless energy supply.
You're so smart, it hurts to stay awake! You remembered Batman's fic dust. Yeah, that's Batman's thing. He's so smart, he has to stay awake, stay asleep, or his brain will explode. Good night, Jux. You have a good one.
After failing to take Jerusalem.
Have fun being smart.
Almost escapes on horseback, but is hunted and killed with a volley of arrows. Awakening suddenly in a mysterious cage of mirrors and birds of prey, his body is pierced endlessly until he experiences the maximum human pain threshold.
That's the kind of logic we're going to be dealing with in these games.
The knight reawakens in the world of the living, reborn in a pool of his own blood. Rejected by Valhalla, he finds that he can no longer age and no longer die. 1945 AD. After World War II, the United Nations is founded. 1956 AD. The International Police Force is founded. 1998 AD. A descendant of vampire lineage named Slayer exists in this world as the last of his kind. He creates a secret society known as the Assassin's Syndicate. Its primary
World War
goal
II?
is
It goes as far back as World War II.
And to maintain social order by removal of corrupt leaders.
Right off the bat, vampires.
By a code.
自らの生死を臨機分かたず思考の拉違いと置く必殺の意志2つその必殺の意志を形とする練り上げられた技術とその誇り3つ
Slayer is daddy. Slayer is pretty daddy. I'm actually kind of sad he's not in Strive. Although I think Nago is his apprentice, apparently. Because Nago is also a vampire, right? Nago's cool, at least. Dandyism.
1999 AD. The dawn of revival.
Let's talk about this anime. Anyway, so about the Holy Roman Empire, the two are linked. It is actually relevant, believe it or not.
Problems with old computers. What wasn't expected, however, was all technology suddenly becoming erratic for hours, followed by an unknown entity attempting to manifest itself into reality.
Well, that's horrifying.
What was being birthed at this time is unclear, but all of humanity felt the coming of a divine will. Before this god could manifest, however, it suddenly and inexplicably stopped. Stricken with an innate fear that this was a near-extinction event, humanity would never trust in technology again. With this sudden technophobia
Computers evil.
came the decline of civilization.
The Eldritch Horror is going to come in through the computers.
Mankind was saved by the arrival of the Apostles. Emerging from parts unknown, 5 powerful mages arrive and bring hope in the form of knowledge. Humanity is introduced to the concept of magic, a limitless, clean source of energy that can be used to replace old reliance on technology. The apostles spend a decade teaching the ways of magic to all nations through their established organization, the Sanctus Maximus Populi.
AKA the
This
pretentious
newly
order
formed
of
global
pretentiousness.
authority helps establish magic infrastructure across the whole world and introduces the magic particle theory, or mana, to the sciences. The structure of magic can be assessed, researched, and practically applied to fuel everyday life. The old way of life can not only be resumed,
So
but
all the crazy
surpassed,
bullshit you're
and
gonna be
thus
seeing in the
begins
games, the explanation
age
is just
of
magic.
The UN formally declares that magic is the
Dead
new
man,
standard
magic.
and hereby bans all analog technology from being used, labeling it black technology. A concentrated effort to dismantle the remnants of old machinery and computers begins. under
Magic,
the
World War
authority
II,
of
and
the
Skynet.
International
Got it.
Police Force.
Making sense so
Not all
far, right?
nations are in compliance with the black tech contraband, however, as China initially rejects, but later joins. India, on the other hand, remains in disagreement and partially withdraws from the UN. The theory of magical science. As the scientific method can be applied to magical phenomena, the continued study of its nature leads to a breakdown of magic into 6 known types: fire, lightning, wind, water, light, and ki. Most human beings are capable of using at least one type. Ki magic is notable in particular, as it is raw energy powered by the spirit
Ki.
of the individual. Though it is the basis for all of the
Q,
types,
key, not
is the least
cube.
understood and most difficult to use.
They are
Ultimately,
completely different
the
shapes.
research of the apostles results in the provision of 660
Like Dragon Ball,
spells
like Dragon
fit
Ball.
for human use. 6 are
Yeah,
deemed
ki is the
unfit
fuck you
and are
element.
thus forbidden. With their
Ki
work
is like,
done,
I can do whatever the hell I
apostles take on
want.
a less active role by forming an advisory group known as the Conclave. Eventually, they are no longer seen or heard from in society. 2014 AD. The Gear Project begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a title.
The Ecosystem Evolution Project. A group of scientists in a certain country under Vince McDonnell begin top-secret research into
It was
genetically altering
America.
and evolving humans on a cellular level, using the
It's
theory of
always
magical
America.
science to fuse magic with DNA. It is theorized that through this method, mankind can advance to new heights. Though the country is not explicitly named, it is heavily
Yeah,
implied
ki
to
would
be
also
the
equal
US.
aura or soul. No, it's
Moving
America.
forward, this assumption will
Oh
be
no,
reversed.
it was America. Trust me
3
on
notable
that.
scientists are involved with the project: Frederick Bolsara, Aria Hale, and That Man. The 3 met in college.
That
and became
man,
best
that
friends,
man.
sometimes discussing philosophy. Frederick and Aria fall in love. Though he was originally assigned to research a powerful spell known as Saint Oratorio, Frederick was instead
Oh no,
transferred
Frederick is
to the
handsome,
Gear
ain't he?
Project.
Ain't Freddy a
2015
handsome
AD.
boy?
The development of gear cell theory is complete. That man submits his findings to the US government under the conditions that 1. All data must be used peacefully and must not be weaponized. 2. All staff must have their well-being guaranteed. And 3. These conditions must be made known to the public to assure continuing government compliance. 2016 AD. Aria reveals that she's been diagnosed with an incurable illness 2 years prior. Her case is known as a TP infection and is terminal. Frederick and That Man
She got
divert
toilet
all
papered.
attention to
It was
finding a
tragic.
cure or a way to preserve her
There's no
until one is
recovery.
found. But Aria has accepted her fate and stops them. She wants to live out her remaining days with Frederick. He continues
Aww.
searching for the cure, but ultimately fails. 2016
He looks
AD.
familiar. Does he look
The
familiar?
first gear is created.
No, I don't see
As
it.
the project begins to show
I'm sure
progress,
Frederick won't be
numerous
important.
countries develop an interest in the project's potential results.
I'm gonna eat a
including
breadstick.
Contributing towards its funding.
Oops.
As the promising results are seen.
She
on
got
average,
mewed. She
the
got
first major
mewed.
human clinical trial begins. Using stabilized gear cells with human cells, a new life form called a gear is created. It is later learned that the first human gear test subject
Was
in
Static
fact
Shock's
Frederick,
sidekick.
and that the process was carried out by That Man. Upon his awakening, the entire facility is destroyed and the subject escapes. This results in the Gear Project being shut down, with all files being classified A+. All involved personnel disappear. Shortly after,
It was
Frederick
actually
invents
Frederick.
a gear
Frederick was
cell
the first test
suppressor
subject.
device, allowing him to seal his true gear form. He develops it into a headband that he can wear at all times, allowing him to appear human. 2026 AD. India completes secret construction on an ultra-dreadnought class airship. In rejection of the Sanctus Maximus Populi, all those who embrace and preserve technology board the ship and formally declare their independence. Thus, the Imperial Empire of Zep is formed, but it is done on the backs of a slave underclass. 2042 AD. The Gear Project revived. With the U.S. economy and political influence in steep decline, the government decides to revisit the Gear Project, but this time expressly
Because it worked out so well the first time.
2045 AD. That man rejoins the project under an alias. The newly revived project quickly tries to produce a gear as a viable bioweapon. This fails due to an inability to control the gear life form. 2065 AD. The first combat-ready gear is completed. At this point, gear science has progressed significantly. While a gear is not a species in and of itself, many variant classes can be created depending on the species used as a source for the gear conversion process. These variations would be classified years later into types such as regular, toxic, flying, large, and more. Of note are city-sized gears, categorized as Megadeth class.
Of course. Of course that's what they're called.
Large populations.
I'm shocked it's not Megadeth with no A.
DNA is that they continue to display sentience, and in rare instances, sapience as well. Their behavior is animalistic.
In case you couldn't tell, the creator of this franchise is a huge fucking music nerd. I'm talking like Iraqi levels of music nerd. If you think something is a band reference, odds are it is.
Due to espionage and stolen data, other nations eventually begin producing their own gears as well. During this production process, however, numerous research facilities are sabotaged and destroyed by an unknown assailant. Authorities refer to the perpetrator of these attacks as Bad Guy. Some years later, Frederick discovers that man's imminent design plans. He begins recovering information on the Saint Oratorio project and uses it to create an anti-gear weapon known as the Outrage. It functions as a magic
Mr. Bad Guy.
with no predetermined
Yes,
limits on
I'm
the
everybody's
output of generated
Mr.
matter,
Bad
potentially leading
Guy.
to global catastrophe. If
It's a
not
Queen
regulated
reference, it's
properly.
fine.
Due
It's
to the
not
danger of his
stupid.
power
It's
and
cool.
the difficulty in handling it himself, Frederick subdivides the weapon into 8 components for safety, but deems the creation of this weapon necessary to preemptively prepare for the imminent creation of the first perfect gear. The culmination of that man's research and creations is complete. Command Class Gear 01, capable of injecting her programming into all other gear life forms and replacing their lack of will with her own. The power to control all gears.
Captions?
The US government
Maybe.
names
Let's
it
see.
Justice. Upon activation, for unclear reasons, Justice loses control and annihilates the entire island nation of Japan. On suspicions of his involvement in the catastrophe, that man is deemed a war criminal. Clearly designated as a threat to the planet, it is determined that Justice must be destroyed. Justice defends
It does look like a
by
Digimon.
rebelliously taking control of all gears and declaring war on humanity. Thus begins the 100-Year War, known as the Crusades. The Sacred Order of Holy Knights is founded by the UN as a force representing no country, fighting for all humanity. War is declared on all gears. For the next century, most records of world history and events are lost to war. Though it isn't known how, the Order comes into possession of the Outrage components. Each is henceforth referred to as the 8 Sacred Treasures. The Fire Seal Sword, the Thunder Seal Sword, the Zessen Wind Fans, the Flashing Fan, the Dominator, Baikal, an unnamed dagger in Slayer's possession, and an unknown 8th component. A secretive government organization that will
The
eventually be
Dominator.
known as the Post-War Administration Bureau is created as a deterrent against
Sounds like a
criminal
weapon
activity.
Eno would use.
They are responsible for creating an international bounty hunting system and work alongside the IPF, and less publicly, the Assassin's Guild. Though records of what took place during the Crusades are lost, the names of some notable individuals are known. 2093 AD. Cliff Undersen is born in Switzerland. At a young age, he's nearly killed by a gear, but is saved by a mysterious stranger. From that day, he's inspired to do the same for others, and joins the ranks of the Holy Order. Through distinguished service, he earns the position of commander. 2120 AD. A Megadeth-class gear, Hydra, destroys London. Cliff single-handedly fights the Megadeth for 7 consecutive days and nights.
What
with
a
his sword,
Chad.
the Dragon Slayer. He cuts off 3 of its heads and defeats it long enough for the Order's reinforcements to arrive and seal it away. Years later, a village is built atop its dormant body. 2127 AD. Cliff eventually adopts a son and names
Ivy's
him
OC
Testament.
auntie.
Despite being a kind-hearted pacifist, Testament joins the Order against Cliff's wishes in hopes of one day becoming a knight worthy of succeeding his father. During an undisclosed mission, Testament is reported killed in action. Though his body is never officially found, it is later learned that the Post-War Administration Bureau obtained the remains and subjected them to a number of experiments, including an unknown gear conversion and revival process. Upon awakening, as a means of testing combatability, he is forced to kill former Sacred Order allies. Shortly after this, like all other gears, his mind is dominated by justice. 2140 AD. Cliff is forced to fight the gear that was once his son.
Femboy?
and mortally
Yeah,
wounds him.
Ivy's OC. Ivy loves her femboys.
He then forces the Post-War Administration Bureau to shut down all gear experimentation. They appear to do so. After attempts to use gears against each other ends in disaster, the Post-War Administration Bureau researches alternative anti-gear weaponry using the 6 forbidden magics. This results in the creation of 6 parasitic bioweapons known as the Forbidden Beasts. Gears are noted to strangely respond to them as instinctual enemies. While generally effective in suppression, the unsustainable nature of these bioweapons requires their hosts to not only sacrifice something great to incubate
The Forbidden
and heal,
Beast!
but eventually sacrifice
Eddie!
themselves to the beasts, ultimately, once they awaken. During the war, Cliff fights justice 16 times
I love Eddie.
to a standstill. Neither one is able to defeat the other. 2162 AD. A mother is killed in a gear attack on France, leaving behind a boy named Kai Kiske. Months later, during another gear attack, Cliff and his young partner Tyr find Kai wandering the battlefield as a lone war orphan, surviving on instinct. Cliff asks what a child is doing in a place like this. Kai replies that his parents are dead and that he wants to fight instead of running away. He had been wandering alone for nearly
Nice
6
hair,
months.
shit kid,
Cliff
fucking
gives
right.
Kai
My
inheritance,
name is
survives
Kyle!
The next 5 years, then returns to him.
His name is actually Kyle. He just had a speech
2167
impediment
Kai
that
Kiske
prevented him
joins
from
the Sacred
saying
Order of
eel
Holiness.
sounds.
By age 14, Kai has quickly become a prodigy swordsman and displays
His
mastery
real
of
name
lightning
is
magic.
Kyle
By age
Kieskol.
50, he is promoted to the rank of captain and has earned the respect and admiration of his fellow knights. Sometime later, a mission goes wrong and an entire platoon is killed by a gear, save for Kai. Traumatized and racked by survivor's guilt, he etches the word hope into his buckle to remind himself that nothing in this world can be done.
Oh yeah,
without
he's this
hope.
guy. Yeah, he ditched the shit
2168
hair.
AD. Slayer retires from the Assassin's Guild in disgust as it no longer upholds his founding principles. Rumors
Dandyism.
spread of an unknown lone wolf bounty hunter.
So
out in the
Cloud, so
battlefield,
Cloud.
destroying gears ruthlessly on his own. Slayer
He's married,
eventually
yes.
meets this bounty hunter and finds himself impressed.
I'm
by
so
the
sorry,
passion
Pump.
burning like a sun in his path. Slayer decides to give him the nickname Sol. Brash, unrefined, and antisocial, Sol's reputation for destroying gears en masse precedes him. Cliff recognizes this as the man
Sol.
who saved him in his childhood and spares no expense tracking him down to recruit him to the Holy Order. As
Oh,
Sol
man.
appears to only be interested in destroying gears, he accepts. 2172 AD. Order Sol joins the Sacred Order of Holy Knights. Despite joining, he often disobeys the chain of command, preferring to do things his own way. Fellow knights treat him with little more than ill will. Despite initially being impressed seeing Kai in action the first time, their clashing personalities and ideals just aren't compatible.
Sol is also
In a
hot as
symbolic
fuck. If you
rebellion
like
against Kai
Baras,
and his rigid orders,
if you like
Sol
Baras
etches the
and just
word
Unga
free
Bunga
into his
boys
buckle.
and
Other
waifus for that
knights,
matter, in
inspired
general,
by this, and Kai's hope,
this series is
begin
for you.
following suit with their own words. One such example is the word pride etched into the
Look at
buckle
that!
of
Look
the
at
young
Leo!
knight, Leo
Look at the
Whitefang.
Unga Bunga!
2173
In
AD.
several ways.
Kai challenges Sol to a duel. Sol accepts. During the duel, it becomes clear to Sol that Kai is holding back.
And those two are
Fighting
boyfriends
Sol
and
is a
rivals.
Kai loses, thinking that he did not take the fight
In the
seriously.
early game,
Sol
sure.
is insulted.
In the early games, kind of.
The Battle of Rome.
It gets a little
In response to
complicated later
distress
on.
signal, Kai commands a fleet of airships on a rescue mission to the blitzed city of Rome, currently under siege by a massive army of gears. Overrun, the knights call for retreat, but Kai remains steadfast, knowing that there's more survivors that can be saved. Sol arrives just in time to save Kai from
Don't tell me they're like
succumbing to
cousins. They are not
After their
cousins.
retreat, Sol encounters Justice
They are not
alone
blood
in a
related in
sound
any way,
meeting.
shape, or form.
Amused by
It's
this
just
reckless humor,
stuff
however,
happens later.
Justice spares his life.
You'll see.
Realizing his weakness, Sol
We'll get
decides
there.
to steal the fire seal. And
I'm gonna
quickly
eat my
away.
shrimp.
Kai attempts to stop him in the act, but is beaten again. Before he leaves, Cliff confronts Sol, but sends him off with a blessing, saying that he intended
Straight,
to give
that's
Sol
one
the sword
issue.
anyway. Cliff
That's
then tells
problem
Kai to
one.
keep this incident a secret, and decides to entrust the future to these two. Thinking of them and confronting guilt over the child soldiers that have been used in this war, Cliff decides to step down from his position, giving 16-year-old Kai Kiss leadership of the Order and the Thunder Seal. 2175 AD. The final battle. The 17th and final battle between Cliff Underson and Justice begins, but this time, with the help of successor Kai Kisk and the Thunder Seal, they're able to drive her back. A weakened Justice retreats, but before she can escape, Soul Bad Guy appears before her again, now wielding the Fire Seal. As they fight, Justice realizes that the man standing before her is a gear and attempts to control him. It fails. In rage, she calls him a traitorous flame of corruption. Sol unleashes said flames, incapacitating her long enough for the remaining knights of the Holy Order to flank and use a post-war administration bureau developed sealing spell to lock her in a dimensional prison. Without a command gear, the remaining
Sol
gear
and
army
Kai
goes
are the main
completely
slash
dormant,
most
and
important
the
characters.
Crusades are over.
Sol a little more than Kai, but they are the two main boys.
2177 AD.
They're the ones to look out for. They're the ones we'll be
Post-Holy
seeing
War
the most of.
Global damage has left the post-Crusade world almost entirely unrecognizable. Various areas have become stateless no man's land. The remains of the EU and Russia consolidate to form the
Ryu
United
and Ken,
Kingdom
yeah.
of Illyria. The country
Basically.
that was originally the source of all gear production is decimated. There are survivors, but most cities are in complete ruins. What government exists is heavily in the pocket of the Assassin's Guild, which has risen to political aspirations and is also in possession of a number of forbidden beasts. All remaining destroyed or stateless areas are placed under jurisdiction of the UN's International Police Force, with the exception of South Africa. At this point, the Post-War Administration Bureau is officially deployed
It's
to
the blonde
undo
girl,
as
yeah.
much global damage as possible. The surviving
Amelia,
Japanese
she's cool.
people are placed into colonies, protected by magic barriers.
She's
and
got
guarded
hair
by the
powers like
IPF, with
Bayonetta.
a no entry, no exit policy. The Sacred Order of Holy Knights is disbanded. Kai,
Don't click
unable to
Stu's
adjust
link.
to normal life, joins the IPF. Cliff retires.
If you're
leaving
enjoying the
Holy
ride
Order
thus far with
things
the plot,
behind
do
him
not
for
click
good.
Stu's
He
link
does
quite
not
yet.
stop martial arts training.
I'll share it
and
later.
eventually becomes the first non-Japanese person to use and master key magic. 2180 AD. The Missing Link.
And that was all backstory. We're just now getting to the actual first game. And that one's plot.
5 years after the Crusades, a rumor starts going around the population. Justice will return.
This is the only one you've
World
played,
leaders
Dusk?
determined this to be a credible threat, evidenced by the unexpected erosion of the walls within Justice's dimensional prison. With great concern, the UN announces the Second Sacred Order Selection Tournament, an event to find the most capable recruits for the Second Sacred Order of Holy Knights, those that will stand ready should justice ever return. There are strange rules to the tournament, however. Incarcerated criminals and even children are permitted entry. Bloodshed was allowed, but strangest of all was the champion's prize, a single wish, any wish at all. The tournament begins. Many of the strongest fighters of the post-war era are attracted to the event, each in search of their own truths. Dr. Baldhead, When a little girl dies on his operating table, a disgraced doctor from China snaps and becomes a serial killer. However, once he learns that the patient was killed in a conspiracy to steal his research into resurrection healing, he takes on a new identity to save as many lives
Hey,
as
my
possible.
boy!
May. A secretly Japanese sky pirate and her crew are reunited with their jailed captain, Johnny Sporty. They soar the skies in May ship, a stolen black tech airship from Zep. Potemkin. A powerful slave warrior of Zep is freed by his sergeant, Gabriel. Together, they successfully rise up and overthrow the oppressive noble class in full revolt, bringing democracy to Zep. Chip Zano. An American war orphan and dealer for the Assassin's Guild.
And
When his drug
weeaboo.
dealing turned to drug abuse, the guild sends a ninja, Tsuyoshi, to kill the boy. Unable to do so, Tsuyoshi, actually a double agent for the IPF, trains Chip to escape his demons by turning to the way of the ninja. When his master is in turn assassinated by the guild for betrayal, Chip is nearly consumed by his desire for revenge, but finds solace in the teachings that saved his life. Milia Rage. From Russia, a trained assassin from childhood, found and forced to wield the forbidden beast Angra after escaping from an abusive relationship with Zato 1 and deserting the guild that forced this life
Pirates.
upon her. She is determined to destroy both, but is wounded during her fight with Zato. Zato 1 loses control of his power and escapes. Zato 1, from Spain, the new ruthless leader of the Assassin's Guild, strays from Slayer's original Assassin's Code in favor of money, political influence, and manipulation. Responsible for the death of Dr. Baldhead's patient, he sacrificed his sight for the forbidden beast Eddie, who has now consumed him whole. Axel Lowe, an English pacifist born in the 20th century that suddenly finds himself slipping through time from 1998 to 2178 for unclear
So he's a
reasons.
politician.
Forced to leave his girlfriend behind, Axel searches for a way home, but has no idea where his next time slip will lead. Baiken, a Japanese swordswoman raised in the colonies. She lost an arm, an eye, and both parents to a gear attack at a young age, but remembers the image of that man surrounded by flames and his gear creations on that night. From that day, she sought vengeance. Though she does not enter the tournament, she uncovers the truth about it and is currently wanted for escaping from the colonies. Soul Bad Guy burns his way through all the competition to the finals, where it is revealed that the entire tournament is a lie orchestrated by Testament, Cliff's adopted son. Somehow, he is survived by an unseen hand. Unlike most mindless dormant gears, Testament recovered his memories after confronting his
Wonder
father,
who
but
Axel's
his
girlfriend
mind was
is. I
still
have
under
an I
authority.
have an idea.
He needed one final sacrifice of the
Based on
strongest
stuff from the
warrior
later games
in
that
order
didn't
to break
particularly
the seal
strives
and
intro.
reawaken justice into this
I
world
have an
once
idea
again.
of how that's probably
Soul
gonna
defeats
go.
him, but in his defeat,
But who knows?
Testament realizes that he may still serve her in the end by using his own blood as a sacrifice to open the dimensional prison. Justice is once again unleashed upon the world. Soul and Justice fight. During the battle, Soul's headband is ripped off, revealing a magical seal on his forehead that is identical to the one shared by all gears. Justice, seeing this, is perplexed as she once again is unable to control his mind. Soul reveals that the reason he cannot be controlled is because even though Justice is a Type 01 command class gear, he is the prototype gear that all others were based on. He was Frederick Bolsara.
What
With
a
a massive
twist!
explosion, Justice is defeated, leaving nothing but a shell behind.
The guy named Mr. Bad Guy is
With her
actually
dying
named
words,
Freddy.
Justice says that
Weird.
she wishes the three of us could talk again one last time. Realizing that Justice is connected to his past, Soul Bad Guy swears that he's going to kill that man. Betrayer of his own
Freddie
kind
Mercury.
and slayer of his
Soul
own
Bad
kin.
Guy is anime
Soul
Freddie
Bad
Mercury.
Guy is the guilty gear.
That too. Nightmare on Elm Street, what about it? Oh.
Hello and
Oh.
welcome back to Guilty Gear Lore.
Is that all? That's part one. That is the backstory and the first game. Any questions? To be honest, you don't understand jack shit, but you don't care. Interesting. It's a lot. It's somehow it's a lot, and yet it somehow makes sense. It's like Kingdom Hearts, but with actual logic, despite the explanation for 90% of them being it's magic. All you just have to say is what the fuck. I told you, bestie, anime the game. All right, let's see how much deeper this hole goes. Can you date Biken, or how can you date Biken? I wish I knew. She's pretty. We'll have to ask our boy Angie Mito, or Angie. Is it? I keep hearing it both ways. It looks like it should be Angie, but literally everyone I hear talk about says Angie, so I don't know anymore.
Hello and welcome back to Guilty Gear Lore, Heaven or Hell. I've received a tremendous amount of helpful feedback on episode 1, and I want to thank everyone who reached out. The excitement to learn more about the world of Guilty Gear is real. Thanks to those of you that sent in corrections as well. Keep your eye on the description below, where we'll be listing extra notes pertaining to each episode from now on. Thanks again to Arc System Works for sponsoring the video and verifying every detail. And remember, the latest chapter of this story is coming soon, with Guilty Gear Strive arriving in April 2021.
Ha!
So without further ado,
This was released before the delay. Oops.
Heaven or hell. Get ready to rock.
It's like the audio on this one might be a little higher.
The year 2180. Justice is defeated. Many of the remaining gears, now leaderless, have become dormant. Others are hunted down.
Let me know if
and
that's too low now.
Mankind was finally free from the catastrophic menace brought on by the gears.
More understandable than Blaze Blue, that's what I've heard.
Before
For as
Soul
crazy as
destroys
this seems,
Justice,
that Blaze Blue is even more
High Kiss confronts
bananas.
her about her evil ways. With a simple rebuttal, Justice explains that she was made by man to kill man, and thus she is merely fulfilling her moral purpose while surviving. From the perspective of a gear, her actions are utterly unclouded. They're all those of justice. Unable to respond, Kai's rigid sense of righteousness fails him for the first time. The idea that perhaps there was no single truth that governed everything would leave him questioning his convictions even many years later.
Can you at least state Soul Phoenix? We'll see.
2180 AD.
Maybe.
Cliff Underson dies during
No!
the second Holy Order tournament. Valiant to the end, Cliff's final return to battle shows his mastery.
Was that a JoJo Part 7
to
reference?
such a
It may
degree
well have
that
been.
It can temporarily de-age his body, allowing him to fight in his prime. His death is mourned by those closest to him.
Aww.
A Japanese man named Kuro Kuruwaba works as a branch chief for the Post-War Administration Bureau. Operating in the shadows, the
Cliff seems
organization
cool.
has been gathering deep intel on everyone
Ew
and
to this
everything
guy.
it can.
But Cliff seems cool.
Using
He is
combat
totally
data
a
from
Hubert.
Kai Kisk, Crow creates an imitation series soldier unit known as Robo-Kai.
How creative.
The Zessen outrage component goes missing. The Zessen wind fans, a relic of the Crusades, had been located inside of a
Robo-Kyle.
Japanese colony until their recent disappearance at the hands of Angie Mito, a now
Okay, it
missing
is
Japanese
Angie.
colonist. He appears to be only
It really
motivated
looks like it
by
should be
sheer
Angie,
curiosity
but okay.
and wanderlust. After the Crusades, a group of surviving gears that were able to exist independently of justice secretly gather away from human eyes. They isolate themselves on an island known as the Ganymede Archipelago. Uninterested in humanity.
Oh man,
but
that's the place
entirely
Clee we
interested in
visited with
research,
Clee.
the leader of this group manages to access and observe an alternate world parallel to our own. It will come to be known as the Backyard.
The Backyardigans are the real villains, I knew it.
2181 AD, the Placard Company incident. Near London, in the village built atop the Hydra, rumors of gear-related homicides independently attracted both Kai Kisk and Soul Bad Guy to investigate. With help from a peculiar village doctor named Faust, Kai
Ayy.
uncovers a conspiracy involving the Placard Corporation, a pharmaceutical company experimenting on villagers with a drug called Vitae. Company president Sebas pushes Vitae
That
as a
is
miracle-curing
Seabass.
elixir,
I'm calling him
but its
Seabass.
misleading healing properties
Faust
are
is good
due
or
to
bad?
people
I mean, he was a
actually
serial
being
killer.
dosed with extracted
He was a
glue
world-renowned
cells
doctor who
that
just wanted to
destroy the
help
body.
people.
Soul's
He
investigation is
lost a
interrupted
small
by an
child because of
enigmatic
some
watcher.
political
The
bullshit.
resurrected immortal
Went
knight
crazy,
from 1,000
became
years
a serial
prior,
killer,
now known as
then
Raven,
realized it
appears
wasn't his
before him.
fault and that it was a
Bored
conspiracy,
of life and obsessed
and
with
became
pain,
Funny
Raven's current
Bagman
mission
instead,
is to retrieve
and started
near
helping people
resonance
again.
data and return it to his master.
but was so ashamed of what he did when he was a serial killer that he doesn't show his
also
face
known
anymore.
As that man.
Faust
After
is a little
immediately
cray-cray.
being incinerated by Soul's tyrant rave, Raven's body rejuvenates, and he expresses disappointment at not feeling any warmth. He then ambushes Faust, retrieves the data, and takes his leave. Sebas' true aim is exposed as an attempt to create his own command class gear for military purposes. Using a pair of test subject sisters as a catalyst, he resurrects the Hydra, which destroys the village. With recruited help from Johnny and the Jellyfish Pirates, however, most villagers are evacuated aboard the May ship. Kai, Soul, and Faust handle the threat and use a last resort orbital satellite weapon
Johnny!
to annihilate the Hydra. Cornered, Sebas overdoses on Vitae and becomes a gear, but he is quickly destroyed by Kai. The
There's always a
discovery
Johnny.
of the golden discs. Johnny and May. When an ancient site of old world ruins is uncovered, many opportunists and hustlers flock to it, including Johnny and May, hopeful to get rich on treasures from the pre-Crusade world. They accidentally cross paths with Kai Kisk and his fellow IPF officers, however, on-site confiscating black technology. Kai thanks Johnny and May for their help during the placard incident, but cannot allow them to go as criminal pirates at large. A fight ensues, causing part of the ruins to crumble and reveal an ancient golden data disk. The disk activates a hologram explaining its purpose, a full record of old world technology, culture, and scientific world knowledge created in 2014. In the stunned commotion, Johnny performs a mist finder, cleaving the disk in two, and makes a break for it with May and one half of the disk as the rubble comes down. The Jellyfish Pirates later get a lead on the location of another full disk, but end up baited into a trap set by the Assassin Syndicate and Zato One's loyal and infatuated subordinate, a man known as Venom. His attempt to steal the disc fails to the full power of the pirates, however. Johnny, now understanding the danger of the disc, slices it
Venom.
into unrecognizable pieces, giving a shard to each jellyfish pirate as a pendant.
He's much prettier than the movie Venom.
Meanwhile, Kai is en route to turn over his half-disc to HQ. After a brief encounter with Chip Zanoff, Zep airships surround Kai, threatening military action if the relic is not surrendered. He feigns compliance by handing it over, but then sneaks aboard the ship. He is soon caught by Potemkin, who respectfully greets Kai, politely asking that he withdraw. The two discuss the nature of bearing the responsibility of protecting man from itself, but ultimately come to an impasse and choose battle. Kai barely
He's like a
triumphs,
less stupid-looking
using his ride the
Juggernaut.
lightning technique, staggering
It's amazing.
Potemkin long enough to grab the relic and flee. But Potemkin and the Zep soldiers give chase. Kai, cornered, points out the dangers of history repeating itself and calls attention to the empty crater they're flying above, an area destroyed by black tech where no life will grow for another century. Potemkin calls it a sin of the past, but cannot concede, because letting him go will result in the IPF simply using the disc to obtain power for themselves. Kai swears to prevent this, even if it costs him his life, which elicits heavy laughter from Potemkin. An IPF rescue ship suddenly closes in, and Kai is able to escape. As they speed away, Kai requests permission from HQ to destroy the disc, but they deny, ordering him to return with it at once. Thinking of Potemkin's words, Kai hesitates. The ship is then attacked, and forced to land,
Might be the same studio.
waiting for Kai in the middle of the crater.
Just on the
his
animations,
sole
you think?
bad
Maybe.
guy. Soul and Axel Lowe. During this conflict, Soul had been drinking in a bar when Axel Lowe crashed in with cops on his tail. A bar fight starts.
Can you tell
which
that
Soul
this
bad
character
guy
is comic
ends
relief?
with fire. Axel explains that he was overheard uttering E equals MC squared, a phrase that only people exposed to black tech would know. Soul, concerned about this dangerous
Axel's
development,
kind of a loser.
tracks down the disc to a restaurant where it was pawned off as a decoration to a lively waitress named Jam Cradbury. She helps fight off the final group of Axel's pursuers.
Damn, girl.
Soul activates the disc and operates it to reveal the locations of any functional backup copies. It points him to one partial copy, held by Kai Kisk. Soul and Kai face off in the crater. Soul gets the upper hand, but before anything can be settled, an IPF captain with reinforcements arrives, wielding black tech firearms. Soul is gunned down by bullets. Kai is shocked to see his superior already using the forbidden technology, and realizes Potemkin was right. They can't be trusted. The captain notes Kai's refusal to play along and takes aim at him as well, but he's interrupted. Soul activates his Dragon Install, an ability allowing him to surge with power from his inner gear beast form. Soul melts
No
through
game.
the
Probably
soldiers.
no game today. Today
Kai
we're just
stops him
catching
from
up on
killing
Guilty
them
Gear's crazy,
and takes them into
crazy ass
custody.
story.
With a clear understanding,
Might
they
play a
each
little bit of
destroy
it
their own
later,
golden discs entirely.
depending on how long that takes. But for now, it's story time.
Testament and the Maiden of the Grove. Through unclear means, Testament survives the end of the Second Holy Order tournament. Though he finds himself free from Justice mind control, he remains a slave of the weight of his sins. He finds his way to the grave of his father, Cliff. While reminiscing, he meets a priest and a young orphan girl named Josephine. She is blind, but hopeful, as she has recently become a patient of Dr. Faust.
Oh yeah, he's
Without
also Mary
warning,
Poppins. Did I forget to
Venom
mention that
ambushes
part?
and takes Josephine hostage, his terms demanding Faust to join the Assassin's Syndicate. Testament fights and saves her, fleeing deep into the nearby grove, known as Hell's Forest. There,
You like Mr. Mary
Josephine
Poppins? Faust is
introduces
pretty great.
Testament to Dizzy.
He's fun.
Innocent and pacifist, Dizzy was found
She
and
don't
raised
dress
by an
innocent and
old couple
pacifist.
in Josephine's village, unaware of her true identity. Command class gear and daughter of justice. When she grew to adulthood in 3 years, with wings and a tail, the village grew fearful of her, forcing the old couple to abandon her alone in the grove. Her only friend was Josephine, who cannot see, but believes Dizzy to be an
Justice
angel
had a
for
kid.
touching one of her wings. Venom attacks again,
And
causing
she's a
Dizzy's
cute anime
shape-shifting
girl
wings to awaken.
with an angel and double wing and a
Personalities
tail.
of the Necro, the Black Wing, and Undyne, the White Wing, will attack to defend Dizzy, whether she wills it or not. Venom gets struck while aiming at Testament and accidentally hits Josephine.
Somebody fucked
Venom
Justice.
retreats, and they turn their attention towards getting her to a doctor immediately. Faust heals not
Somebody
only
fucked
Josephine's
the
wounds,
robot.
but her sight as well. But
How?
seeing
Don't
Dizzy's
worry
body
about
for
it.
the first time,
That'll be
she
explained.
becomes confused.
Genuinely.
The priest and the villagers, however, upon learning that Dizzy has returned, set fire to the area, yelling, "Burn the
He has no dick. Well, Justice is a girl.
Dizzy begins to panic. in power,
Justice is a girl
as her wings
robot.
lose control, and the mob closes in. Testament, feeling a deep connection with Dizzy's pain, steps in between her and the villagers, and uses his 7th sign attack, non-lethally, with just enough power to stop Negro, Undyne, and the mob. In the shadows, Milia Rage convinces Venom to help save some villagers from the fire. Dizzy approaches Josephine, but gets slapped. Angry and fearful, Josephine calls Dizzy a demon and tells her to go back to the forest.
Rude.
The rest of the villagers join in, chasing them out.
She can talk to squirrels. How
Testament
can she be
swears to
evil?
Cliff in this moment that he will choose to continue living. to
Robots have
protect
vaginas.
Dizzy
That robot
as his
does,
sole purpose.
apparently. Remember, they're not fully mechanical, even though they're called gears.
By your side.
It's all magic. Technology is outlawed everywhere except Zep. It's a magic robot. Dizzy is very important. Biomachines, more like biomachines, yeah. For simplicity's sake, yeah. Like Ava's, kind of, actually, yeah.
Within a matter of days, word spreads far and wide about the mysterious humanoid gear living in Hell's Forest, somehow still functional in a world without
You saw a guy who
justice.
looked like Zorro, Johnny?
As information spread,
Johnny looks
so
kind of like
did
Zorro.
A report stated, this gear is functioning properly, even though its activities should be inhibited by its lack of leadership. There are no signs of abnormalities or physical damage. It is also noted that no civilians have been harmed either intentionally or accidentally. We've made several attempts to eliminate the gear, but due to its tremendous combat abilities, we've been unsuccessful.
Is X the only one not on Steam?
The number
Damn.
of casualties has yet to be confirmed. We're currently keeping the gear under surveillance. A gear exerting its own will without justice terrified mankind at the possibility of the emergence of a second command class gear. Furthermore, rumors were spreading that nations were still somehow intent on possessing
Keep expecting these characters to pop up in Hellsing or vice versa. The two have a very similar energy.
Took a stand.
I'm not sure if there was any
With the coming
direct
of an
inspiration one way or the
anti-gear
other, but
An announcement was made.
they got the same vibe.
Whoever brings about the demise of this dreadful gear shall be rewarded with the lofty sum of 500,000 world dollars.
God damn.
Dizzy is described as an impossible being and the strongest gear on Earth, descended from man and demon. The power to rend the earth, burn the heavens, and destroy mankind.
But she just wants to talk to
powers
the
that
animals.
Seek her strength, but all she longs for is contact. Bounty hunters from around the globe
Godzilla
begin to
now.
congregate in the forest she calls home. A number of familiar faces from the second Holy Order tournament cross paths in search of the bounty. Some, like Potemkin, are sent in officially on secret orders to escort the target back to Zep. Others, like Kai Kisk, choose to intervene not on behalf of the IPF, but as a civilian bounty hunter. Or Angie Mita, who simply wants to learn more about the world. Each intends to resolve the situation in their own way. But no matter who approaches Hell's Forest, Testament stands ready to greet them. None are allowed to trespass on her holy ground. Gears must die. Dizzy once expressed to Faust that she regretted being born to cause suffering.
Have I ever heard of a movie called Nine?
Faust
I believe
later
so.
comes across Soul Bad Guy.
It's a
asks if
CG
he
film,
intends
right?
To save Dizzy by ending her life. Soul simply replies,
It's like a CG
"Gears
kids movie."
must die. Faust then asks Soul whether his statement is directed at her or perhaps... Soul eventually makes his way through Hell's Forest to Testament, through Testament, and then to Dizzy. She asks him if a gear's life has any value. He replies that gears are weapons, and so are their hearts. Necro and Undyne awaken and attack Soul, ever protective of their host. As they fight, Necro charges a gamma ray, which Soul immediately recognizes as the same kind of power he faced when fighting Justice.
Almost sounded like to Disneyland. To
Soul
Dizzy.
defeats Dizzy, and she asks him to finish her off before she hurts anyone else.
Oh.
Before landing the fatal blow, however, he hesitates. In that moment, Kai steps between them. He expresses that he felt conflicted since the defeat of Justice, but now he is certain. Not all gears are truly evil. Soul accepts Kai's resolve and leaves him to decide. As Soul leaves, Kai is shocked that Soul acknowledged him by his name.
Senpai noticed
Life beyond
him!
the grove.
Yeah,
Kai tells
I never
Dizzy
watched
that
it,
he
but I
believes
remember
there's a
seeing
place
ads
in
for
the
it.
world beyond that grove that can accept her for who she is. Dizzy is still fearful, recalling the way villagers treated her, but decides to trust Kai. She asks if he can teach her what it means to live as a human, and he accepts. Testament, whose Soul also did not kill, is distrustful of humans, but accepts Dizzy's choice to leave the grove. He chooses to remain, to ensure that she can live life off the grid, away from those that would hunt her down. Kai entrusts her to join the Jellyfish Pirates aboard the May ship. Notably, the crew, which is named for each month they joined, finally gets its final member. Jam Cradberry.
Soul never killed anyone. Soul, bad guy, has never killed anyone. Yeah, she joined the pirates.
Claim the bounty for Dizzy's defeat and used the money to open up her own Chinese restaurant.
And this thought stole the reward
For
money.
inexplicable reasons, it burns down shortly after, leaving her in debt for repairs.
Get fucked, Jam.
The Assassin Syndicate. Shortly after the events of Hell's Forest, Zato 1 is killed by Milia Rage. Her
Karma.
feelings of simultaneous admiration and hatred
Okay,
lead
sorry.
her to decide that she needs closure through vengeance. Venom, who would give his own life to save Zato 1, is unable to do so.
Oh yeah, Venom's a gay boy.
When Milia finds and kills Zato, she is
Good
left
for him.
feeling
Good for
hollow
him.
inside,
What a king.
unaware that the forbidden beast Eddie was now fully in control of the dead body. With Zato dead, Venom becomes the highest ranking member of the Syndicate. The leader of the isolated
Thanks to me, you know the James model wears
independent
different
type
underwear
gear
depending
colony
on what
in
day you
Ganymedes
play the
Archipelago
game. What the fuck?
continues his research. Known
Why?
as Dr. Paradigm, his ability to absorb information and understand world logic is almost unparalleled. After his successful contact with the mysterious reality known as the Backyard, he discovers an isolated structure within it called the Cube.
See, Pump, I told you the
While
cube
it
was
isn't
something
clear
else.
At this point, what it is or how it works, it appears to have been built by that man. Elsewhere, a servant of that man finishes a report on the incident in Hell's Forest. That man, now covered in robes, remarks to himself that it is interesting that there was a daughter, and assigns his servant to monitor her. He then thinks aloud that this has truly created yet another reason to be killed by him.
Nani? Is that his outro? Holy shit, that's cool. You're back, what you missed, Dusk. They fought with Dizzy. Both Soul and Kai realized that she was just despite being a gear and like one of the most powerful beings in existence, that she was just a sweet kid who wanted to talk to squirrels and be a Disney princess and shit. So they both spared her. They claimed that they killed her. Some tried to claim the reward money, and a restaurant blew up. And instead of dying, Dizzy went to live with the pirates, with May and Johnny and their little Skies pirate ship. Also, Venom's a gay boy. This would make one hell of a D&D campaign, it would. Does Jam ever come back? Yeah, she's an Xrd. Desperately trying to rebuild her restaurant. Any questions? Blech. So she's like Mona, she's kind of like Mona. Just constantly broke. Am I going to watch the Xrd movie too? I don't know. It says his videos go up to Guilty Gear Xrd sign. So I might need to... So I'm either going to need to fill in the gaps or watch something else for that, I think. Because the story there's additional story content in Revelator. Is Sky edgeable? Is Sky edgeable? I don't understand the question. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much of Xrd he gets into, because Xrd had like 2 re-releases that added more story. And I believe Sign is only like the second one, so might have to catch up elsewhere. Why is the sky? I don't know. Why is Gamora? Alright, I take it no questions. Let's just continue. I would just need the arcade mode info from Revelator and its story mode. Yeah, I'm not sure how long that's going to take or if that's readily available on YouTube, but alright. We'll figure that out when we get there.
The saga continues. Welcome back. As we put these pieces together to help you understand the last 2 decades of lore, it's awesome to see how many of you guys are getting in there. As we approach Guilty Gear Strive coming soon, the information density is getting amped up. But everything we've learned of the story so far means we're ready. No brakes on this train.
Heaven or hell. Get ready to rock.
Why didn't we make it a group watch? Because that would have meant skipping Kamen Rider. or whatever the Pride Month show ends up being. Most likely Tiger and Bunny.
In the world of Guilty Gear, time can be convoluted. Alternate timelines and parallel realities are not foreign concepts to consider. Sometimes events
Why
are
are the
depicted
captions in Spanish?
that differ from the main path that we know. But observing these events can give an insight into the motivations that shape the world. 2181
I pressed nothing. They were just Spanish suddenly.
The Midnight Carnival, Reload, and Accent Core.
Oh, it looks like, okay, all the other ones were preset captions. It looks like these ones are auto-generated, so these might be a little wonkier. Can't be any worse than the JoJo ones? Probably not. Sexy guitar lady. Bridget. Y'all know Bridget. Even if you know nothing about this franchise, odds are people know Bridget. For reasons. Or the DQ one. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Shortly after Dizzy leaves the Grove,
Wooly speaks pretty clear and concise.
The common denominator in all of them is the being known as Ino.
Girl!
Incredibly powerful with magic and time manipulation, Ino is a musical outsider that doesn't know where she comes from, but is drawn to the concept of tomorrow. Without knowing why, Ino witnessed a dull, gray future awaiting humanity, and now she's obsessed with changing that future by any means necessary. In most circumstances,
Ino or I know
this
Ino.
means stirring up trouble and creating conflict with her.
It's just spelled dumb, but it's Ino.
Events for historical figures. No small feat, but made possible due to her ability to meddle with causality by slipping freely to and from any timeline. She does so in a similar manner to Axel Lowe, the main difference being her ability to control it. But no matter how many
so she has the same shit that Axel has, except she can actually control where the hell she's going.
Converges on a single point. The dull gray future awaiting humanity remained unchanged. She becomes one of that man's closest associates and frequently takes it upon herself to eliminate anything or anyone that
You
she
like
believes
I know?
stands in his
If they're
way.
gonna spell it weird like that,
But her
you think
methods
they would be I
frequently
know,
upset
right?
her. 2173 AD, the Battle of Rome. Another reality. In one previous instance of her time traveling, Ino is present in 2173 AD, just before Kai's last stand at the Battle of Rome. Ino pretends to be a helpless victim when she's found by Kai, but Holy Order Sol senses danger and immediately swings at her. Baiting Kai's sympathy, she later tricks him into searching hopelessly to rescue her, instead of retreating, as over 200 large class and 3
It's one of those
Megadeth
multiverse
class
stuff,
units
multiverse
descend
stuff.
upon the city. Though Sol arrives to help, this time he's too late.
I like Ino a lot.
Ino laughs
She's
to
cool.
herself as Kai dies in Sol's arms.
Oof.
This causes a domino effect, leading to a damned world where Sol becomes commander of the Sacred Order, waging a lost war against Dizzy, who never meets Kai and chooses instead to inherit the will of justice.
Ooh.
With Johnny killed, Captain May leads the Jellyfish Pirates into battle alongside Sol and Potemkin, but after 10 years of conflict, humanity is about to be wiped out. Ino roams this apocalypse, and after putting an end to a roaming murderous Dr. Baldhead, she eventually makes her way to the center of the Gear stronghold and meets that man for the first time. To her disappointment, he is shackled, enchained, and completely powerless, but his words and vision for a different future pique her interest. Curious to see what the world he hopes for would look like,
He also looks like a
uses her
Digimon.
powers to revisit 2173 AD and save Kai, thereby correcting the timeline. Witnessing the result of her temporal change, he asks her to lend her strength to his goals. She accepts. Through the reflection of Ino's timeline disruptions,
Just been called Batman for 10
we see
years,
glimpses
yep.
of alternate reality scenarios. Eddie, dying, lashes out at anything it can, desperate for a new host.
She's
Zaxxon
nuts and
One's
kinky?
corpse
Oh
can no
my,
longer
yes.
provide sustenance, and time is running out. At one point, it attempts to possess
Ino
Slayer's
is one of the
wife,
only
Sharon,
characters who is
but the light
actually
emanating
super
from her
into
immortal
getting
body
the finger
melts
up her
the
butt
forbidden beast away.
by Faust
RoboCop,
Ultimate
setting fire
in
to
Exard.
Gian Curadoberry's restaurant.
Everyone
Slayer
else is like,
reveals to
ah!
Testament that his nearly extinct
Ino's like,
race
yeah!
of vampires, the Nightwalkers, used to be humanity's greatest enemy before the Age of Gears. Axel Lowe's time-slipping condition is diagnosed by Faust as an affliction caused by the existence of another Axel. Baiken finally confronts that man. She asks if he would prefer to die quickly or die slow and painful. Before effortlessly stopping her, he answers, "Death is not a choice. Death is giving up." He chooses
Ino,
to
we're
live
like, hey, no,
slowly and
oh
painfully
no.
for now.
Evil Axel. Disgaea
Angie
Axel.
Mito meets that man and gets to ask his ultimate question. If gear technology allows human life to be extended, and saves
Doesn't
the
Bedman
environment,
say something about live
then the
ammunition
discovery of
when
magic
his butt
has
gets
already
poked? He
solved
says
the
something.
renewable energy crisis.
Bedman talks a
And
mile a
the
minute.
Earth's
He says
population
something when he
has
gets
the ability
poked.
to
I
expand
forget what.
outward to space if needed. And we have all these clear solutions to all of our problems. Why? Why did it end up like this? To this, that man answers, divine punishment. Angie asks him to be more specific. That man extends his hand and invites Angie to come along if he's prepared to defy both heaven and earth.
Ugh.
That man appears before Saul, not to fight, but to warn him of a coming threat that will make the Crusades seem like a dim memory. A time that will require men to become more than men, and gears to become more than gears. Eventually, Raven and that man capture Ino and stop her time mischief. These timelines also introduce us to a number of noteworthy individuals. Zappa, an ordinary young man from Australia who one day becomes cursed and possessed by supernatural spirits seeking Dr. Faust's
Zappa.
help. He is prone to often losing his memory when he's taken over by Esco, the vengeful spirit of a dead woman with a grudge against any happy couples.
Haha,
His body
grudge.
was chosen because of his resemblance to the lover that
Angie is such a
abandoned
chat
her,
fantasy with Baiken.
causing
Like, I
her
don't know
to
if
take
he's
her
has
own
he
life.
actually successfully won her over or not.
Zappa's contorted
I know
body
he has. I know he has
also
a.
host to
He
number of
clearly
minor
has a thing
ghosts,
for her,
an enchanted
but I don't know
blade,
if he's
a ghost
actually
dog,
sealed
and
the
a
deal or
powerful
not.
lightning manifestation named Rao. Unlike Esco, however, these other spirits are more outwardly protective and caring of their host.
They're actual characters,
Bridget.
yeah. Oh my.
Born the youngest brother from a set of twins to a multi-billionaire family, Bridget's town
Brother.
superstitiously believed that male twins bring misfortune, and were so committed to this idea that they insisted
How
that the
do
youngest
people
twin
not
be
know
given up
that?
for adoption or put to death.
There are
Neither
people
of
who
these
don't know
options appealed
that.
to Bridget's
Oh my
parents,
god,
however,
Dusk, I envy
so
you.
they chose to raise him as a daughter instead of a son.
Bridget's a
Despite
boy.
kind and loving upbringing, Bridget saw that his parents felt guilty for what they did, and tried his best but couldn't convince them that he was truly happy. He decides to leave town with his possessed teddy bear weapon named Roger.
Hi, Chloe.
to
We're
become a
catching
bounty
up on
hunter,
Guilty Gear
hoping
lore.
to return successful and wealthy as a man, to prove their extreme superstitions incorrect. Abba,
Ha!
a shy homunculus created in a mountaintop laboratory named Flask, by a scientist experimenting with artificial life. When Abba
Poor
awakened,
Dusk.
her creator was nowhere to be found. After 10 years of isolation and imprisonment, her yearning for freedom led to her becoming a key collector. After escaping Flask, by chance she encounters
Her design's
Flamant Nagel, a living demon war axe that was once wielded during
It
the
takes a bit
Crusades.
to be best girl, exactly.
Seeing it as a giant key, Abba names it Paracelsus.
Yeah, she's really cool looking.
Takes it as her husband.
She's not been in any
vowing to
newer
find
ones,
him a real body.
but she seems neat.
2182 AD. The Butterfly and Her Gale. Chip Zanoff is reminiscing on the lessons his master Tsuyoshi taught him when he happens across an assassination attempt on Erica Bartholomew, the 75th President of the United States. She ran alongside Vice President Colin Vernon. After Chip intervenes and saves the president's life, she explains that the US government is currently being puppeted by the Assassin Syndicate.
So this game is just a bunch
and
of
that she's
AU
being targeted
characters?
for her
No.
attempt to
No,
pass
the
law in
AU stuff was
Congress
just Eno's
that would sever their
backstory.
ties. As the Syndicate is also
All these other
responsible
characters,
for Tsuyoshi's
are
death,
those? I'm not
Chip
sure.
wants to see them ruined and agrees to become
This whole game,
Erica's
yeah, I'm not.
bodyguard until
I
the
guess
day
so.
comes.
All the new characters in this one, I guess
The
they are
Assassin
technically.
Syndicate persists in its hostilities, attempting to blackmail congressmen and frame Zep, while sending an assassin named Wolf to infiltrate and finish the job. After luring Chip into a trap, Wolf shoots Erica with a black tech gun.
You thought they said Colin
but she
first.
survives and continues addressing the public.
It's close.
Chip later intercepts
Dangerously
Wolf
close.
and recognizes him as the man responsible for killing his master. Wolf tauntingly insults the deceased Tsuyoshi and exposes Chip to the same drugs he was once addicted to. Chip manages to overcome Wolf's tactics and defeats him using Ki. With support also coming from Zep
Using a
and the
key.
IPF, Erica passes the
He
bill,
borrowed it from
dealing
Abba.
a significant blow to the Syndicate. Later, Kai delivers an IPF intel report to Chip, revealing that Tsuyoshi was actually an undercover agent embedded with the assassins, before escaping and taking Chip under his wing. Erica then asks Chip if he still intends to be president someday. He replies that he'll have to ask his master first. 2183 AD. The United Kingdoms of Illyria are officially recognized by the UN. Post-Crusade reconstruction efforts progress. A gathering of different city-states, philosophies, and religions that came together for survival reasons eventually give way to a new melting pot culture. The nation's capital is built atop the ruins of Rome and quickly becomes the largest metropolis of the post-Crusade world. The massive state not only includes Europe, but much of Asia as well, splitting the continent with the Federation of China. Illyria is divided into 3 kingdoms. Through popular vote, Kai Kisk is elected first king. First
Hey.
Holy Order soldier
Good job, Kyle.
Leo Whitefang is elected second king,
Hey.
and the third king is named Daryl,
Loser.
for whom there would be justice. In
Daryl.
secret, Kai spends more time with Dizzy, and before long, they fall in love. Despite the fact that they could not legally be married within the system due to her being a half-gear,
Uh-huh.
Kai proposes to her anyway, and they begin living together. After a year of bliss, they were expecting a child. Kai suppressed his latent feelings of guilt and immorality.
I can't
with
believe
newfound
Kyle
joy.
fucked.
But the reminder of his sins returned seeing the
You like
inhuman
this now?
pregnancy
Guilty
his
Gear
wife
is a
had to
love
give.
story. Believe it or
A
not.
doctor that knew of their situation assessed
Guilty Gear is
that
straight up a
Dizzy
love
appeared
story.
to be halfway through her second trimester, but only 3 weeks had passed. Furthermore,
God damn, girl.
the
Are you dog?
magic-based equivalent of
Are
an
you also part
ultrasound
dog?
was unable to see the fetus because it was encased in an egg.
Oh my.
At some point during the nation's founding, Kai accepts an invitation from the Conclave. They point-blank tell Kai that they want him to become king of
Dizzy.
the new nation due to his popularity. and
Did you
status
lay
as a
this
hero.
egg?
Kai had previously considered that doing so would give him the power to create a better world for those who are suffering and for his wife and unborn child. But to suss out their motives, he politely dismisses his record as that of a military officer, unsuited for politics. The officials are blunt in their reply. That's fine if you don't do politics. You just have to keep your mouth shut and sit on the throne.
Oof. Well, fuck you
Realizing
too.
that they want a puppet king, Kai excuses himself and asks to postpone the decision. They agree, but as he turns away, they pay their compliments. By the way, your secret wife is quite charming, isn't she? She seems awfully familiar. Anyway, we look forward to your response.
Motherfuckers.
Unparalleled confession. Kai is worn down, praying desperately before a statue of the Virgin Mary when Sol arrives at the church. Sol notices a child hiding behind Dizzy's skirt named Sin. While he appears to be the size of a 3 or 4-year-old, Dizzy mentions that it's been 6 months. Gears not only mature at an advanced rate compared to humans, they also develop superior cognitive abilities at a faster rate as well, essentially reaching adulthood in 3 years. Sol notices the child's right eye is covered by an eye patch and feels as if something sinister is being hidden. Gesturing to Kai, Dizzy asks Sol to please help him. The man Sol sees praying is a shadow of his former self. Kai has pale, thin cheeks and bags under his lifeless eyes. Sol smirks to himself as he notices Kai's right eye covered by an eye patch as well. What did you come here for? Your god sent me because your confession was taking too long. Sol picks a fight, but Kai's energy is that of a man who's already defeated himself.
I was gonna say, what the fuck,
Pushing
dude?
Kai to his limits,
He ain't ready.
Sol
He ain't
drags
equipped to
what's
fight
left
right
of
now.
the old Kai out to the
Bruh.
surface, showing some signs of life. But before things heat up, young Sin grabs Sol's leg and says, I hate Dad, but if Dad gets hurt, Mom will cry, and I won't forgive anyone who makes Mom cry. Sol asks the child if he's scared. Sin says that he is, but it doesn't matter. Sol then turns to Kai and says that his son is already tougher than he is. Kai asks Sol
How
if
old
he
is
can take
Kai?
care
I'm
of
not
Sin
sure.
for a while, knowing it's an unreasonable request. Sol asks if this is the answer that Kai found. Kai says it's not, but with a little time, he can make a safe world where his wife and child can smile. Sol then accepts without hesitation. Well then, no complaints on what kind of man he becomes.
Yeah, here's where Crazy Uncle Sol kicks in.
2184 AD. Chip Zanuck travels to a lawless area in the southern part of Africa and declares
You were
that the
expecting
Eastern
Kai to
Chip
be a
Kingdom
bootleg Edward? Nah,
taking
Kai
thousands of
actually
families
develops.
under poverty and criminals under his weight. As this area has seen little aid following the
Not that
Crusades,
Edgeworth doesn't develop,
Chip
but you know what I
manages to
mean.
reestablish some
He starts
stability,
out with a stick
earn
up his
the people's
ass,
respect,
and then
is
pulls it
working
out.
towards UN recognition. He chooses a ninja businessman named Answer as his right hand and appoints himself president of a kingdom.
You can just do
2185.
that, I guess.
Young Sin decides it's time he learned how to fight, and wonders about using Sol's weapon. Sol doubts it. Noting his affinity for lightning, Sin says it needs to be something that he can charge into battle with, that's manly and stylish, and most importantly, eye-catching. Sol sarcastically tells him to go wave a flag.
And he did.
To Year 2, Overture.
How many vids? 2 more after this. So the son's an idiot, so Sin's an idiot. Raise up your flag. It worked for Kamen Rider Gaim.
Long dormant gears begin to disappear without explanation. Based on the date of the first recorded occurrence, these events are later referred to as the Baptisma 13 incident. The Backyard. The Backyard is an extremely mechanical and autonomous world of information that creates all possibilities and determines all events. Consider infinite potential occurrences being reduced to a single outcome by an automated process of discards and selections. The results are determined calculations, and thus they could be described as destiny. Despite the astronomically low probability of occurring, the phenomenon known as the Big Bang could be considered the result of all other outcomes being discarded. In other words, the Backyard is a programming language, and the universe in which we live is the software. If any normal human were to enter the Backyard, they would instantly be crushed to death by the density of information contained within.
The Spanish math meme is over my head right now.
The first one. A being is created within the Backyard at a point in time that would be impossible to discern using our world as a reference point. The template of a specific human woman is used to create the body, and the soma is provided so that it may gain consciousness, but some irregularities occur due to the intervention of Mother. As such, Valentine is born. After performing a self-diagnostic, Valentine concludes that she is not someone named Arya, but queries who Arya is, as excess memories and emotions appear to be present, containing feelings for someone named Frederick. With no way to interpret this residual data, emotional processes are put on hold until she can complete her objective to find a key for Mother. But there appears to be no exit. She wanders aimlessly for an undetermined period of time until she encounters a talkative, sleazy black sphere named Lucifero. It follows her. Somewhere, an autonomous
They brought her
troublemaker,
back.
only
She was
referred
actually
to as
important.
Mr.
Surprise!
A, to protect his honor, accidentally and unconsciously causes a gate to appear, allowing Valentine to exit the backyard. She steps in through and arrives on Earth. In the
She's
year
not technically her.
2186.
She's some weird alternate dimension clone.
40 dormant gears have vanished.
They're
without
getting back to what
explanation.
happened with Sin and the Parrots.
Sin, who has grown into a cheerful
There we
but
go.
unrefined youth, travels with Soul, collecting bounties. They spot a wanted poster for Soul, which she interprets as a tasteless call for help from King Kai Kisk of Illyria. Once they arrive at the castle, however, they notice the area is abandoned. Soul feels a severe headache and is suddenly attacked by Valentine.
Yeah, Chip went from a
and her army
weeaboo
of
drug
creatures
addict to
called
the president
Visual.
of his own kingdom.
Soul initially loses
And
his
a ninja.
composure, as Valentine's face is identical to Arya, but he regains it upon determining that this is in fact a stranger. She states that she's after the key, and fights Soul to a stalemate before escaping, as she too begins to feel a headache.
Your hat's stupid.
The Visual army fights using an unfamiliar powerful form of magic that uses tuning outside of the 12 steps. Soul and Sin are initially unable to fight at all, until a mysterious fox-eared yokai arrives and unlocks their ability to defeat this new enemy by optimizing the chords of their summoning magic. He introduces himself as Izuna, originating from Underworld Hill, a
Furry!
pseudo-space dimension.
They
close
sure
to the
are
backyard.
bonding.
It is home
It's
to
another,
other
it's
magic-based
a
life
Dante
forms
Nero
called
situation.
Signs seem to
Where
suggest that Underworld Hill,
Soul has spent
actually
more time with
man-made,
Sin than Kai
and that
has.
Izuna is the guardian spirit incarnation of an island that used to be known as Japan.
Oh.
Rare irregularities in the backyard can result in this kind of phenomena. 2187 AD. Inside Illyria Castle, the
This is getting
bodies
to
of
Soul
King Kai's
Calibur
convict
story level
hammer guard
bullshit.
are strewn about, and the
Furry?
king himself is sealed with a powerful spell. Next to him, Raven, the undying disease, is inexplicably present. He observes that Soul has now acquired the backyard's abilities and vanishes, asking Soul if he has a message for that man. As the seal holding the king is an advanced encrypted cord, Izuna suggests that they get help from one of the
Yeah,
world's
this is the one that
foremost
everybody hates
magic
because the
experts,
gameplay was completely
Dr.
different, right?
Paradigm.
It was a
They
Muso,
journey to
yeah.
the Ganymede archipelago using Izuna's teleportation magic. Soul's hatred of gears causes some initial tensions, but Dr. Paradigm's observations about the ongoing crisis provide unparalleled insight. He correctly identifies Soul as Frederick, the scientist from 100 years ago. Soul reveals that the usage of limitless energy without knowing its source was an alarming prospect to scientists and scholars at the time, but humanity was too desperate to look a gift
A
horse
Muso
in the mouth
MOBA?
following
Eh.
the dawn of revival. It was then hypothesized
The Muso
that the
spinoff?
source
Yeah,
of
it's a
magic
Muso
was
game, but it's like
superior
straight up,
dimension,
like officially the
thus
second
creating
full-on
the
real
backyard
game, I think.
Dr. Paradigm explains that
fucked
the cube
up.
he discovered appears to be a control interface where man
It's like a
could
full-on
manipulate this
sequel, but
world,
it's just a completely
and
different
that the
genre.
survival in dense information space
Yo, Blanco.
could be made possible with the original gear cells specifically created by that man. Dr. Paradigm frees King Kai. Sin immediately asks if his mother is safe, but when Kai can't say for sure, Sin chews him out as a king incapable of protecting anything and leaves. Kai then explains that a few days ago,
Dad!
Dizzy began to fade away like the other vanishing gears.
King Kai!
So to save her,
Goku confirmed.
he used up the Thunder Seal's
Goku
magic
is a
to
guest
create
star, as a
temporal
guest character
barrier,
in
holding
Strive
her in stasis mid-disintegration.
to get that
Dr.
that fighters
Paradigm,
crossover.
suspecting Dizzy had been kept
You heard it here
alive as
first.
another weaponized gear in the hands of the government, explains that she is a complete backup of Justice, so she too contains the special gear cells that would allow one to enter the cube. Valentine must thus be absorbing gears in search of these cells.
That'd be sick, though.
Paradigm moves to destroy Dizzy.
I wouldn't
to
be
mitigate all
mad.
risks, but Kai stops him.
I'd be a little
openly proclaiming
confused.
that he has fallen in love with the gear. Dizzy can still be saved if Valentine is defeated, but Valentine abducts and mind controls Sin instead. Since he too is a descendant of Justice, she retrieves the key from his gear cells and leaves him behind to deal with Soul.
Oh my god, she made his outfit gayer.
After defeating a brainwashed Sin, the group chases after her, but she's already accessed a dimensional gate to the backyard.
This is lore for Soul Bad Guy. This is kind of lore for everyone. It's just that other characters aren't as important as Soul Bad Guy. But yeah, we've at least gotten occasional updates about the other characters, which is more than I could say for the Procrastinators lecture.
Fighting alongside his father, Sin begins to respect him slightly more, but none are able to open the gate until that man appears.
Really hope Kai is DLC for Strive. Stu, he's in the game. Unless you mean Sin. In which case, I hope so too.
The Gear Maker himself appears before Soul, who immediately prepares to engage. Soul remarks that his appearance has really fallen, and that man accepts it, as well as the blame for the Crusades, and turning Soul into a gear.
Metsu, you don't know how that happened. You're good, Stu. A devil
However,
trigger?
He explains that there's no time to deal with any of this, because Valentine, the Universal Will's offspring, needs to be stopped. Before any answers can be given, that man casts an effect on the group that allows them to pass beyond the gate and sends them off. With this spell, they can survive the information density of the
I think Dizzy will probably be in sooner or later.
Some time
Maybe not until like a second pass, but...
Soul, Izuna, Dr. Paradigm, and eventually Sin enter the gate and arrive at the edge of isolated space. Valentine has begun the process of unlocking the cube, but is interrupted. Soul rushes ahead while the others keep her busy. Unable to understand why she
that man, he has a real name.
Valentine wonders if the emotional processes she put on hold.
I'm not sure why he just became that man.
She suddenly gets furious and changes into a larger armored form, loosely reminiscent of Justice.
What is her name? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Due to the similarities in the programming of the cube and Soul's own gear cells, he's able
Notice
to
that Soul has slowly but surely just gotten more and more cartoonishly bara as the games continue.
Valentine loses her purpose and prepares to self-destruct while closing the gate. Soul stays behind to stop her final form with his dragon install, while the others escape.
You're a miserable pile of secrets. No! Don't be miserable. I don't want that. Just be a pile of secrets. That's all you need to be. We've seen some fan art pump. So the doctors say if your shoulders get any wider, that's why we don't see him anymore.
With no way out, Soul thinks of Arya. That man appears and tells Soul He needs to survive, to face the universal will in the coming merciless apocalypse. He then tells Frederick to live on as the flame of corruption. Sol asks if he was behind Valentine resembling Arya. That man says not at all, because Arya had already been killed by the two of them. Sol swears to kill the Gearmaker next time, and corrects him on the name as the gate opens to send him home. He isn't Frederick. His name is Sol.
He got even bigger in Strive somehow. He is peak Bara in Strive.
With the crisis averted, Dr. Paradigm begins the process of saving Dizzy. Kai offers Dr. Paradigm a place in Illyria for Gears to live in the open for the sake of his wife and child.
Aww.
Sol thinks back on that man's words and wonders, Asuka, what are you thinking?
Oh, that's why he goes by that man. He doesn't want people comparing him to Asuka Evangelion. I get it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd go by that man too. Not miserable slice. Yeah, Feral Dimitri, relatable. Any questions? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm not sure. I forget the exact release order with Xrd, and like how much I'm gonna have to find another way to catch up on. Just sign. So I forget which one afterwards. Can you put bread on your peanut butter? You can put bread on your peanut butter. That's valid. Shut the fuck up, Edelgard. Oh my god. Bigger muscles. If they get any bigger after Strive, then they're in trouble. Like got one more after where Wooly leaves off. It's just Revelator, right? Revelator / Rev 2. You know, I'm gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna have to find a video of that. Hopefully, there's one somewhere.
A world separate from our own, yet somehow controlling it. The backyard. Hidden behind its gates are the eternal truths of good and of evil, of creation and destruction, of chaos the likes of which mankind has never seen. In a time long past, a philosopher entered this other realm. He returned, and through shuddering breaths he spoke. No evil should touch this place. This philosopher sealed all that the backyard was into a single tome. His hope was that mankind would never stumble upon its power. With that, the path to the backyard was forever barred, and peace once again blessed our world. But what followed, the ancient sage could never have predicted. For evil came not from a human who discovered the book, but from inside the backyard itself.
The cutscenes are over officially uploaded. Oh, is that the one they did that for? Okay, alright, that'll make it easy.
Heaven or hell.
Yeah, I think I see it.
Get ready to rock.
The Memories of Asuka R. Cruz, Isotope and Isolation. In a time long gone, before the end of friendships and a century of war, Frederick Bulsara, Arya Hale, and Asuka R. Cruz had a philosophical discussion about the nature of creation, evolution, and the guiding influence of something in between. Arya, at the start of her workday, notes that the other two had not slept and that she was entering a discussion in its 5th hour. As a thought exercise, Asuka asks Arya if she believes all products of the natural world are accidents of low probability. Arya concurs that this is stochastically correct. Asuka hypothesizes that though we have never identified and measured the existence of a creator, something theoretical could exist that defines the outcomes of all natural events in minute detail.
I'll get some sip.
Arya thinks it would be reasonable enough to call this theoretical thing God. Asuka then points out that within a given evolutionary model, there sometimes exists a missing link, where species A becomes species C, but evidence of step B is missing.
We
This
might be in
caused by a number of
trouble.
factors as identified by the theoretical pod. It finds the idea of a
The
third-party
Revelator
interference
cutscenes are
in the
like another
process to be a
fucking,
compelling
like
consideration,
3 hours
as it is
altogether.
entirely possible that an outside
No.
factor can force species A
Oh,
to
no.
become C by rewriting DNA. Asuka dubs this factor Apocalypse. Arya considers the theory, but deems it too wildly impractical. Asuka notes that throughout history, considerable numbers of species with missing links have gone extinct, and that the intervention of Apocalypse...
Late night isn't so bad if we're
lead
just
to war.
watching. Yeah.
Frederick interjects that
I mean, if I
Asuka's
really have to
statements
wait
are in
another
fact
day to actually
absurd.
see
Arya
Stride's
shouldn't
new
believe
story, I guess.
You should be the one
I guess
that
it's better
chooses
to
your
just
own
be
path.
completely fully caught
No
up.
one else's hand should decide for
Like,
you.
I can probably
It's that
paraphrase
simple.
most of the important stuff that happens in
Good,
Revelator,
says
but,
Asuka. I feel the same way.
eh.
Asuka awakens in a dark room, inside a coffin-like device overflowing with colorless liquid, with hundreds of superfine metal threads connected to his hippocampus. Raven, who is standing nearby, presses a switch, removing the lid from the device. Asuka sits up. His body's been rejuvenated once again, and he feels restored.
He also
However,
turned
the
himself into a
permanent
cat
memory
boy.
loss associated with this process continues to be a complication of extending his life. Thus,
Skip earlier,
Asuka
there's
is
a few-
in the
there are a
process
few
of
important
backing up
details,
his
yeah.
memories, and notes to Raven that this one in particular has elicited some nostalgia.
It's okay, he got sick of it. He changed himself back eventually.
Baptisma 13 Epilogue.
Yeah, thank God we have videos like this for at
Asuka
least
and
most of the
Raven
games.
stand in the backyard after the destruction of Valentine. Asuka feels that things will not go as smoothly next time, as there's no telling when the next Valentine will appear, or if there will be tens of thousands of them. He wonders if the flame of corruption will be the one to end things. Raven remarks that the dragon install has started to encroach, and vows his protection. But Asuka says that won't be needed. History will write its own course, and it'll be Raven's responsibility to witness it. The time of apocalypse approaches, and Arya won't wait any longer.
Nani? Why are you boys being all cryptic and shit? I thought you were supposed to be evil.
2187
They don't talk like evil people.
In the aftermath of Baptisma 13,
Exactly, Stu. Yeah, and a lot of this stuff
Emergency
isn't even in the
session.
actual games.
Kai Kisk, first king of the living,
It's clarification from the
proposes
actual
human
company and stuff from the
coexistence with
novels and art books and
The proposal is
tie-ins.
defeated and never mentioned to the public, but as a result, many heads of state begin to distrust Kai. World powers begin to develop their own countermeasures to provide humanity with defense against the unknown. The Conclave initiates the Cypress Project, a weapons development program for magic-based firearms usable by those without magical aptitude. Furthermore, magical constructs called Opus units are developed. Effective in traditional combat as well as magic support, they're designed to obey without question. Production output for both the Cypress and Opus projects takes place in a secret research lab named Frasco 2, overseen by Leon Mining, a nefarious founder of the Post-War Administration Bureau, with political ties to the Assassin's Guild. Starting with Illyria, shipments of Opus units are soon deployed to every major city globally, as per the orders of the Sanctus Maximus Populi. The Sanctus Populi organization is not technically a religion, as they have no doctrine and require no faith, but they're nonetheless treated with the same devotion and trust by the general population. While vast amounts of knowledge have been lost to time, after the dawn of revival, humanity never forgot those who they relied on amidst the chaos. It was only natural that the apostles that saved humanity would soon be surrounded by devout followers. These followers became the founding body of the Sanctus Populi organization. Currently, though the Conclave holds decision-making power over world governments, the Sanctus Populi's leadership position, Sanctus Maximus, holds the true final executive decision. For 8 years, from 2169 to 2177, the position of Sanctus Maximus was held by Happinus the 27th, a beloved, gentle, and fair man, but in his final days, he deteriorated both mentally and physically, eventually dying of fatigue. He is succeeded by his appointed cardinal, Ariels.
I trust
a woman
her.
known for being calm and virtuous. However, the Sanctus Maximus
Were they
is
also
not the only
assholes
one
in the AU
preparing
dimension?
countermeasures in the wake of
Sounds about
Baptismal
right.
13. Guilty Gear.
Sam Show is getting a gift to your
Fast
character. You're
Edge
expecting
XT.
boob, Ken. Would make sense. Biken or Nago? Nago feels very Samurai Showdown. Live action. What is this one? The pachinko machine?
パチスロと格闘ゲームの融合
Kamen Rider Guilty Gear confirmed. It is the
Nearly a
pachinko!
century ago, in anticipation of justice, Soul
The
created
pachinko game is
outrage.
important.
Now, with the emergence of Valentine from the backyard, and
Oh,
Asuka
no.
insinuating that there are more to come, Soul seeks the outrage components, also
Pachinko
known as the
game
Sacred
has
Treasures, to upgrade his Fire Seal sword into something capable of handling whatever else comes from the backyard. Dr. Paradigm introduces Soul to a gunsmith dog, capable of helping construct weapons according to Soul's designs.
Ebony and
In
Ivory.
homage to Junkyard, the unrefined slab he used during his Holy Order days, Soul has the Fire Seal encased in another magic
We could
amplifier
probably
and
skip the
christens it
pachinko,
Junkyard Dog
probably.
Mark II.
Are we just talking about his new sword?
Soul and Sin receive intel from Dr. Paradigm, detailing that the Conclave is made up of 4 sages. Axis, the first. Libraria, the second. Baldius, the third.
Yeah.
And their leader, Cronus, the fourth.
If I want to
They
get through
currently
Revelator
possess
quicker.
The Flashing Fang, an outrage component that amplifies light
Um,
magic. May has additional intel, saying that they actually have more
What if
than
we
one
put it on
outrage
2
component,
times speed?
and that they might be kept in
Will
a
that
secret
fuck up the
North European
captions?
location called Hardened Fort. The Conclave appears to have also put a bounty out on Saul's head, resulting in a number of bounty hunters gunning for him, from unknown soldiers to a few familiar faces, such as Bridget. Soul also crosses paths with Milia Rage, who's seeking truth surrounding rumors that Zato's body has been stolen. Through Cronus, we learn that the Conclave have
This
appointed
works.
themselves the only true leaders
This
of the
works,
and
right?
they're awaiting something called St. Elmo's Fire to become gods. They possess 3 outrage parts: the Flashing Fang, Dominator, and Bite.
We're
They
we're
need to
still
find this
learning.
too
We're
much,
just
and
learning
they
much
need to put down.
quicker.
It's too early to do so. Soul, however, can't be allowed to be an obstacle to them any longer. Soul and Sin infiltrate Hardened Fort and encounter Baldius, who taunts them and attacks using forbidden magic, allowing him to fight with a power closely resembling Eddie, named Cerberus. It is unknown whether or not this is made possible due to Conclave research into Zato 1's corpse. Despite Baldius' taunting, he reveals nothing of the Conclave's intentions. Though he's able to absorb Soul's Fafnir attack, he's ultimately outmatched. and
No,
also lays in a puddle of
singing
blood.
St.
His
Elmo's
injuries prove to be fatal,
Fire.
however, and he dies shortly after, bolstering the resolve of the remaining
God.
sages. Teacup is placed upside down in his memory at future Conclave meetings. Soul retrieves the Flashing Fang and integrates it into his sword, finalizing it as Junkyard Dog Mark III. When activated, the outer casing opens up to reveal an integrated fire seal alongside parts
So
of
the
some original
pachinko
Conclave
machine is just the
members.
story of how
Combined
he
using two outrage
upgraded his
components allows its
weapon.
original purpose to be fulfilled. A portable weapon capable of firing
Slash
powerful
some
weapons.
lore
Simple
on
and
the Conclave people.
Guilty Gear Exert. Signed.
There we go. Yeah, that took about as long as I thought it would. Hi, Ram!
あなた方出来損ないの人形どもは全て根絶やしにする。未来を悲観しろ。
I like her teeth. That your waifu, Blanco? She's pretty great. Hello, Aaron Fitzgerald, who totally gets placed because you're the bad of the role. I am curious. I don't know. I didn't mind her English voice, but I do genuinely wonder if she really stepped down because she's the, you know, I'm the white person. It's my responsibility to give this this black character to a black actress. It's my responsibility as a white person. I don't know if she was actually on her high horse or if she actually got replaced. I'd be curious to know the truth there. Did you miss something? No, don't worry about it. Pump. Is Xrd good? I've heard Xrd is fantastic. I did not get to... I've not really played it that much outside of what you saw me play with Ian that one time. But I hear nothing but good things about this one for the most part.
Guilty Gear Exile.
This is the Pumpkin Girls game. Not until a later version of it, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think,
October 21st, 2187.
I don't believe,
a being called
Jacko
Ramlethal
was introduced
Valiant
until,
announces her existence
the
to
next
world
version
publicly,
sign.
broadcasting
Yeah.
a declaration of war on humanity. October 23rd. The Conclave meets in a location known as the Tea Room to discuss their secret negotiations with Ramlethal and their intentions to rewrite the history of mankind. They assess all particular persons of interest who might interfere with their plans. Eno reflects that though she's gone through the integration point and killed Ramlethal many times in many timelines, it does not change the outcome of a dull, gray world. Babylon, 5 years in the future, with humanity nowhere in sight.
Damn, girl.
However, bringing that man
This
into
theme's
this
real
time
good.
cycle has finally caused some change, as she realizes that Soul has become much stronger than usual, and that she's unable to
Big
kill
Blast
Ramlethal.
Sonic. I think this one
She's
is.
ecstatic at the prospect of no longer being obsessed with this world's outcome. Suddenly, a time slip trap that she set goes off, bringing Axel Lowe to 2192 AD. Axel Lowe time slips to 2192 AD, to the city of Babylon, 5 years in the future. A voice reaches out to Axel, and a man calling himself the Original asks him to deliver a message to that man. Axel then time slips directly into a dream world in which he is almost killed by an immensely powerful enigma called Bedman. But he's
Bedman!
pulled out at the last second by a time slip trap.
I'm
set
so
by
glad they
Eno.
finally gave Axel real pants in Strive.
Shocked that Axel knows about the existence of
It does
the
wonders
Original,
for making him look
she agrees
respectable.
to let him deliver his message,
His stupid
ignoring
shorts.
his request to instead be sent back to his home in Cotswolds, England, 1998. Potemkin is assigned to
Oh, he's very
investigate
obviously an
Ramlethal
Axl Rose
on behalf
reference.
of Zep. However, due to Bedman's interference, he spends 3 days trapped inside the Nightmare Theater of Bedman's slumber, delaying Zep from acting without intel until it's too late. Bedman reveals himself to be a clandestine operator and an agent serving an unknown client. Possessing an acute intellect and expansive vocabulary, he excels at identifying weaknesses and exposing them. He appears to always be silent and asleep, carried by his magically weaponized bed frame. His silence is only apparent to those in the waking world, however. In the Nightmare Theater of his permanent slumber, he is a braggadocious, condescending, and long-winded individual.
And he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal when this game originally had voiceover. So if you ever want to hear Yuri Lowenthal talk a mile a minute about random bullshit, Bedman's your guy. Oh, Soul Bad Guy is literally anime Freddie Mercury.
てめえの疑似的な夢の中というわけか。それに聞いていた通りってことは単独の輩じゃねえな。バックは元老院。
Y'all don't like Bedman? What's not to like about Bedman? Look at him. He's got a bed. Y'all are judgmental. That's ignorant. He looks dumb. It's stupid. Guys, come on! Y'all are sleeping on Bedman. He looks dumb. It's so stupid, I kind of love it. Good God, he's even more long-winded in Japanese. Holy shit, dude. You don't like long
He
conversations.
appears to be intimately aware of the nature of the world, and with this knowledge, frighteningly powerful, especially to those trapped in his nightmare. It is unknown whether or not anything can wake him up. Chipsanoff sets out to establish his kingdom on the world stage by defeating this new global threat. On the way to confronting Ramlethal, he runs into May and decides to escort her.
Why give his robot a crown? Because he's the king, baby.
In the ruins of Japan, Ramlethal refers to May as Japanese girl, a word which May doesn't understand. Ramlethal says that it means she's still somewhat useful, but it's also something that the rest of humanity considers a disease.
The frick? Rude.
Milia Rage secretly meets Venom, who informs
Something will
her
make me
that
hate
Zato
Batman?
1
Oh no.
has been resurrected by the Conclave. Venom has been assigned to guard Zato's location, however, so they agree to meet again on the battlefield as enemies with the same goal.
Am I crazy for thinking Melia is actually cuter with her stupid hat and poofy coat?
The Forbidden Beast Eddie,
Like, I
trying to
genuinely
recall
think
his
she looks more
existence.
attractive with the silly hat and
chooses to
poofy
stay
coat
contained.
than she did with just like the
Conclave's stolen
tiny
resurrection
skirt
experiment has
and like the
worked,
basic ass
resulting
white
in Zato
outfit,
being
whatever
the first
whatever her
human
original look
to have his
was.
soul returned to his body. However, his mind and personality have
They
been
put
wiped
more
clean,
clothes on her and
with
it made her
only trace words
hotter.
and concepts remaining.
How in the
While
fuck?
Zato's return to life has zero significance to the Conclave in specific, the circumstances of him being host to a bonded life form are the true reason why he was used as a test subject. Suddenly remembering the name Milia and sensing her nearby, he exits the prison, where he's reunited with her, Venom, and later on, Slayer. While Zato no longer
Oh yeah,
has his
yeah,
former
they made her
personality
hips even
or
wider in
complete
stride.
memories, his desire to protect Milia remains strong. Faust receives an invitation to Slayer's manor, Villa Vampire. Slayer tips him off that the death of his young patient was staged malpractice orchestrated by the Conclave and executed by Zato 1, who somehow lives. Faust then confronts the recently freed Zato at the Opera House. Zato's behavior is surprisingly earnest. He tells Faust to kill him if he wishes, as he has every right to, but he asks for a bit of time first.
Oh.
He then explains that Faust's research led him to the ultimate procedure, resurrection. Not only was this discovery integral to the Conclave's ultimate goals, they also couldn't allow its existence to be known by anyone. Thus,
Faust was such a good doctor, he discovered how to raise the dead.
Soon they intend to use
That's
this
why they fucked him over.
King Kai Kisk of Illyria gathers intel
Wow.
on Ramlethal and puts a plan into action. He's suspicious of the timing of her appearance alongside the recently activated Opus units as well, and concludes that the government can no longer
Faust
be
is huge.
trusted.
Faust is like
Kai
9
prepares
feet tall.
300,000 world dollars and
Don't
contacts
ask me how
Soul
that
Backup
works.
to hire his services.
But Faust is
Soul
straight
demands
up like
1 million.
actually 9 feet tall. Or some crazy shit.
Together, alongside Sin Kisk, they journey to the ruins of Japan to confront Ramlethal.
世界が歪んでいく。それにさっきの感覚がどんどん強くなって。親父、あそこで何が起きてんだ。
あの方角はバビロン。
やはり予測はしていたが、いや肩を落としている場合ではない。それこれは陽動だ。今すぐバビロンへ。
やはりカイキスク、あなたには分かっていた。だけどここに来たということはあなたの持つ情報も完全ではない。
ラムレザル、バレンタイン。
ようこそご苦労様。
一刻の猶予もない。全力で行かせてもらおう。
本気で世界相手に一人で戦うつもりか。
Ew.
あなたには言ってない。でももう分かった。
Her mouth cape is a little unnerving. Why is she not wearing shoes? Because she's kind of feral like that.
Heaven or hell. Duel. One. Let's rock.
I like her strive up design a lot better. It's not even that different. They just They made her outfit a little less ridiculous, and they made her hat poofier. True facts, Pump. Can confirm.
October 28th, 2187 AD. Ramlethal is defeated in the ruins of Japan, but Sol catches on to the fact that they've been baited. Who declares war on the world and then sits waiting in the middle of nowhere? Ramlethal concedes that the outcome of this battle was irrelevant, as she was only a distraction.
Oh,
Suddenly,
yeah,
a
secret, I
tremendous
fucking
floating
wish.
fortress known as the Cradle appears above the city of Babylon for a brief moment, then disappears,
Also
emitting a
Thanos.
massive information shockwave. All living beings in the city are atomized in the process.
Well,
A monumental black sigil appears in the sky, identical to the one seen above the ruins of Japan, and the one seen when Dragon installs Soul activates the true power of the Fire Seal.
they'll be fine.
Contact has been made.
Look,
with
I
the
can see their
background.
parachutes. They're okay. They killed a baby.
Kai, Soul, and Sin.
This game kills
observe
babies.
in horror as countless innocents are killed. Kai exclaims that everything is happening just like she said. Could she have been telling the truth? Soul asks him what the hell he knows, but before they can react, Ramlethal grabs Soul and flies upwards, beginning a self-destruct sequence. I think it's time we died. Let's go together.
This kills babies. The poor babies. Any questions? No, I don't want 2 free weeks of YouTube Red. I also don't want to watch the same one over again. I was gonna say, this is the longest one yet, and this is just for one game. Good God. You're gonna be a Karen and end this series? Why? Just because they killed a baby? It was just one baby. You win some, you lose some. It's fine. Alright.
Ramlethal Valentine has been defeated.
What is the
only
square
1
root of
week after
potato?
the
Egg.
declaration of war. In Babylon, strange gray ash is raining from the sky, and the once
That was only the
bustling
arcade
city
mode, yeah.
is now a deserted wasteland.
Dog pointed out, what'd you miss?
With no
They beat
survivors
Ramlethal,
found, all
but
structures
Ramlethal was
still
like, yo,
intact.
that doesn't
The
matter.
world watches on in confusion.
And then a weird monolith appeared over the
Some believe
over a
it
major
to be
city
Ramlethal's doing.
and killed a shit ton of people,
Others
including a
say
baby.
It's caused by a change in Saint Elmo's fire, but only a select few realize the truth. The Conclave has finally played its hand. The Cradle has awakened, and the last dawn has begun.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah, that was just the side story modes. Or that was just Exard. This is Exard's sign, which was like an update.
Heaven or hell.
It could only be worse.
Get
It could be worse. It could be a mermaid melody phantom. That's the wrong abridged Naruto, and I don't care. Sonic also killed babies, and we didn't cancel Sonic.
Guilty Gear Exert Sign Story Mode. Moments before Ramlethal's declaration of war on October 21st, She meets with the Conclave to see if they're mentally prepared to proceed with the common goal of activating the cradle. Libraria has doubts because of the projected casualty count, but Axis chides her, emphasizing that there isn't enough time to make humanity understand. Libraria concedes.
You don't
that the
understand. We
Conclave
have to
only
kill
exists
babies to
because
save,
of what
like,
they
other
intend to do
people.
today.
What other people? Don't
Cronus
worry
then
about it.
signals the beginning of the last dawn. Days later, following the destruction of Babylon, King Leo Whitefang is scrambling to get search and rescue efforts underway when he's contacted by King Kai Kisk, requesting approval for temporary release of Elfelt Valentine. Leo declines, so Kai decides to act alone to authorize her release. Elfelt's constraints are removed, and she immediately deploys from Kai's Royal Fleet 1 airship. Within seconds, she's able to nullify Ramlethal's self-destruct attack on Sol and subdue her.
The girl. Yeah, she was in gay baby jail.
Elfelt, like her sister Ramlethal, are creations beholden to Mother, just like the original Valentine of Baptisma 13.
Booba,
Unlike
she
the
got some
others,
booba.
however, Elfelt was born with no knowledge
Oh, look how
of her
cute
true
she
mission
is.
up until her memories were unlocked on the day of her wedding. Finding herself at odds with her programmed role to bring about human omnicide, she decides to leave her fiancé, a death metal vocalist, at the altar. She then finds Kai and chooses to warn him of the coming dangers instead. We flash back to a research lab in 2014. Arya asks Frederick if he's ever wanted to be a bird. He says no, but flying would be cool, so why not a cockroach?
Arya was a big
Arya
Darling in the
calls him
Franks fan.
unromantic. Asuka arrives, and the conversation shifts
Only the first
towards
13
human
episodes, though.
experiences. What would you do if the world was going to disappear tomorrow? Frederick replies, "Stop whatever's ending the world, or die trying." Arya then says, "You mean spend it with someone you love?" A year later, in 2015, Frederick celebrates the creation of Asuka's stabilized gear cells and the end of human illness. But Asuka's
I didn't like the
concerned
ending.
about
I
them
didn't
being
like the entire
weaponized.
second half.
They agree that they'd rather destroy the research than allow that to happen. Asuka tries to tell Frederick something about Arya, but the moment passes. Another year later, in 2016, Frederick discovers Arya's terminal illness. She doesn't want him to drop everything and find a cure, nor put her in cryosleep. She just wants to not be alone.
They could have
spend
Oh,
her
it was
time
totally
with
salvageable, but
Frederick.
yeah. They just wrapped up the most interesting parts of the show too early, and we're left with nonsense.
In Bedman's dream world, he analyzes the history of Soul Bad Guy and reports to his unknown client that he finds him fascinating. Shortly afterward, alone, he ambushes a gathering of Slayer, Milia Rage, and Venom, who've decided to report their intel on the Cradle to Illyria. Bedman's client notices that he's having fun fighting assassins and notes the similarity between him and his sister, Delilah. Bedman is displeased at the topic, but reiterates that his sister is the reason they must create an absolute.
Oh yeah, the titties.
Aboard Royal Fleet 1, Sol, Kai.
Once
and
again, if you're
Sid
actually
hear the
invested, do
radio
not click
reporting
Blanco's link.
a Babylon cover
Technically
story
spoilers.
crediting the Illyrian forces, keeping the existence of Elfelt a secret. Some of the public believe the catastrophe might have been caused by St. Elmo's fire, a naturally occurring giant lightning bolt that strikes once every 13 years. It's celebrated for once saving several members of the Holy Order during the Crusades, as it struck a group of gears, giving humanity the upper hand. To prevent it from causing massive casualties in a populated area, Illyria Castle itself was built to be a massive lightning rod to attract it.
Good thing you're into husbandos. Oh, I meant boy titty
Elfelt
secret.
further explains the truth about the conclave to
By
Kai,
all means,
Sol,
check out that
and
link
Sid.
later.
Ramlethal escapes her interrogation room and threatens to destroy the ship itself.
No, is man
Elfelt
titty.
once again nullifies her abilities, as they are sisters with similar programming. Without any ability to fight back, all Ramlethal can do is talk. Sin, who quickly becomes friends with Elfelt,
I do hope Elfelt ends up
attempts
in
to
Strive
reach
too.
out to Ramlethal's
I like her,
emotional
she's
side
cute.
as well, and gives her a mage hound, a magical puppy.
Oh yeah,
that
he
keeps
gave her a
biting
dog!
Soul warns Sin
Aw.
that these Valentines aren't human, aren't to be
Yeah, they're
trusted,
friends now.
and to expect betrayal. Sin doesn't care, and points out that Soul's just projecting his own insecurities.
たく親父の世界ってマジで狭いよな
Meanwhile, King Leo Whitefang debriefs U.S. President Vernon on the captured Valentines. Not long afterwards, the cradle is detected reappearing over the Black Sea. A transmission comes in from Major Lyle of the
Hi,
Istanbul
Boop.
Battalion, en route to Babylon.
Dollaroni
They're
o'clock.
near enough to have a
Thank you
visual
very
on the
much.
target.
How you doing?
King Leo commands him to approach cautiously.
Tournament players
and
hate
only
Alpha.
provide
Oh, I know
intel.
people. Yeah,
But
people
Major
hate
Lyle defies the
Elfelt
order
for gameplay
and goes on
reasons.
full offensive.
Because she's apparently obnoxious to deal with. I'm talking purely in terms of design and character. I like her.
The cradle activates again, and its energy sphere engulfs the area. Johnny contacts Foss for help with May's unknown ailment, which appears to only be affecting Japanese people. Faust looks at her patient record and realizes that Japanese colony residents have been receiving a placebo instead
it's
of
my
correct
guy.
treatment. May, in the meantime, distraught after Ramlethal called her a disease, decides to leave home to keep her friends safe, but Chip convinces her to return. As they reunite with the Jellyfish Pirates, Bedman appears,
Did all the work for
having
today.
defeated
Gonna
the
get farming in
assassins
Arknights. Nice, nice.
single-handedly.
I'm doing all right. Getting all caught up on Guilty Gear before we play the new one. Ow. Ugh.
私は君のトリックを知っている。分かってしまえばさほど脅威ではない。
Johnny and Chip are about to lose when Zato interferes, saving them.
Is Zato
Bedman
voiced by
escapes.
Dio? He's probably voiced by Dio.
Eno brings Axel Low to the backyard, where he meets Asuka, and
He seems
delivers
like
a
the-
message
he
from
seems like the type.
original, as it can only be heard by the intended recipient.
Oh.
なんだこの音普通に喋ったはずなのに
It's indecipherable noise, but Asuka understands it, and thanks Axel by offering some sweet.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
Flavors that can
Night, night,
only be
boob. You have a good one. Have fun with
experienced in the
Arknights.
backyard. Axel, fearful, politely declines and asks to leave, wondering how the man behind Justice and the Crusades could be so polite.
Yeah, right? Everything we see of that man, he's been very
Bonding
pleasant.
over their unusual parental situations, Elle tells Sin if he ever feels like calling Kai Dad someday, he should do it. She then explains that her mother is not a real person, but actually an implanted concept she's programmed to obey. Her abilities allow her to find people with the right code, like Soul or Sin, but when she ran away from her mission and used it, it somehow led her to Kai instead. 2074, the day Justice awakens. At a relaunched Gear project facility, Asuka looks on during a test activation of Justice when something goes horribly wrong. An entity from within the backyard attempts to make contact. It was identical to the dawn of revival, except this time, the manifestation of a divine will now had a perfect vessel to birth itself into, no longer confined to electronics. Suddenly, the information density detected within Justice spikes to the equivalent of a galaxy cluster. Within seconds, using DNA data acquired from Justice, the being begins replicating additional bodies by the hundreds, simultaneously manifesting them into reality in her immediate surroundings, floating above Japan. Asuka realizes that at this rate of replication, within the hour, humanity will be lost. Calling out to Justice as Aria, he tells her that he's switching to manual override, charges her gamma ray to maximum output plus 40, and gives the command to fire. His lab tech says this will vaporize the entire country, and can't bring herself to do it. Asuka apologizes for asking her, and fires
May you
at
present your
herself.
theory if it's not a spoiler for something later.
What's up?
So remember when I
Arya
said
screams
Justice
in
was a girl
confusion
robot?
as a blinding light engulfs everything. Kai receives a secret data log from India. It's revealed that Major
Big
Lyle's
mood.
battalion inexplicably survived
And
the
that
crater,
man is
and that
calling
their attacks were
calling the
deflected
robot
by
Arya.
Absolute Defense Felion, an extremely specialized spell that repels everything physical and magical that can only be performed by the Sanctus Maximus or a Conclave member. Kai decides it isn't safe to discuss further plans until they're out of reach from Conclave surveillance. And they
It's
run
Ava.
place off the
It's
grid.
it's Ava again. Pumpkaboo, you just
disagrees
missed the
with Kai's
basically. You just essentially missed the
To
reveal
which
that
Kai then
Justice
asks Soul bluntly
was
if he's
Arya.
only after revenge, and if he sincerely
giant
doesn't
robot?
care what happens to the rest
The
of
super mega gear. That was Frederick's girlfriend, the one who died. That man used her as the template to make Justice. And then she got taken over by the universal will from the backyard. And that's why Justice went insane. But Arya was the base for it. That's why it's a girl robot.
つまらねえことを聞くな。
つまらなくなどない。確かにお前はあの男に改造を施され人間ではなくなったのかもしれない。だがそれで心や魂まで変化が起きてるわけではないはずだ。
はあ、だからなんだ。
お前を信じたいんだ。最後
Wait, was she pregnant before becoming a robot? You see the gears turning? No pun intended.
Soul says he exists to kill all
You see why we
humans
have a
and
problem
Batman.
here?
Kai asks what
In
makes
terms
his
of
wife
people's
and child
shipping
so different.
preferences?
Why not destroy them? Soul says the conversation's over, but Kai tells him that he can't run from the
It's
truth.
possible the backyard being mentioned could be the Robbie Day mentioned link. This is a theory. You know nothing about the full story. Oh, yeah. If he's another Valentine, yeah, that could be actually.
Soul threatens Kai. Kai tells him to try. He then asks him, what comes next after revenge? Soul
You
says
were
he doesn't
away,
think that
Gamrick.
far ahead.
Arya was
Kai
Justice.
tells Soul that he knows nothing about his past. or
That
even
man
his
used
real name.
Arya as the basis
But
to make
tomorrow
Justice,
always
the giant
comes.
robot. Or wait, no,
And
yeah,
when it
you were here
does,
for that.
Soul has a home with his family.
After that, just character development stuff.
気持ち悪いことを言う。
Kai explaining that even though Soul's a gear or whatever, that he's spent so much time with his son. That is, yeah.
さあな。ジャスティスの子であるディズィをめとったんだ。きっと私も普通ではないのさ。
Sin and Elle spend more time with Ramlethal in the interrogation room, and eventually get her to open up by introducing a hamburger from fast food Danny Missiles.
Oh, yeah! Yeah, they turn Ram with the power of puppies and cheeseburgers.
Over time, they grow closer. Elle
She's
thanks
like
Sin for
Maya,
what he's
she's like
doing,
Maya.
but asks why he's attempting to befriend an enemy. Sin explains that he empathizes with the feeling of being thought of as a tool.
That's all you
or a
need.
machine that has to suppress its emotions to not be abandoned.
Actual bonding. Yeah, well, that, again. Now that you know that Justice was Arya,
President
Dizzy
Gabriel
is
personally
the daughter
receives
of
Kai and Soul
Justice.
as they arrive at Zep. He informs them that an unexpected guest, Zato 1, arrived earlier and is currently waiting to speak to them.
Literally
Zato 1
already
explains
got
that
the
he's
full
only
family,
alive due to the
basically.
machinations of the Conclave, and thanks to that, he can shed light on their motives. They control the cradle, and inside the cradle is the body of the god of destruction, Justice. Evidently, since the Conclave aren't satisfied with already covertly controlling the world politically, their goal must be a world where they control all free thought as well. The resurrection of Justice, who has already demonstrated the power to globally mind control an entire species, might allow them to accomplish this. The resurrection experiment with Zato and Eddie taught them how to bind their own soul to her body and assume full control. The possibilities of this plan strike Soul, Kai, and Gabriel as dangerously plausible. But just then, they
Does
receive a
Soul know?
report that Bedman has
He knows
infiltrated
that
Zep
Justice
by
was
his
Arya
nemesis.
because of what she said to him at the end of the first game. And he knows that Dizzy is the daughter of Justice, but I'm not sure if he's pieced it together yet that I'll just go ahead and tell you. Yes, Arya was pregnant when she died. Soul did not fuck the robot. She just gave birth as a robot. So I don't know if he realizes that Dizzy is, like, actually straight up his kid yet, or what? How has Gabriel never been playable? He's a father and a grandpa. I've seen bits and pieces of Revelator's story. I know the general, like, overview of it, but I've not watched it in its entirety. Which one's his grandkid? Sin. And then if you really want to get technical, so Ramlethal and Elfelt, they're bonding. They might as well be Sin's adopted siblings now, and they're also technically clones of Arya as well, being Valentines.
Gabriel tracks down Bedman, who's startled by the strength of
Soul's
Gabriel's
effectively
bare
got 3
hands.
grandkids, as far as I'm
He attempts
concerned.
to escape, but Gabriel
Or I
physically
guess
stops,
Ram and
slamming
Elfelt
him
might
to
be
the
more
ground.
just actual kids, but yeah, you get the gist.
He's
Big
brought in
old
for
family.
questioning, but ultimately to no avail. Kai contacts Leo from
Good to
Zed
know
and
Waluigi
updates him on the situation.
Gets to be in a fighting game since
then
Smash
asks
didn't
for
work out.
authority to release a special
And
person
Gabriel
to help
seems
fight the
cool as
criminal.
hell, man. So Soul is Kai's father-in-law.
Bedman visits Ramlethal in a dream, explaining that things have not gone according to plan, but he still succeeded in reaching her. He explains that she failed her mission and did not self-destruct, so it's Mother's will that she be erased to stop any further info from being compromised.
Fuck you, she has burgers to eat.
Ram explains that it's because her and El's powers cancel each other out, but she accepts Mother's decision. She asks if she can take her dog with her as a last request.
あの犬も一緒に連れて行けない
Cute
Bedman is
puppets.
startled by this blatant display of emotions and becomes immediately upset with his client upon realization that Ramlethal showed signs of a personality.
なんてことだ。こんな少女を僕に殺せというのか。
Suddenly, he hears Sin entering the room and hides. Bedman watches as Sin has a heart-to-heart with Ram to help her understand the new feelings she's experiencing.
綺麗だって思わねえか。
わからない。
それは
No.
誰が表現できる言葉を知らないだけだ。
He hides in a completely empty white room. I mean, that was in a dream, right?
言葉とか理屈で説明して
So I guess he just turns it off.
違うよ。ラムが道具に
Why y'all talking like that? Well, now I know what's gonna happen. Fuck all y'all. Okay, I'm turning away. Thanks for being very subtle about it, guys. Looking away.
てめえ、いつの
Let me know when it's over. Thanks, assholes. I mean, no, I guess actually thanks. So I don't have to see it.
Bedman interrupts
Try to be coy
and
about
drags
it,
them both
assholes.
into his dream world.
Fuck off.
He then decides to teach her the meaning of the word replacement.
Was it Bedman who did it? And I take it was Bedman who did it? Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him and fuck all y'all for spoiling it.
君にはどうやって
It happened to work out because I'm an emotional bitch, but otherwise fuck off.
意味を知るべきだ。
Apologetically, he kills her
Like,
main
oh
child
man,
puppy
here it
and
comes.
creates a new
Nova about to
identical
cry.
one
Nova's
with
gonna
a
hate this.
summoning
You're not
spell.
being subtle.
When the dog doesn't bite her, she realizes something's wrong.
違う。違う。これ
She
じゃ
gets a
ない
new dog. That's the fucking
どうして
Stu.
同じ犬なのに何が違うの
That's not the point.
そうだ。これが代わりということだ。
Literally on screen right now.
好きだったんだよね。
That's not the fucking point.
みんながそれぞれ違うの私も違うの
ラム。
Bedman goes off on his client, forgiving Valentine's emotions, asking her what the hell she was thinking, then tells her that she can finish the show on her own. She apologizes, admitting fault, and reassures him
The
that
Synod
it is
Ram had
necessary
kids
to
and still
complete
became a great grandfather.
absolute
That'd be
world.
cute.
Bedman accepts her apology. In the Illyrian War Room, Leo introduces President Vernon to Kai's requested help, Dr. Paradigm. Immediately, Paradigm begins a complete analysis of the Cradle events so far. He concludes that first, the Cradle is not only carrying the body of justice, there are other life signs as well. Furthermore, the attack on Babylon was not an attack, but actually a means of transportation. Lastly, the remains of the victims
That was
of
weird.
Babylon
I'm
left
not going to
behind
dwell too
gray
hard on
dust,
that one.
which is exactly what happens when normal life enters the backyard. But Lyle's unit survived their encounter, due in part to being one of the forces that fought alongside Kai during Baptisma 13. They all received special blessings of protection against magic tuning from the backyard. He concludes that the Cradle is hiding in the backyard, but must reappear in our reality once every 26 hours to come up for air. And that presents the perfect chance to turn the tables.
Yeah, moving on both from that plot point and
Vernon is
the
thoroughly
fact that people
impressed
keep
and
doing
remarks
that
he
shit.
may have been too quick to judge Kai
I get it.
when he
I get
spoke
people
of
are excited to
coexistence
see
with
me
Gears.
react to certain stuff sometimes.
The Paradigm also casually
But when you're
reveals
that
the Opus
obvious
units
about it, dude, you're
deployed
not being
worldwide
subtle.
Are mostly Gears, which appropriately panics Vernon and Leo.
Oh yeah, Leo's playable.
次のゆりかごの行き過ぎのタイミングとその出現範囲をある程度絞り込んである。
Streisand
ゆりかご
effect.
の再出現ポイントを取り囲むように
And that's not Streisand effect, but you know what I mean.
包囲網を敷く。出現と同時に包囲網を狭め、一斉に
Similar principle.
注ぎ込んで集中砲火を浴びせるのだ。ゆりかごごと中身のジャスティスを粉砕するぞ。
Together with a joint coalition of forces from various nations and Soul Bad Guy, they plan to intercept the next appearance of the Cradle.
Thinks he's for
projected to
another
be
playthrough,
above
I'm not
the
sure.
northern
Can't
black
quite
sea.
recall.
With 420 tracking beacons,
I know
hundreds of
Monato's done it
international
before.
airships, Dr. Paradigm's secret weapon, and a half-magic, half-black-tech, intercontinental ballistic missile named Vagilanda.
バジュランダ発射
Yeah. Oh, like I'm letting it go because, like I said, ultimately it's fine in this one instance
With Soul Bad Guy
because
riding
I would
on
rather
top
not see it anyway.
of the counterattack operation.
But just for
commences.
future reference, come on.
Suddenly,
Stuff that doesn't involve animal death. Common sense is all I ask for.
Bedman appears and wastes no time as he begins destroying tons of beacons in the projected area. Leo attempts to stop him and falls short, but Johnny joins him, and together they're able to stall Bedman for time. Faust, with help from the May ship, manages to use his teleporting door to get a backup beacon placed just before the Cradle appears.
Faust, honey, no.
Allowing the air fleet to immediately surround it on all sides. Before Cronus can get his bearings, Paradigm's secret weapon, that man, appears before the Cradle.
Oh, Faust has always had that. Yeah, Faust has always had like weird extra dimensional powers. Can literally pull stuff out of his ass and like teleport through doors to nowhere. Does Faust have a boob pad? You may invest in one, I'm not sure. Maybe. Faust just, he has Deadpool powers, is the easiest way to put it. He can just do whatever the hell he wants.
それは貴様も同じだいかにギアメーカーであろうと
そうだね確かに絶対防壁フェリオンは僕の力でもディスペルしかし破壊することはできる僕と彼と
Jank ass spinning through the air.
バッドガイ
15 flips. He didn't fuck her when she was a
Batman
robot.
tells Cronus to
At
not
least
waste
I don't
any
think
time
he
attacking,
did.
and explains that while absolute defense Felion can't be dispelled, it can be destroyed with the force of a spontaneous microverse.
僕を媒介にしてバックヤードから直接引き出すボールフレデリックが繰り出す拳は今地球上では成し得ない高エネルギーを作り出しているそれを僕が質量に変換する
This great hate sex. No.
そして魔法防壁のある物理空間そのものを消滅させ別の小宇宙を誕生させあとはこの世界の崩壊をせき止めるフォローをするだけ簡単な話だ
Soul destroys the cradle's barrier, opening the way for all airships to open fire. Vaporizing
The Massacre Bugs Bunny. You could also compare
everything
Faust
left
powers
in
to the
smoke
Massacre Bugs
rings.
Bunny. He just operates on cartoon logic. With a little bit of Mary Poppins.
やってくれたなキラメーカーやはり貴様が最悪の敵だ
Does this explain how Faust became all psycho looking in the new game? No.
耐えきったぜ
I mean, his arcade mode kind of, like, they already went over
The
this.
corpse of justice.
His arcade mode ends up
full-sized
with
and
him
stripped
finding
of
out
her
that he was
outrage
set up
armor.
by the Conclave. And with him obviously being very pissed about that.
The tea room itself is physically
But nonetheless,
located
like, he's
inside
still
her body,
normal at the end of
and
this
from
game.
there, Cronus begins to directly shift her into the
So we're
backyard.
not sure what the hell happened between the end
Batman
of this
moves to
game and
stop the
Strive
escape,
to, like, really
but Bedman
make him go
suddenly
full
jumps
ghoul
between them
like he
and
has.
teleports that man away. Soul is still recovering from his last attack, but stands to chase after Justice. Alpha flies and pulls him away before he can, explaining that even if he won, it would be a suicide mission to leave him trapped in the backyard.
Aww. A good Dotaru.
Back in the war room, everyone meets to debrief. Dr. Paradigm considers the operation a failure, and Vernon confirms that Justice looked just the same as she did when he saw her last during the Crusades. Al teaches Ram that it's okay to like yourself.
私の知る限りそれはナルシストといって悲しい生物だと記憶してるけどいいの
You're confused, Dusk, in what regard?
Sol and Kai discuss the effect these recent attacks will have on the people. Kai laments that humanity is still healing scars from the Crusades, and that with magic they were working towards an overall improvement of the human condition. Sol says, yeah, things are stable and people have nice lives, but that comes at the cost of their freedom of choice. Kai asks if he then advocates for anarchy and chaos. Sol says no, but eventually people go from appreciating what you give them to expecting it, and then they get scared of losing it. Is that how we should live? Kai replies that not all people have the strength to stand on their own.
だがそれ今のお前もまたただ何かを恐れているだけに見える真を気遣う
You are afraid of being a dad friend. But it's too
誰
late.
も巻き込みたくない違うか
Hatsune Miku on an official exam. She's too powerful.
何もかも破壊しろと
Next stop, Smash. Hatsune Miku and Soul Bad Guy are your final two Smash characters. You heard it here first.
もしそこにも
A GG Gasha. I don't think they'll go that far.
先に待ってない生き方なんぜ
That'd be going full Kingdom Hearts.
Eventually, with Ramlethal's help, the group discerns based on the date that the Conclave plans to harness St. Elmo's fire, the massive lightning bolt at Illyria Castle, to channel enough energy into Justice to bind Cronus' soul to her vessel. Leo calls for a full evacuation of the city surrounding the castle, leaving only the Opus units behind. Paradigm proposes
This
a
week's
plan.
Smash was an online event
Amplify
for
the energy
firepower
from
and
St.
characters,
Elmo's
so no
fire
soul,
to
damn it!
Overload Justice and the Conclave. Coincidentally,
I knew Soul.
Dizzy,
If Soul
free
was
from the
somehow
Thunder
in,
Seal,
he's probably not an E3
reunites
tier
with Sin
reveal.
and Kai for the first time in
He'd
2
be Fighter
years.
11 if
も
anything.
っと素敵な再会ができたらよかったのですけど
Oh, I'd be fine with them too, genuinely. But I don't think it's happening.
髪の毛随分と伸びましたね
You look like such a girl.
ここのところ切っても切ってもすぐに伸びるようになってしまって。
見違えただろ。2年前から80センチは伸びたからな。
立派になってお願いこっちへ来てもっとよく見せて
俺はいいよ。
え
俺たちは絶対この危機を乗り越える。これが最後なんだよ。
Aww.
思わない。それに
Hug your mom, you
絶
dork.
対に俺が守る。だから今はカイ。母さん、今この時は甘えてくれ。父さんに。シン。
As the time draws near, Cronus, Axis, and Libraria share a final moment to reaffirm their resolve. Knowing they won't meet again, they vow to reunite in the next life and share some tea with Baldius.
来世で
Someone's gonna die. That felt too wholesome. Dizzy, the 5-year-old milf. We're not gonna dwell on the fact that Dizzy is technically only 5 years old. We don't talk about that.
Cronus preemptively begins the soul-binding process, allowing him to command the gear cell-based Opus units to attack the castle plaza. Kai and Leo reminisce about the old days on the battlefield and intercept the Opus army on the ground level.
Has that third king done literally
Reinforcements
anything
from Sin
important?
and Elfelt, wielding her Cypress Project magic weapons.
Fucking Daryl. What's the point of having 3 of them if only Kai and Leo actually matter?
Eventually they get split up, and while Kai is distracted,
Well, fuck. Pumpy said something about this being too wholesome.
さすがの連合といえど、視界外から撃たれるとは予想できなかったようだな。
あなたは
He said it was in Strive. I did already say he was in Strive.
君を殺すのは少々
Pompey's in Strive. It's fine. It's fine. It hit him in the
間
ponytail.
もなく我々の新たな世界が始まる。君のような人物はどんな脅威になるかわからない。悪いが、人類の未来のため、ここで退場してもらう。
The same reason they had 3
Axis
riders and
executes
5s,
Kai
just
point
because
blank with a
3
fifth
is
shot,
just a cooler number.
holding a black
So even
pepper
if you have
revolver.
no ideas
But as
for
he
the third
turns
one,
to
you gotta
walk
have
away,
3.
そうでは
Silly.
ない。
Why did they just have Chip become a king instead of president? And have him be the third one? Since Chip's actually relevant.
そんなはずはない。君は確かに死んだ。そうなるよ
Does Kabuto have a third? No. It has more than 2, but it doesn't have like an official third, as we know the archetype.
実現できるなどと信じていない。私に託された期待は正しい政治ではない。だが、たとえどんな暴力が現れようと、私ならばそれに屈しない。そう、信じてくれているんだ。
one of his eyes glows crimson red. Axis, confused by Kai's new gear-like power, staggers backwards as Kai destroys him in a single blow.
王としての私の務めはどんな悪にも決して膝を屈しないことだ。
FBI open up Kai Kiss gear under arrest. Do you become a gear if you fuck a gear? I think it's just because of Sin. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he, like, traded eyeballs with Sin or something, so he has a gear eye. And that's, like, kind of changed him to be part 1. I believe that's what went down. He killed a man. That man was an asshole. Fuck the Conclave.
As St. Elmo's fire strikes the tower, Justice comes alive.
Yeah, Kabuto has like 5 other riders, but none of them is officially classified as a 3rd rider. Well, because think about it, we have Zabi, but he's usually an enemy and pretty much stays an enemy the entire time before he just disappears. / digivolves into the Hoppers instead. You have Sasor, but he's like... You have Sasor and Drake, but they're like absent for good chunks of the show.
From his nerve center, Kronos proclaims victory.
So we have nothing, so we have no 3rd. Is that only a theory right now? Okay. Alright, that's still just a theory, but that's the most likely explanation. Besides, you know, fucking a gear being like an STD. What about the Hoppers? Kick Hopper almost feels like a 3rd rider a couple of times.
Dizzy
That one
charges
time
and
he
fires
teams
the
up with
camera
them.
into the already charged electric conductor, causing
Is
a
that
massive
Happy?
energy
No. Happy one of the Conclave? I don't think so. But I don't know what his Japanese voice sounds like. Maybe. Maybe that was the plan all along.
As Justice begins to malfunction, Libraria returns to Kronos, saying that this loss is retribution they deserve. Kronos tells her to go find the Gearmaker, as only he can preserve the future of humanity now. Libraria refuses, saying that that should be Kronos' duty, and that she wishes they
Watch
talked.
Rebuild. You hate the movies. The
She
first
then
2
casts a
Rebuild movies
spell,
are fantastic.
teleporting him away.
The 3rd and 4th are garbage.
While Justice is weakened, Soul attacks from atop the tower, landing a critical strike that detonates her.
The 1st and 2nd are the one you hate.
She doubles over.
I've not watched
collapsing
the 4th one
castle
yet
tower.
either, but I hate
She
it.
falls.
I know what happens in it, and I hate it. This series doesn't need an anime. The story mode is already cutscene only.
Hours
And it's the
later,
most anime
the sun
anime
rises
ever.
As everyone recovers from the rubble.
Gold Lewis, I hope.
They all appear to be
I hope
alright,
Gold Lewis is
though Dizzy
playable.
has passed out from exhaustion.
Genuinely badass looking.
Suddenly, as Sin finds L, she attacks him.
ジャスティスの覚醒によって私のミッションが達成されました。
M. Night Shyamalan!
With a cold, emotionless demeanor, Elfelt says that her job was to monitor Soul to make sure he didn't destroy Justice and to ensure that he didn't wake up. Her true mission was even concealed from her own self until now. Sin is in disbelief, but Soul sees this as just another betrayal. He says that all the Valentines had emotions, even if they claimed not to, and that there's clearly a boundary separating the current Elfelt from the one they know. He demands that she bring her back.
Having a hard time deciphering the title. Also, good god, the music. This is Woolly Java.
バレンタイン出来損ないの人形どもを殲滅します。
What's the name of this one? I don't have this one. I think I need this one. Wooly seems like just the most pleasant and cool guy ever. He really does.
Elfelt goes into attack.
He has a very pleasant voice,
casting
too.
her Reign of Judgment.
It's called Lily. I'm keeping this one.
But Soul closes the distance, destroying her summoned attack apparatus. From Bedman's dream, he and his client observe the situation with satisfaction and initiate a sequence.
It is
that
not called
teleports
Lullaby
the
by
corpse of
Nickelback.
Justice
Nickelback.
away.
Shut up. You just don't like Rebuild in general. Regular Ava was okay to you, that's fair.
Soul approaches.
Like I said, I love the second Rebuild movie. I really do.
Absolute defense fell.
I think it's the best the franchise has ever been.
Nonetheless, Soul keeps punching at the barrier, demanding that the inner L prove her words that people shouldn't be alone.
AT feel
Words that echo those of Arya.
It's very Ava.
For
Aww.
a moment,
He wants his
words get
daughter
through,
back.
and the old Elfelt emerges.
Slash
apologizing
granddaughter, I
that
don't know.
she Can't fight mother's will.
You could either way on him. Either way on her
She
and Ram.
apologizes and begins a
It's like they're
self-destruct
clones of his wife. How do we classify this relationship?
私は道具として生まれてきたかった。こんなことなら感情なんてなければよかったのに。
Oh god.
But just as she does,
Aggressive
it's
crying.
stopped by Ramlethal.
感情は
Hey, this on YouTube. I am downloading that one later. In addition to probably downloading most of Strive's soundtrack once I finally listen to it.
私の方がそれを知っている。母さんは間違ってる。
Daughters are more appropriate. Daughters feel more appropriate. I'm only tempted to say granddaughters because they're so close with Sin.
深夜は
And Sin is grandson.
違うなんだ。だから
Let's go get burgers and play with our dog.
だから待ってて。
Oh.
待ってる。私ずっと待ってる。
As Elfelt vanishes, Soul immediately starts walking away.
You can't run from your feelings, Freddy! This was the last hit Strive? No, there's more. This was Xrd Sign, and then there was Xrd Revelator, which added even more story. We're still not done. We still can't watch Strive yet. And this is the last of Woolly's videos. We have to watch the actual Revelator story mode. Oh my god.
Elsewhere, in the rubble of the central organ tower, Cronus survives alone. As he takes a step, Faust appears behind him, asking where he plans to go now. There are many questions.
Revelator
to be
is the
answered,
last one.
in particular, what he planned to do with the Japanese colonies. Cronus tells Faust that he can carry about whatever revenge he wishes, and that he has no idea what colony situation is being referred to.
白を切るのですか。あなたたちはこんなことをしておいてまだ飽き足らないのですか。いや、本当にわからない。ジャパニーズコロニーに関しては適切な医療措置を行っているに過ぎない。
If the Conclave was not orchestrating the mysterious events in the Japanese colonies, then those orders must have come from someone with even more authority. But who could possibly have more influence than the leader of the Conclave?
Somebody powerful enough to turn Faust into a fucking ghoul. Apparently. Oh. Oh. Come on, I said I trusted her. I was not being facetious. How dare you? I want to listen to all the character themes, absolutely. I'm not sure when would be the best time to do that. I'm not sure if I should do that before we watch Strive Story Mode or after or what. I like his outro. It's very Trigun. Alright, damn it. Well, that's it. I'm a little bummed, especially since he did this officially. I'm a little bummed he didn't get one in for Revelator out in time, if he's assuming he's still planning on doing one. Alright, well, what do we think, chat? Like I said, the Revelator story mode does have all the cutscenes up on YouTube. Arxis uploaded them themselves for people to catch up. It's gonna be a lot of content since there's no summarizing going on. I'm not sure if we can even get through all of it tonight. But do we want to go full force on this? For the sake of getting to Strive and actually understanding everything? Pray for Woolly's back. Did he hurt his back? Oh no. Oh. That sucks. ×2 speed. Maybe ×2. Yeah. Is important. Can we skip it? Some important stuff happens. Like, based on what I've seen of Strive, some stuff very obviously leads, like, directly into it. I could very easily give a too long didn't watch on it. But, a lot less impact. It is a completely new story. He's been having issues, had to cancel his podcast twice. Oh, god damn, that sucks. Jesus, poor guy. Yeah, hope for the best. It's really important. Don't skip it, Broody. We can, if any... Do it. Okay. If any parts seem like they're super draggy, if it's just like characters like talking about their feelings or whatever, like that, don't get me wrong, that stuff is cool. But like if anything seems like it's overly long or draggy, we'll go to 2x speed. Does that sound good? I think I found it, Stu. Is it this playlist? Arxis' official YouTube has a full playlist set up. This look about right? Gorometopia. Let's watch the 2-hour lecture. Gotta get banned from Twitch. We don't need to watch the 2-hour lecture. I missed the Goromi. Damn it. That's it? Okay. Alright. Do we want to watch the opening? We don't need to watch the opening, do we? Who wants to watch the opening? With how much we have to go through, I don't know if anyone feels like watching the opening. Oh, wait, I still have it open. I can see the Goro thumbnail. Where's Goro? Oh, it's not Goro. Oh, Majima Goro, yes. Yeah, the other Goro. We won't worry about the opening, I guess. It's not important, but let's do it anyway. Just a normal op. How long have I been going with this lore stuff the entire night? Sorry, Goromi. Yeah, you're fine. Alright, whatever. Let's do this right.
No
subtitles? Ah! This is that conversation we saw, though, between Raven and that man from the end of Overture. Is there an English version? There's gotta be an English version. Wait a minute. There's gotta be a fucking English version. Excuse me. Oh, the other ones have some. Oh, it's just the opening. Okay, all right. Okay, well, we saw this conversation. Let's just watch an anime opening. We got the gist of that conversation from Woolie's video. Yeah, I think Soul might need to be in Smash, guys, just for the music alone. You wouldn't be mad? Soul seems like a good pick. I think he'd be a good one. I don't think he's. If I were to make a list, he'd probably be like top 5 or 6 at this point. Just thinking about how many of the other picks are likely. What should I have already? Xrd. Xrd Rev 2. The hell? Also Jam, I guess. Who is the better Dilt, Soul, Kiryu, or Dante? Oh. That's tough. That's actually difficult. I don't know. I mean, Dante's not technically a dad. Or Phoenix. That's not fair.
20世紀末、人類は無限
I
の
would
エ
have
ネルギ
subtitles
ーを
already.
生み出す法力を発見。法力はエネルギー問題を瞬く間に解決したが、兵器開発に応用され、生体兵器ギアを生み出してしまう。ほどなくして自立した意志を持つギアの個体ジャスティ
It
ス
seems like this is just a lot of backstory that we already
ジャ
kind
ス
of
ティス
know.
はギアたちを統率し、人類に対し反旗を翻す。人類はなすすでもなく駆逐され、絶滅の危機に瀕した。以降、100年にわたる人類とギアとの壮絶な戦い、聖戦が勃発した。22世紀、人類は精鋭部隊、聖騎士団を結成。聖騎士団とジャスティスの支配から逃れたギア、ソルの活躍によってジャスティスを
Xrd look really good. Xrd looks fantastic. Like, Xrd was one of those games you saw and like, oh man, this is fucking beautiful. How can they top this? And then you see Strive and it's somehow even prettier. It's ridiculous.
しかし、未知なる敵の出現に人類は戦慄した。
Get out of here, Jotaro. You're out of the club.
私たちの作戦は成功した。一緒に死んで。あれ、どうしてエル？
Yeah, this is the ending of the last one.
教えてよ。これから何が起きるか知っているでしょ。答えるわけがない。
俺のラムと話してんじゃん。ダメかな。
今回の北側です。何かが出現します。間違いありません。有力です。こちらイスタンブール駐留大隊のライブ詳細であります。移動中にゆりかごと遭遇しました。総員、10列にお止め。待てというのに。ゆりかごに高エネルギー反応。よし、やめろ。やめろ。
ゆりかごを操っているのは元老院。そしてゆりかごの中身、破壊神ジャスティス。
今日から俺が尋問官だ。可愛いだろ。魔法剣だけど本物と変わらないんです。
Oh my god, high speed birthday train! You're surprised the theory says it's dubbed? It was at a point. Overture was dubbed in its entirety, I believe. And then the first version of Xrd was dubbed. I'm not watching. I'm not watching again. I see the puppy, don't worry. They re-released it / kept updating it, and the updated versions were not dubbed. Like, they kept adding new characters and didn't want to voice them, so they just took out the original dub and made it Japanese only again for a while. Strive is fully dubbed. And will hopefully continue to be fully dubbed as they make DLC and everything. Okay, and then Elfelt turned out to be a traitor. Yep.
帰ってこい。俺の前に村とか無理とかそんな諦めのいい言葉を使うんじゃねえ。てめえは人が孤独のまま生きるのも違った。あの感情が芝居じゃねえって言うならそれを証明してみろ。
ありがとう。私もそれを証明したい。
戻ったのか。
母さんは間違ってる。
Elfelt, I'm actually a demon! Imagine playing this version of the game. Imagine just playing Sign and it ending on that. With none of this hopeful epilogue that she's still in there somewhere. Just, I'm actually a demon. Aww. Soul's not such a bad guy after all. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Okay, alright. Normal?
西暦2187年、世界は未知なる存在、慈悲なき啓示から度重なる襲撃を受けていた。その全ての危機を辛くも乗り越えてきた人類、そうした戦いの歴史に終止符を打つべく、最後の時を迎えようとしていた。
Soul good guy. Sal good guy.
それではアリエルス西欧芸家のお言葉をいただきましょう。
Yo, fuck you!
考えたことがあるでしょうか。善良な言葉に耳を傾ける者と善良な行いをする者、非暴力を唱える
Her hat is dumb. Her hat is incredibly
争いに
dumb.
よる犠牲者、その数は果たして正しく釣り合いが取れているのか。我々の目は
Is that Constance? No. No, I think she's just evil.
まだ幼子です。力、知識、文明、それらをどれほど得てもなお我々の課題は果てません。理想的な未来を、完璧な明日を誰もが望む。
Her hair looks stupid even for this series. It's pretty bad.
その尊き意志を持ち続けることは容易ではないのです。
And Melia's got hair powers. Melia's hair looks more respectable than this lady.
足元を見てください。 我々が踏みしめている
I feel like I'm gonna need the clown for this lady.
大いなる意志が今の我々を支えています。何世紀もかけて築かれたこの地の声が聞こえるはずです。正しくあれと。我々はこの偉大な隣人さえ忘れることがなければ正しき道を歩むことができます。今招かれざる者がこの地を踏み荒らそうとしています。我々の過去と未来を。慈悲なき啓示は意志を持たないと言われていますが、そのような文化を持たない者にこそ我々は歴史と誇りを持って挑むべきなのです。
Her hair has to be glued to her hat.
そう思わないか？
Imagine the nautical tons of hair gel that had to go into this.
込めているさ。
Oh no, she's going emo! Elfelt, your colors!
出てくる言葉もある。この世の人
You
形
were
ども
so
を全
pink
て
and
壊し
kawaii.
首をすげ替え新たな人類を作るという信念がな。
それが本当の聖王アリエルス。いえ、慈悲なき啓示の本心なのね。
そっけないなエルフェルト。実の母親だぞ。初めて私を見た態度がそれか？
本当はお母さんに会えることを楽しみにしていた。こんな恐ろしい人だと知るまでは。
Get fucked.
みんなを騙してなぜ平然としていられるの？
She looks like a cow.
信念があるなら
She's still got the bunny
一つの
ears.
仮面では足りない。こうしてお前と話している私も仮面で覆われているんだ。
どうして私たちに感情を与えたの？私を殺人マシーンにしたいならなぜ？
殺人マシーン？違う。そんなものにするものか。お前はこれから新たな存在へと進化する。真実の人類だ。感情がなければお前も人形と同じになってしまう。
それなら今の人間だって。
人間ではない。奴らは人形だ。しかし安心しろ。お前は違う。ジャスティスと融合すれば完全な人間となる。
By merging with a murderous gear robot, you will become a real human.
どうして私なの？
Sounds like fake news, lady.
質問ばかりだな。ラムレザルには
I
適性
call
が
it
な
the
かった。
Human Instrumentality Project.
おかげで随分と邪魔な存在になってしまったよ。そろそろ殺すか。
ラムもあなたの娘でしょ？
まだ助かると思っているのか？お前のお友達がここに来られると思うのか？
Oh, this is the Instrumental Humanity Project. Totally different. My bad.
そんなおとぎ話を
We have an
許す
episode title.
私の信念は無難じゃない。
誰かを不幸にすることを信念とは呼ばないわ。それは呪いよ。
なる
This is why we shouldn't have female popes first, right? And now this lady.
私の素顔をまだ見せてなかったな。
Bitch, straight up evil laughing. Fuck off. Yo, fuck you, lady.
さて次のニュースです。歴史的な瞬間、ついにコロニー市民の出国が実現。みやびの愛称で親しまれジャパニーズの生活を支えてきたコロニー、今日この記念すべき日を迎え多くの人たちが歓迎のために集っています。
Edelgard.
住民からは
Looks like this is my time.
感謝のメッセージ
Only
が
I
届
can
けられてい
save
る模様です
us.
オープンな時代になったもんだ。
You might be the Pope, but my daddy bought me an empire.
こちとら狭い部屋。
Oh my god, Edelgard's dad is
謎の
Daryl.
オカルト観測。
It makes sense.
給料は出るだろ？
We cracked the
オ
code.
カルトだけどな。
情報体フレアだよ。霊障はオカルトじゃない。
はいはい。
最近の事件がきっかけで僕らみたいな霊障オタク
Oh,
や
it's
君のような
Zappa.
ハッカーでも
He's not possessed
感触になれ
anymore.
たんだ。もっとありがたがらないと。
おいおい待てやめろ。オタクとハッカーを一緒にすんな。
偉そうに。
Yeah, that's what I always double take at people wanting Zappa to come back. Not that he didn't seem cool,
したのは政府の職員だ。俺はその不正を世界の
but just he's not possessed anymore. I don't know what the hell they would do with his moveset.
なんだっけ？ペインなんとかってソフト。
ペインキラーだ。
The years really weren't kind of Daryl.
ただ最高すぎてヒーローになり損ねちまった。
Daryl, after finding out he's still not playable. Like Leo and Kai, the cool kings.
ようこそポンコツチームへ。
ああ、捕まってなきゃ。ここの20倍は稼い
I'm
で
thinking
た
I
の
might
に
put
な。
it on 2 times
し
speed.
ょうがないだろう。自分が変わる努力はしないと。
The three kings: Kai, Kisk, Leo, Whitefang,
最近参加の窓
and Daryl.
あの子可愛くないか？
ランディ、高校生か？女性の見
Randy.
かけではしゃぐなよ。
見かけ以外のどこではしゃぐんだよ。
え？
You're waiting for a hug.
どれだけ自分を愛してくれるかじゃないか。
Yeah, like just because like they're doing a lot of dramatic pauses and this seems like a kind of pretty fairly relevant conversation. Let's try leaving on a 2 times speed. If it seems like there's a super dramatic moment, we'll drop it back down to normal. But for now, they're being very Japanese. They're being very dramatic. They're doing a lot of pausing between their sentences.
地震かな？フィンランドだぞ。
If that's too fast, let me know.
まさか霊障で地震なんて。
Even if this is kind of irrelevant dialogue, let me know if this is too fast. I'll drop it down to 1.5.
水分濃度でもいい。地震前との気温差、それから墓地や古い物件がないか。あと逆説的だけど屋外に10グラム以上の塩が固まってないか調べて。王国はザッパスケールで。
ザッパスケールね。
情報台風やで地震なんてそんなの。出るぞ。カテゴリーは
3だ。カテゴリー3。
え、3。
Two kings and
こ
Daryl.
のボロに聞けよ。まあ意外と普通だったな。
逆だよ逆。ザッパスケールは霊障の起きやすさを調べるだけの目安だ。カテゴリー3程度で地震が起きたとしたら、それは情報台フレアがものすごい規模だったってことだよ。すごいぞランディ。こんな現象1000年に一度あるかないかだよ。僕たちは今歴史的な出来事の目撃者になったんだ。
Yeah, go back to normal where the playable characters are talking. Exactly. We'll go back to normal speed when the characters who are actually playable talk. Daryl. Who the hell would name their child Daryl?
そんなことを言ったのか。ええ、もちろん例え話ですが。
Besides Walking Dead
この先何が起こ
fans.
るか全くわからないということです。君の見解はイルリア連合国第二連合としての調律師より詳しい答えなんて誰にも出せませんよ。ジャパニーズコロニーの異変が気になりますが、火球のようはないかと。事件の関与がはっきりとするまではエルフェルトの捜索を優先すべきでしょう。いいニュースはなしか。はい、元老院が起こした先日の事件も一般に知れてしまいました。ジャスティスの存在も。全人類が慈悲なき刑事との戦争状態に入ったというでしょう。一体残された時間はどれほどあるのだろうか。しかしまあ悪い話ばかりではありません。少なくとも敵はジャスティス復活に必要なエネルギーをまだ手に入れていない。そしてドクターパラダイムは次の戦いが最後になると予想しています。ギアメーカーが対抗策を持っている。その話を見込んで民間にも融資を募っていますし、メディアの力を借りて市民の気構えもうまく誘導できています。ここに来て報道も味方にできそうです。イルリアには記者会見というものはないのか。私はどうにもそんな考えに至らん。スーツのローテーションにお困りですか。知らないようだな。大統領はスーツを1着しか持っていない。首が締まるやつだ。お察しします。冗談はさておき、確認しておきたいことがある。何でしょう。ソルバッドガイという男、何者なんだ。
He's looking for his daughter, man. What else?
我々はその力のおかげで先日の事件を切り抜けることができた。それにはもちろん感謝している。だが強力すぎる。私も軍人だった。恐ろしいギアは過去に散々見てきたが、彼ほどではない。私はオーストラリアの部隊でしたから詳しくは。ですが正規師団の間ではある種の都市伝説でしたね。軍神だとか。軍神？気まぐれでソヤという噂は実際にあって、なるほどといった感じでしたが、そういうマイペースなところが神出鬼没と相まって広まった噂のようです。しかし間違っても本人には直接聞かないことです。何をだ。彼の過去です。何でも月が落ちるとか。月へ。戦場におけるジンクスというやつか。君は信頼しているか。人ではない彼を。
So strive of Strive Lobby tomorrow. Finish Tweeter Friday, then E3 play next Wednesday. Yeah, that's probably gonna end up being the plan.
我々は知っておくべきかもしれない。
This dude is just Chad Barack Obama. More Chad Barack Obama. Seems that way.
それさ、そちらは。ねえな。
もう少し詳しく調べてくれ。
ここの気温を教えてやる。それからもう一回その
Soul good guy.
お前の傍観方針は。
Is everyone able to still follow it okay at times 2 speed?
やはりエルフェルトの信号は消されてるんじゃねえのか。
その結論は考えたくないな。
奴の行動範囲は調べ尽くしたが。
Like I know because I know there are important characters on screen now, but just nonetheless,
もし敵が信号を隠す手段を持っているとしたら。
they're talking a lot.
おいインコ野郎。こんな神頼みまがいは時間の無駄だ。慈悲なき刑事がどんな手を使うか知らねえが。
something mission. Yeah, it's just reiterating information we know in different ways.
いいんだ。フレデリックに比べ
They are doing different things to try and find Elfelt.
それこそ皆同じだ。慈悲なき刑事が近々仕掛けてくることは疑いようがない。
Try 1.5 or 7.5.
フレデリックは体の異変にも書いてる。それに本来なら今すぐにでもギアメーカーの元に向かいたいはずだ。自らの過去が明らかになるかもしれないのだ。
Barely any difference.
おい、喋りすぎだ。
わかった、そうだったな。まったくお前はギアメーカーの話となると機嫌が悪くなっていかん。
That's a good compromise.
まあだが人間社会に来てからは食べ物が変わりすぎた。胃薬が欠かせなくなったのは辛いかな。
ここはもう切り上げるぞ。
どうするつもりだ。
ダメ元でもう一件当たってみる。
Well.
なんだよ。解体作業が進んだろ。
I'm Sal good guy now. It's fine. It lets the sub stay a little longer at least. Yeah. All right. He punched the boulder.
それでは大筋で合意できたと考えてよろしいですか。
Chris Redfield would be proud.
何も約束はできない。
それで構いません。何せ私は死人です。この世にいない者と契約などできるはずもありませんからね。
私がそれを言いやすくするために現アサシン主要でもない君が連絡をよこしたと。
余計な気遣い。
Dio, why do we keep saying Dio? Is Zata's Japanese VA actually Dio?
結果を出したまえ。
承知いたしました。
Or is it Daryl that's Dio? That'd be fucked. It is okay. That's just funny to me because Zato's English voice actor is Matt Mercer, aka Jotaro. So he kind of switched affiliations between dubs.
このイリュリア連合国の第一連合、得意な行動を取れば国民の焦りにもつながります。周囲への気配りも忘れないでください。
以後自重いたします。
それにしても市民を守るべきオーパスにギア細胞が使われていたとは。確認を怠った。
Yeah, he went from being Dio to being Jotaro.
秘密裏に行っていたことです。どうかご自分をお責めにならないでください。
Zato's Japanese VA is Dio. Yeah, I did know that. I did remember that.
これが公表されれば大衆は心の拠り所を失います。
Yeah, no English Dio. No Patrick Seitz in this game. For some reason, I misremember Patrick Seitz being Leo. He's totally not. Jameson Price is Leo.
あくまで特攻を第一と考えるのですね、あなたは。ですが、それでは民衆の不安は拭えませんよ。
お言葉ですが、毎日オーパスが人に危害を加えるような事態になれば、
He's a lot of Effie characters. Valbar, Long Q, and Niles. God damn! Man's got range.
少しは学んだ方がいいと言っているんですよ。
それは
And Saber Jesus.
民衆はそんなあなたが好きなのでしょう。そのままのあなたの。わかりました。その役目は私が引き受けます。オーパスは各位に告げ、即座に破棄。ただし、公には
Do not trust this lady.
戦力を結集させると公表します。
Kyle, you fool.
改めてこの嘘を皆に陳謝しましょう。それでいかがですか。
西洋様にそのような役回りをお任せするわけには参りません。
もともと私の過ちです。
もったいないお言葉。
しかし、そうですね。強いて見返りを求めるなら、もうじき祝勝会が開かれます。今年はちゃんと出席しなさい。
祝勝会ですか。しかしこのような時期に。
このような時期だからです。聖戦に勝利した日は人類が新たなる未来を勝ち取った偉大な歴史。今戦火にあるならば、それは戦士たちの鼓舞にもなりうるでしょう。
あ、はい。
前線に立って剣を振るうばかりが王の仕事ではありませんよ。
I'm trying to figure out how long this is all together. Let's see.
だからもしお前が疑わしき人間と出会ったらこう聞いてみろ。
どうしました？
Does anybody know what's up with these after story videos? The ones in the playlist go up to chapter 9, and then there's Guilty Gear Rev 2, after story A, B, and C. What are those about? Do we have to watch those as well?
人間を愛していますか。
私は西欧ですよ。
そのような質問答えるまでもないのでは
Tea time already? Goddamn. Yeah, we ate either way, we're not finishing this tonight. But just for the sake of figuring out time management. On a follow-up note, does anyone know how long Strive story mode is? Mostly post-story stuff and more for side characters? Okay. I like the side characters, though. Fuck.
さあね。できれば祝勝会まではおとなしくしてほしいが。そんなことを聞きに来たのかい？いや。君の役目は敵の排除だろ、ベッドマン。
We might be able to finish tonight as long as we stay above more normal speed. Maybe. 4 to 5 hours for Strive. God damn!
あの男を牢に閉じ込めた。
Oh my
大きな障害に
god!
退場してもらったことで正直チェックメイトだと思っていたよ。だが誰が隠していたジャック王という少女はおそらくジャスティスの完全適合生態だ。放っておけば確実に僕らの計画の障害となる。
あの男、ギアメーカーか。
Let's see.
私にとって最も古い敵だ。
Most of these are about 30 minutes on average.
感心している場合じゃない。
Some a little shorter, some a little longer.
阻止するべきだ。
その少女の居場所は簡単に特定できないだろう。
30.
他の戦力を削った方がいい。ファランクス9を使う。
スイス人。
前からバイトを探してたじゃないか。
分かったよ。では一応彼らの名簿をもらっておきたい。
We're looking at 6 hours. So like maybe 3 to 4 if we keep fucking with the speed. Hey, Axel. Just go full double speed.
おい、どうなってる？地震もう4件も起きてるぞ。うん。しかも生命反応と爆発まで観測される。こいつは本当に
I will for now. Like I said, again, if anything like super cool / important happens, I might drop it back to regular just to properly appreciate it.
なあ、この現象は1000年に一度とか言ってたよな。
Yeah, Strive is 4.5 hours, yeah.
言葉のあやだよ、めったにないってことで。
So Strive, I'm not worried. Like, I knew we were going to get to Strive tonight no matter what at this point, once I realized that Wooly's lectures didn't cover everything.
ここの説じゃ難しいな。ああ、もう本当にポンコツ仕事だな、俺たちは。
But hopefully we can somehow get this done at least.
それを未然に防ぐのが俺たちの仕事なんだよな。そんなこと言ったって何が原因で何が起きているのか俺に変われって言っただろ。だとしたらそれは今だ。お前のおかげだの憑依だのって知識が重要ならお互いだって笑ったこと謝るからさ。憑依？待て、どうした？そうだよ、憑依だよ。こうなったら資料を揃えて直々に報告するしかない。
どういうことですか、ダレル？我々に相談もなくアサシン組織を吸収するとは。
Fucking Daryl.
まだな。事後報告の日は認めるな。
Yeah, exactly, Gamrick. Yeah, if we'd started with Strives being that long, if we'd started, we wouldn't be able to finish that either. Very good point.
客観的な判断とは暗殺組織を正義と法の庇護下に置くことですか？
その口ぶりに自覚がないと言っている。そもそもこのような事態
Yeah, that's fine.
その法の番人たる元老院が原因ではないか。
Even if we can't quite finish this one tonight, it's fine, honestly.
分かっています。
Like I said, everything's so everything's so all over the place right now because of E3 and my grandma's surgery and everything coming up anyway. It doesn't really matter. Night night, Broody. You have a good one. Glad you had fun.
大人になるというつもりはない。私も君と同じことをしているだけだ。
ラムレザルを味方につけていることですか？
そう。先日まで人類の敵だった彼女。
Daryl can't even have a proper 3D model. I think he has one in Strive. I do believe he finally has a proper one in Strive. I think I saw him in the opening. There was a shot of like all 3 of the kings.
ラムレザルの姉妹ってことはその子もバレンタインってこと？なんでそんなの助けようとしてんのさ。
エルフェルトがジャスティスと融合すれば世界が滅びる。残された時間も分かってね。なんだ。
違うな。
Axel's never look at me like that again.
そりゃもう長い付き合いなわけよ。何度も同じような時代をさまよって俺たちは会ってるからね。
何が言いて？
仕事で人を助けるときはそんな顔しない。
バレンタイン姉妹が人類の敵ではなくなったってだけだ。妙な勘繰りはやめろ。
はいはい。それで俺にその手がかりを見つけてほしいって話だ。過去の時代から。悪いね旦那。今回は力になれそうにね。確かに俺は過去に行って未来を変えたことがある。タイムトリップをしてね。今までは
I'm still very bummed about Axel's English voice, by the way.
どうやら違ってたらしい。無意識にコントロールしてたみたいなんだよ。
No offense to Octopimp.
どういうことだ?
I like 50% off. He seems like a cool dude, but just I don't know what he was thinking / what the directors were thinking. letting him go that hammy on Axel's accent. Maybe he'll get better as we actually like watch through the full story mode, but just based on what I've heard, oh my god. And y'all know me, I like my English dubs. It takes a lot for me to call a performance outright bad. But what I heard was pretty rough.
ではこれで。ああ、我々アサシンも民間の兵として参戦できる。一つ目のハードルはクリアといったところね。情報のパイプと入場券が手に入った。それからベッドマンだよ。彼を打倒する。あなたたち本当にそればっかりね。彼に負けたことがそんなにショック？武君として大きな意味がある。我々アサシンが再評価されるためには分かりやすく目を引く主給が望ましい。うん。問題はベッドマンがどこに現れるかだ。それならば私にお任せください。彼が現世に現れればその場所を特定できるかもしれません。いつからそんなゲートが？このザト、今は割と万能チックです。黄泉の世界で知識という知識を得ましたから。ただ喧嘩がしたいようにしか見えないのよ。組織の再建が目的だってことを忘れないで。忘れてはいない。だが私の生きがいは見るよ。お前だけだ。この作戦はお前の望みにつながると思っている。それで彼に勝ったらどうするの？三角棒被ってクラッカーでも鳴らす？でもねでも作っておいた方がいいかしら。
And bets too. Fuck Daryl for just being Daryl. Why is he just Daryl? If he had a real name, maybe. But he's not even like Daryl Von Gembu or whatever. He's just fucking Daryl. Hi, Minato. Basically nothing. Trying to figure out ways to save Elfel from fusing with Justice. Soul talked to Axel about using his time powers. Axel was like, I don't think I can help you with this one. Daryl Millhouse. And now we got the Assassin's Guild. Trying to figure stuff out with Saber. Saber Slayer. Whee!
あり得た未来だ。それとあり得る過去。俺にはそのうち一つだけを選択できる力があるんだと。
You already seen Red Story, so you're fine missing this, yeah. Like I said, I know the high points. Like I know about the major stuff. / what's gonna lead directly into Strive. But I've never watched through all of this in its entirety.
この力が発現しないように毎日怯えてるってのにさ。ああいい。それならもう用はねえ。もし俺が元の時代を選んだらどうする？なぜそんなことを聞く？ぶっ殺すとでも言ってほしいのか？
X2 because it's that long, yeah. X2 because if it's at all physically possible to get through this tonight, so we can just do Strive tomorrow, then I'd like to. But I might put it back down to normal for like super dramatic cool stuff if anything like that happens. And if we can't quite do it, we can't quite do it. If I can at least get the if I can at least get the actual story finished, like the main story, I'll be happy with that. And then we can just do the after story things, these 3 little bonus ones. We can do those then Strive tomorrow.
どうしたフレデリック？何かあったのか？なんでもね。また地震だ。ちょっと出かか。なんだってんだ。
Oh my god, it's a Blaze Blue character. Never mind. What about Rev 2? Correct me if I don't think Rev 2 has any story, right? I think Rev 2 was just a re-release that came with all the DLC characters. Like, Rev 2 is not, it has no new story content, I don't think, right? It's just a deluxe edition? Is it not? Oh my god. Yeah, this looks like all the same stuff. Yeah, I believe it's the same thing. This looks like all the this looks like the exact same playlist I'm on right now. I think we're safe there. I'm pretty sure Rev 2 is literally just like an all-in-one deluxe edition type of deal with no new actual story content.
絶対確定世界の予兆ももうすぐだ。
予兆？違うよ。これは本格化。これからはきっと規模が大きくなるんじゃないかな。
There's the girl!
フレアの濃度も二重抽選の異常も体感できる絶対確定世界の前に視覚異変が起きないか心配だわ。
まだ安定しないのか。
これでも時勢は効くように。
Yeah, just looking, it's the same number of videos and all the thumbnails look the same.
記憶の方はどうだ？
Yeah, I think we're safe.
それのことはほとんど思い出せないけど、一つ約束だけは覚えてるって感じかな。
約束？
そう、この体の本来の持ち主、アリアが大事にしていたことみたい。
私もお前ももうすぐ人生を取り戻すことができる。
Oh yeah, they do not do. Don't even try to hide it. Just right off the bat. Oh yeah, I'm another Arya clone.
お前はジャスティスの復活を阻止できる唯一の鍵だ。安易な判断で動くべきではない。
はい、でももう監視は飽きてきちゃったよ。
クソガキ。うるせえ、ブリキの高橋。
そうだ、ブリキ。街から。
Oh my god, fucking shit, kids.
今日という今日は我慢ならん。出るとこ出て。未成年が犯罪の免罪符だと思うなよ。ブリキのくせに生意気言ってんじゃねえよ。
Is Soul just human shadow? The hedgehog? No, absolutely not.
世界で唯一のバイオ合金とハイパーエゴのヘアコレスエンジンを搭載した。お前がここにいると街の美観を損ねるんだってよ。父ちゃんが言ってたぞ。うどく粗大ゴミだってな。
そうだ、粗大ゴミ。
ゴミじゃない。わしゃ怒りある。話ぐらい最後まで聞け。お前の話なんて聞かなくていいんだよ。俺は父ちゃんの後をついて議員ってやつになんだかんな。偉い人間になんだ。偉いやつはブリキなんかと会話なんてしないんだよ。そうか。じゃあ立派な議員になり。そのためには弱い者いじめなんてしちゃダメだ。ダメダメ。粗大ゴミ。俺が議員になったらゴミ箱ぐらいにはしてやるぜ。ゴミ箱。負け。今度はから灰を突っ込んでユートピアって叫ばせてやるからな。
Is that fucking Shigeru Chiba?
バカな奴らだ。何か大事そうなものを。
I think that's fucking Shigeru Chiba. Good for him.
偉大なわしのハイパー注意力の前ではクズ当然の存在。
見つけたぞ。まさかこんなところにいたとはな。
どこだろうが一緒だ。わしにとってはな。で、なんだ貴様は。
君に頼みたいことがある。
仕事の依頼か。じゃあそこから選べ。
スーパーハイエレクトロよろずや A コース空き缶回収 B コース犬の散歩 C コース。
言っておくがわしはプロだからな。安い仕事を引き受けんぞ。
頼みたいことはここに書かれてはいない。だが引き受けてくれればいいねを払おう。
ではオプションコースになるな。さては貴様大富豪か。だからな、わしは金なんかいらんぞ。どうせわしに物を売る奴はいないからな。現物支給で頼む。
現物支給食料とか。
アホか貴様。わしはロボだぞ。油とかバネとかネジとかそういうのだろうが。だが洗剤と柔軟剤は忘れるな。身だしなみは大事だからな。
You're a robot. Wouldn't the water make you rust?
そういえばまだ名前を聞いていなかったな。
Where did Robokai come from again? Someone made him. What fucking organization made him?
これもない。もう何が王立図書館だよ。これなら地元の古本屋の方がマシだ。ってだ。ファウスト先生じゃありませんか。はい。あなたは覚えてらっしゃいませんか。しつこく先生を追っかけていた世界一の名医という噂でしたので、もしかしたら僕の特殊な体質を治せるんじゃないかって。思い出しました。ザッパさんですね。霊感体質の。完全に私の専門外でしたけどね。耳が痛いな。ですがおかげで自分の進むべき道を見つけることができました。今は公務員なんですよ。霊障の家族を専門にしています。ところで先生はなぜここに。はい。最近大量の患者を抱えてしまいましてね。初めて見る。
The Post-War Administration Bureau made him.
先生、その患者とはどういった症状なのですか。いや、それは患者のプライバシーですので。黒の日の出、それに負債勃興、エリプマーブス手記もどれも今日僕が探しに来た本ばかりです。もしかして先生、その患者というのはジャパニーズのことではありませんか。どうしてそれを。
Zappa. Yeah, like I said, don't get me wrong, Zappa seems like he was neat, but just... do people really want that for him? He seems perfectly happy now. Do people really want him to get possessed by vengeful spirits again just to be playable? You guys want to take away his happy ending?
慈悲なき刑事の仕業だと思うから断言はできんが無関係と考える方が難しいな。ドクター、もう足踏みはやめよう。つい先日ジャパニーズコロニーで原因不明の異変が起きた。続いてこの巨大ギアだ。
As long as we keep mostly at this speed, I actually think this might be possible.
実はフィンランドの観測所から気になる報告があった。
No one's allowed to be happy. Yeah, it's a fighting game. If they decide somebody needs to be playable again, they'll do what has to be done, I guess. Whatever happened to Bridget? What did happen to Bridget? Yeah, all like the kind of AU characters introduced in that one game, Bridget, Zappa, Abba. Like they all were kind of never mentioned again. Bridget wasn't the pachinko machine though. Didn't seem like he was that important though.
いいタイミングだ。いや、悪いのかもしれんが。ジャパニーズコロニー、かつて聖戦において日本人は絶滅の危機に瀕した。ここはその末裔が集まる巨大保護施設国である。各地で地震が観測される不穏な状況の中、ここでもまた住人すべてが不調に見舞われるという異常事態が発生していた。
For what it's worth, I know that Bridget was one of the most requested characters for DLC in Strive. Who knows if they'll actually listen?
やはりすでに抑制治療がなされておったウヌと。 コロニーの住人には調律の異なる部分があるな。
それって悪いこと？
いや、これが住民の異常に関係するものだとすれば解決の糸口にはなる。
じゃあなんで難しい顔してるの？
時間だ。すべての住人の調律を正すには単純に時間がかかりすぎる。政府が言う世界の危機、そしてここのコロニー住人の異常に何か関係があるとすれば今から手を打っても遅い。慈悲なき刑事とやらが行動を起こせば一体ここで何が起きるのか。
あれ、あげる。
これは
お守りだよ。海賊団がみんな持ってるんだ。
Aww.
コロニーは僕の両親のふるさとだから、それを守ってくれるお礼。
They're just epilogues for various people. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm still kind of interested because I do care about the supporting characters, even if they're minor in the grand scheme of things. But if those have to wait till tomorrow, they can wait till tomorrow, I guess.
僕ね、今までジョニーや海賊団のみんなと毎日楽しく過ごしてたから、世界の終わりとか言われてもなんかピンとこなくてさ。でもなんかしなくてね。ちょっと出かけてくる。
いずこへ？
コロニーにはすごいパワースポットがあるって聞いたことがあるんだ。もしかしたら何かの役に立つかもしれないでしょ。
そうか、朗報を期待する。気をつけてな。
そっちこそちゃんとご飯食べるんだよ。ずっと食べてないんだから美容に悪いよ。
Anime. You're not actually writing anything. You can't fool me, Kai. She just said that she knows he's been skipping meals. Sorry, is the text going too fast? At times too? I can pop it back down to 1.5 if I need to. Like I said, I'd like to finish this tonight, but if we can't, we can't.
お前を剣で任すことしか考えていなかったからな。他のことはどうでもよかったのさ。それに月も落としたくなかった。
お前がそんな玉か。
言ってなかったが、こう見えて私は信心深いんだ。それ、私もお前の過去に興味がないわけではない。
I think it's fine at 1.75, yeah. Yeah, they're still talking fast with the subtitles stay on screen a little longer. Hopefully that's a little... Hopefully that's better.
未来？そんなものがあると思うのか？この俺に。
では、こういうのはどうだ？四角い椅子の役目だが。
なんだそれは。
ウイスキーだ。高級品らしい。私は飲まないが、格好をつけるために置いてある。
Oh man, getting wasted with the father-in-law.
もっと格好がつく。
そうだ。お前だってこんな些細なことで楽しめる。私の役目はこの酒をもう一度飲みたいと、そう人々に思わせることだ。希望とは何も大それた話ではない。最も近くにいる一人の友すら守れないのなら、私は王としてふさわしくないよ。
だったら酒を飲めるようになれ。
Been a long time since we only had 9 viewers. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I knew a lot of people weren't too thrilled about this, so.
短い間だけど、この場所ではたくさん違うを得た。今の私はここで生まれたんだ。
Yeah, it's fine.
その
It actually hasn't been that long. Tweewee's been like very low too for the most part.
仕草はよく見てたんだ。で、そのポーズは落ち着かない時だ。エルのことが心配なんだろ。
うん。
じゃあ、俺と同じだ。いや、親父もみんなもエルのために頑張ってるよ。だから、そんな暗い顔すんなよ。
私はまだここの人間に受け入れられているわけじゃない。ほんの数日前まで人類の敵だったのだから。
That was a few days ago?
私がエルと同じ母さんの娘である事実は変わらない。正しく理解されるには時間がかかる。
God damn you people move fast.
まだガキだった頃、俺をバカにした連中がいたんだ。頭に来て、そいつらにちょっと仕返ししちまった。そしたらさ、親父に気絶するほど殴られた。でも、最後はいじめっ子がやりすぎだって止めてくれたんだ。親父はなんて言ったと思う？だから苦情が出ないってさ。次の瞬間、親父は連中もボコボコに。いや、それはどうなのっていう話なんだけど、なんていうかさ、その後。
Okay, never mind. Soul can't be a parent.
お互いボロボロになった姿を見て、笑っちまったんだ。
笑顔。
仲良くなるきっかけなんて難しくねえんだよ。多分、考えるやつが難しくしまうんだ。
シンは出会った時から私を笑わせたがってたね。ヘルが言ってた。笑顔が人の幸せだって。シンは幸せと不幸の差がわかる？
頭使うのは苦手だぜ。
私もそう。人の幸福を定義することは難しい。私は多分今幸せなんだ。でもこの窓に映る私が笑うにはヘルが足りない。
窓？
ここで得た時間は幸せで暖かかった。光のある世界。窓の向こうは冷たくて寒い暗い世界。暗い世界からは明るいここが見えてとても羨ましいんだ。でもこの光の世界から外を見てもそこに映るのは幸せな自分たちだけ。ヘルはずっとあっち側にいる。ここからは見えない暗い闇の中に。
飯だ。
親父、なんだよ急に。まさか飲んでんのか？
ああ。
You learned that one from Kiryu?
最も優れている点は人並みに酔えることだ。
空腹ではない。
お前はエルフェルトとは違うな。あいつはまだ誰も気を許していない時から。
はい、今日の献立は何ですか？
ま、勝手にしろ。だがその前に。
Why?
ラムレザル、窓一枚で人の幸福を隔てる。
Oh, he's trying to be sweet.
お前自身の迷いだ。そんなもんはぶっ壊せ。行きたいところに行ける。ダニーミサイルズだぞ。
That's a very nice sentiment, but who's gonna pay for that?
かかりました。
Soul is emotionally constipated. Oh, totally. And physically constipated based on that walk cycle.
人類の敵、一連の騒動の黒幕。あとは自我がないとかですか。慈悲なき刑事で今わかることはこのくらいです。報道やお頭の土産話と大差ありません。
どうもその自我がないってところは怪しいが。
じゃあ何ですか？人間ですか？
思い出すんだよ。俺がスラムにいた頃の動物採役員。
まったく、こういう時のお頭の勘は妙に当たるんだから、めったなことは言わないでくださいよ。しかしこうなると、諜報活動より実戦部隊の編成を急いだ方がいいかもしれませんね。
なんでだ？
なんでって、我々東チップ王国も参戦するんですよね。イリリアの民兵に。
いや、俺たちは忍びだ。
A, B, and C certificate who's the focus of the story so those after Oh, that's what it's okay, that makes sense. That's what I thought they were just like kind of you know, breaking the chapters up into further segments, but it is totally based on certain groups they're following. Okay. Alright, that's cool. So if I decide I just don't give a shit about group C or whatever at some point, then I could just skip that one maybe outright maybe.
他にはないか。今は元老院より慈悲なき刑事の動機の方が重要だ。
言ったでしょ、収穫は乏しいって。ですがまあ、強いて言えば。
なんだ？
いや、これは情報というよりは私自身の記憶の話なのですが、今から2代前の西欧でハピヌス27世って言いましたよね。亡くなられる間際に錯乱した
Sanctus Maxus Happiness, huh?
慈悲なき啓示という単語がありました。
何？
そうなんですよ。資料によれば元老院と西欧は情報を共有していない。さらに言うなら、ハピヌス27世が起点なされたのは最初のバレンタインが襲来するだいぶ前です。となると、時の西欧はなぜこの名を知っていたのか。
I don't know. I said C as an example. I don't know who's in C for sure. I'll start paying attention now that I know that that's the thing.
聞こうか。おい待て。そのハピヌス27世って確か現世をアリエルスを枢機卿に入れ張ってきたやつじゃねえのか。
そうですが。
マジかよ。
Don't think we've met C. I'm not sure. You're playing Yakuza 0. You forgot about Michael Jackson, Dusk. How could you ever forget? I will never forget. I'm sorry, Miracle Johnson. Oh, I'm sorry, Corey Haim.
Revenge.
My dandy pride will not let this challenge go unnoticed.
やはり面白い。今の当てるつもりだったのだが、レッドマンは相手の直前の思考を読んだ。これを攻略
Who would win in a fight, a vampire or Batman?
それがあなたの知ってる攻略法？
そうだな。
そんなの誰も実践できないのよ。見たところ以前より状態はいいようだが、修行でも積んできたのかい？
では当てなくてよいか？
Yes. The Beb. So vampires are in this world what demons are in the DMC world. Just immediately regenerate, including your clothes. Or just Van Helsing one.
8% だけ本気を出そう。
What is wrong with your face?
おいおい、温まるのは少し早くないかね。もう少し小出しにしていこう。その方が。
クライマックス。行くぜ行くぜ行くぜ。
というのはわがままかな。
佐藤の能力が機能することは分かった。この辺で満足してちょうだい。
こんな機会、この先100年もないのだね。
あいつの分も残しておかないと。
仕方ないね。すまないが門限だ。この先は私の友人に譲るとするよ。どういうことだ？
Can't get away from climax. The climax will never shut the fuck up.
地震とギアの関係はつかめたのか？
それをこれから聞くところだ。
カラスの方はこんな現象よりも確かだ。
コールはしている。だが事情があるのか、時が満ちていないのか。
お待たせしました。いつでも始められます。
よろしくお願いします。
では、はじめにここ最近の地震の正体です。まずこの数日で情報体フレアが12回も観測されました。これが最近頻発している地震とどのような因果関係があるかですが。
待て待て。出花をくじいて悪いな。
Is that a lizard or a bug? Yes.
情報密度超過現象。
なんだって？
君たちが
I believe he's supposed to be a dragon.
魔法基礎理論からそう逸脱した話ではない。簡単に説明しよう。まず情報質量というものは通常1立方メートルあたり256
Oscar the after stories. Yeah, maybe we'll see.
教わってない。
そんなはずはないだろう。H 軸原子に対しコリアプタ負荷がかかり、時空と空間に対してペルヘント虚数との整合性が取れなくなることは魔法を理解する上で基礎中の基礎だ。
ああ、だから受講しなかったんだろうな。
じゃあこうしましょう。この風船が現実の空間だと思ってください。この中には1リットル
I just realized, is fucking Zappa's outfit supposed to be a JoJo?
多少増減することはそんなに問題にはなりません。ところが何らかの原因で
His outfit's like a fucking weird combination of Josuke and
情
Jotaro.
報体フレアと言います。ここまではいいですね。ではこの中に10リットルの水を無理やり入れる
He's got the hat, but he's got the heart emblems.
水がこぼれると。
そうです。風船は時間とともに勝手に修復されますが、破れている間はその一帯に様々な異常が現れます。例えば火の気のないところに突然火の玉が出現したり、そこにいるはずのない人間が見えてしまったり、まあ大体の場合は人体に影響を及ぼしませんが、
例外もある。
はい、そうです。極端な症状の場合、物質の情報が書き換えられて土が鉄になるような現象が起こりうるのです。我々はそれを
Jotaro and Josuke's clothes, but with Bucciarati's haircut. He's a very confused boy.
先日の巨大ギアは
Parts are a little more offended, but it could be an Easter egg, yeah. Like, just close enough that it made me tilt my head when I realized it.
何が変化してあの巨大ギアになったのだ？
用意で変質するものは変化前と変化後で極端に
You okay back there, Faust? You just vibing?
周りにデケーモンはなかった。あり得るとすれば、その物体は自分のサイズよりも大きい情報を持っていることになる。そんなものは自然界に存在しない。
自然界の現象ではないとしたら。
Nani? Japanese fashion.
そうだ。これは自然現象ではない。ファウストの読みは当たっていたようだな。つまり私の読みも当たってしまったということだ。あの男の力を借りねばなるまいな。
担当直入に言いましょう。あの巨大ギアの正体はおそらくジャパニーズです。
何ですって。なんと
これを見てください。破壊神ジャスティスが聖戦を始めた日、同時に日本が消滅した日の記憶です。生存者の証言内容はまるで今回の件に似ている。ここです。ジャスティスが日本を破壊する直前、ジャパニーズの体に異変が起こったことが記されています。
The fact that Taos Instrive is so crazy, but it's crazy besides the bag on his head. He's not fully crazy though. Like looking, I saw his taunts. Like he's still kind of himself.
今もジャパニーズはこの問題を抱えています。
だからコロニーに集め隔離してたってわけだ。政府は花からその危険性を知ってたのか。
いや、何らかの原因で遺伝子変化が認められたとは聞いていたが。
そうだ。それに変化を抑制するワクチンを絶えず。
It's just like he's fucking undead or something, but just like trying to hang on to himself or something. It's weird. I'm very curious to know what the fuck happened to him. Oh yeah. His name is Asuka, but he hates Evangelion, so he makes everyone call him that man. He got sick of everyone making Evangelion jokes after he created gears, which were basically Evangelions, so he changed it. He's not baldhead? Yeah, no, like he's not a serial killer. Like he's still trying to help people. His freaking super is him hurting people so bad that he feels bad afterwards, so he gets the fucking hospital chair to try and help him, and inadvertently hurting them more.
私の専門は犯人探しではありません。とりあえず治療につながる何かを探したいと思います。こちらの設備をお借りしても
お願いします。協力は惜しみません。
残る問題はなぜフレアが頻発するかだ。
もしかしたら破水地の予測ができるかもしれません。そこから何かつかめないでしょうか。
手を出したまえ。君はフィンランドから来たと言ったな。
はい。これは。
And then his theme song is also all over the place. I don't know if like he's like developed a split personality where he's part himself and part bald head. That doesn't really explain him looking like a corpse.
どうやってここに？
どこにも行きたくないと願ったらなんて言って。
私が託児所を始めたなんて言ったことがあった？
分かってますよ。鬱陶しいんでしょ？
別にそうは言ってないよ。
Aww.
言ってないだけだけど。
Oh, there's a scene like this in the intro to Strive. I didn't realize this was something they already did regularly. Time traveler tea dates, that's cute.
いや、違う。そうじゃないんだ。怖いんだよ。もうこの力はただ時間を旅する能力じゃない。使い方次第で何でもできる。だけど、その度に世界がなくなっちまうかもしれないって。
何を言うかと思えばあべこべな野郎だね。力を持ってる人間なんてそれを使って怖がられるか使わないで怖がられるかしかないんだよ。
You're baffled at Axel has friends.
だったらなおさらだ。今のままじゃきっと守りたいものまで傷つけちまう。
それじゃ自分を否定してるだけだね。何も解決しない。
じゃああんたは自分の力が怖くないのか？
犬は何もしなきゃただの犬だ。だけどもしその犬が自分は狼だと主張すれば少なくとも犬以外の何かになる。そいつにしか見えない景色が見つかる。人が生きていく権利なんてね、自分以外の誰も見つけてはくれないんだよ。
俺にしか見えない景色。
情報濃度が加速度的に膨張してる。肉体的な覚醒を果たしたジャスティスとソルバットガイ、二人の完全な復活を待たずに絶対確定世界は完成するようね。
慈悲なき刑事はここ数日のうちに決着をつけるつもりか。
時間がどんどんなくなるわ。本当に彼が帰るまで動かないつもり？
Can slow down for the music. It's alright. It does sound very pretty. I'm probably gonna end up looking at the entire soundtrack at some point.
成功率を懸念して状況確認をしているだけよ。
骨まで達しているな。
ああ、レッドマンと戦った時ね。こんなことしなくても勝手に治るのに。そういう体だもの。
Aw, what the fuck? Raven always seems like such a fucking edgelord with his actual abilities. Is he actually a fucking softie too? What the fuck?
何を急にそんなの覚えてないわ。
私は戦う目的以外にこの声を使わなくなってしまった。だが我々が勝ち取る日常とは
He's an Arya simp.
かつてお前がアリアであり背徳の炎がフレデリックであった時に朝食べたものが何か好きな音楽家の話題に花を咲かせ日曜日の予定を確認し合う景色を目で着飾り未来の家族を思う我々は決して神話の餌食などではない悲しみや喜びを価値に置き換えるのはもうやめとけ
ラムレザルね。
最後に会った時だ感情のない人形だと彼女を傷つけただが人形は私の方だったようだこうなる人生を否定したくて戦ってきたと
あなたがそんなおセンチな人だったのは驚きね。
Fucking right?
いつの人間だ
あ、それいじめよ。一周回ってトレンディーだと思いなさい。
Motherfucker's got a giant spike through his head. Why is he being an actual human being? With empathy and shit. Get out of here.
なんだ確認しておきたい。お前は人類の味方かあ裁判に立ち、十字を切ってこんなことを聞く奴はいない。だから俺が聞いてるんだ。何の話だお前は何度も世界を救ってきた。そのくせ人間に肩入れする素振りを見せずに、一つところに落ち着かない。そうしてお前は軍神だとか言われちゃいるが、それは違う。間違ってる。みんなお前に依存してるだけだ。正面から頭も下げずにな。俺もその一人だった。だがもう、傍観したまま祈るだけの人間にはならん。この際お前の目的が何だろうか知ったことが、届く声なら届けるまでだ。世界を救え。どこの世界に十字切って命令形を使う奴がいるまあだが、どの道俺はたとえ一人でもジャスティスを封印する。それでいいだろ。お前の目的は聞いていない。お前の意志を聞いている。
Shiki, please.
めんどくせえ。何どうして首を縦に振るだけのことができんのだどうして刺してそのことをさせたがるそれで答えにしといてやる。だがな、このままでは本当に神みたいな扱いになるぞ。それがなんだ人は神様の心配などしないものだ。ジャック王に関する報告書を見た。これを書いたのがラムレザルだけだったということはまあさておきだ。そこから紐付けた情報で図らずもお前の過去を想像した。いや、想像しきれないことを知ったと言うべきか。お前は決して神じゃない。だから俺は命令するんだ。世界を救え。代わりにお前を助けさせる。それでこれまでの借りをチャラにする。次にお前はこう言え。都合が良すぎる。そこから始められないか。歌詞を作ったつもりはね。世界の命運に興味がないってのもあながち嘘じゃねえ。だがエルフェルトだけは必ず返してもらう。ジャック王や俺のような大昔の化石が食い物にしていいもんじゃねえからだ。それが俺の意志だ。
やった。やっぱり首都の設備はすごいや。これでザッパスケールのシミュレートができる。
ザッパスケール？
ああ、すみません。これは僕の推論だけで作られた霊障観測モデルです。霊障が起きる環境には決まった条件があります。それを規模ごとに区分けしたものをここの設備で視覚化してみました。
続けてくれ。
見てください。これまでのフレアは発現の場所が分かりませんでしたが、このザッパスケールに照らし合わせると、ほら、霊障環境とフレアの因果関係が一目瞭然です。
なるほど。
観測された地震はそれぞれこことここ、それにここ、全て条件は酷似してます。これらの場所にジャパニーズがいたはずです。それだけじゃありません。事前に地震が起こる場所と規模を特定できるようになります。
情報体フレアの天気予報のようなものか。
そうです。ああ、もうこんなものが見られるなんて夢のようだな。5年前にこれがあれば僕があんな怖い思いをすることはなかったのに。
5年前に何があったか知らんが、とりあえず話を進めないか。
はい。じゃあ次はリアルタイムでの描画です。
やはり考えているだけでは拉致があかんな。たとえ間に合わなかったとしても全て調律していくしかあるまい。
はーい、手前お待たせしとある。
Can I read? Yeah.
あれまさか
What, the subtitles, they still going too fast for? Are they still going too fast for you, Dusk?
あ、いや、有名人あっちゃったよ。そうね、やったね。サイン欲しいやろ。
サインなどもらってどうする？売るの？で、
ここで何してるか？
うぬには関係のないことだ。
どうしてか何か手伝えることあるかもしれないよ。金で
もうじゃか。
高級鳥の調理師に言われたくないね。
これほどの大仕事、正規の値段であれば払えるものなどおらん。
Asking if it's too fast for me? Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
今回ばかりは分が悪い。金など
You know, I'm actually a very fast reader. Remember, that's part of the problem why I misread stuff in chat so often. Because I'm reading very fast while trying to multitask with a game or whatever else usually.
気を使うものも珍しいが、読むこともできるとは。ならばわかる。
Jam's cute. I kind of like her old design better. Not even because of fan service or the fact that she has more obvious jiggle physics or whatever. Just I kind of liked her older look.
じゃあみんないっぺんに病気になったら治すの無理ね。
そこだ。今はまだ何が起こるかわからんが、万が一の時は役に立てん。
じゃあやめるね。
そうはいかん。10人すべての未来がかかっているのだ。たとえ無理だとしても、全力でこれに当たる義務がある。
だって無理なものは無理だ。無駄なことするのはバカのすることよ。
話が合わんようだな。何事にも全力を出せない者に信頼は置けぬ。立ち去るがいい。
でも食べるのね。
食べ物を粗末にすることは最も義に反する行いだ。見たところうぬも相当な気の使い手。しかし何事にも全力で挑まぬ者は所詮二流止まりよ。そう、このチャーハンの味と同じようにな。嘘。やだ、何これ。おいしい。
ご飯食べるより大事。
アニメ。
他にないね。美味しい料理食べる。みんな幸せ。私はこれがやれることよ。これでみんな笑えば世界は平和になるわろ。
なるほど。いや、そうか。自分にやれること。
You must go doing some FF14 raids. Have fun, Pump. Do make fun of Jam for you? I thought you felt bad that she lost a restaurant. Why make fun of her now?
なんか焦っちゃいますね。たった数分待てばいいだけの話なのに。
落ち着きたまえ。我々のような立場の者が慌てた姿を見せてはいかん。
はい、分かってはいるんですけど。
Because you can, fair
わ
enough.
からんでもないがね、私もギアメーカーがいればこんな面倒はないのにと思うからな。
Oh, you've already adopted her? Okay, that's fine.
そうだ。
Yeah, if you already adopted her, you're allowed to make fun of her. That's how it works.
それにあらゆる法力とその応用に長けている。ここにいれば心強いのだが、今は居所が知れん。
ギアメーカーってギアを作って聖戦を起こしたっていうあの極悪人ですよね。
公にはな。だが我々は何度か彼に助けられている。個人的な感想を言えば歴史で語られているような悪人ではない。おそらく誰も知らない真実があるのだろう。
なんかイメージ湧かないな。
まあ私もそれほど詳しいわけではないが。
Yeah, for the guy who made Gears in the first place, that man has been nothing but pleasant and helpful anytime they've interacted with him.
この色のクラスで地震が起きました。それほど危険ではありませんが、通常めったにない環境です。
これはまた随分と広範囲だな。
こうして目で確認するのは僕も初めてですが、確かにこれは異常ですね。
ひときわ濃い点があるな。これは大丈夫なのか？
本当だ。でもあれおかしいな。この場所は地震のあったところですよ。もうとっくに収まっていてもいいはずなのに。
もしフレアが放出され続けていたらどうなる？
多分冷笑環境が広がっていきます。より危険になって。膨張してる。
1週間先の結果はわかるか
？10分までは。
そうか。ではまずコーヒーだ。このような時こそ落ち着かんとな。
レオ殿。
なんだどこだ。そんなに慌ててどうした？
コロニーの住民を外出させてはいかん。
落ち着いて説明してくれ。
情報体フレアが拡大しているのだ。
何？拡大だと？フレアはすぐに収まると言っていたろ。
理由がわからん。しかしこのままだといずれ世界中が覆い尽くされる。残された時間がそれだ。
52日？2ヶ月もないじゃないか。
違う。52時間だ。フレアが
How many days is that? I can't count.
避難させる意味がない。52時間以内に決着をつける必要がある。
でかいぞ。何か始まったのか。
いや、これはすぐに収まる。
どうか何をすればいい？
レオ殿はすぐに調律師と連絡を取ってくれ。
調律師？兵兵
いいか。結論として最も重要な点は一つ。もしコロニー住人が全て反物質化すれば、その爆発エネルギーはセントエルモに匹敵する。
まさか。
そうだ。おそらく慈悲なき刑事はこのエネルギーを使い、ジャスティスとエルドノを融合させるつもりだ。
だったら住人を一箇所に集めておくのは危険ではない。
いや、敵がどのような手段でエネルギーを吸収するかわからん。ならば逆に住人を一箇所に集め、症状を少しでも抑えて時間稼ぎをした方が得策だ。すぐに対策を講じよう。
聖戦。かつて人類は 生体兵器ギアとの戦争で絶滅の危機に瀕した。辛酸をなめた末にかろうじて掴んだ勝利。その暗い歴史から立ち直るため、時の流れとともに人々は努めてその記憶を拭い去っていった。今となってはなぜギアが生まれたのか、なぜ人類を襲ったのか、その真実を知る者は一人しかいない。ギアを作った者以外に。ベッドマンとの戦いの果て、行動を封じられていた彼は世の中の異変に気づいていた。
バックヤード上の崩壊に揺らぎが生じている。絶対確定世界開拓までの時間が迫ってきているのか。しかしまずいな、このローは想像以上に手強い。
ギアメーカー苦戦しているな。やはり一人では先日のようなブラックホール作戦も使えんか。
クロノス、
絶対防壁フェリオ、数世紀かけて完成された技術は。
I'm very sad, guys. I'm out of breadsticks
大
already.
した難問だ。ベッドマンという少年がこの法力を使えたこともね。
There were only like 3 left over, but they're already gone.
あったとしてもこの魔法の不正使用は不可能だ。
ということ。
ああ、これで敵の正体がはっきりした。
ありがとう。苦労したかい、ここを見つけるのは。
大したことはない。これからお前がする苦労に比べれば。今度こそ人類とギアの血の歴史に完全な。
What happened to your face? Oh, you mean becoming a cat boy? Don't worry about it. It's apparently fixable. You're confused what that man wants, so they'll explain
100年以
it.
上も告白できずに過ごしてきた。正直怖いな。恨まれていればブレデリックと繋がっていられると思ってきた。ちゃんと説明できるかな。
修士論文よりは簡単なはずだ。
論文に友達を失う覚悟は必要ないだろ。
人類の歴史上最悪の大罪人と呼ばれるお前がこんな表情を見せる人間だと知ったら人々はどう思うだろうな。我々の死がなぜお前に種を託したのか分かったような気がする。私は多くの人命を奪った。人類の未来を救いたくてだ。今でもその
You
考えは
killed
間
a
違いだったとは思って
baby!
いない。だが少なくとも運命は
You
私に
killed
同意
at
しろ。
least one baby, sir.
こうなった以上全てをお前に託すほかない。慈悲なき啓示を止めてくれ。
なんかが起こる。起こっちまう。俺はダメだ。このままじゃダメだ。
At least one baby. An entire town that had at least one baby in it.
世界自身が乱れている。間違いないのだな。
そうだ。コロニーの住人は遥か遠方の異変に反応していた。
それを聞いて安心した。どうやらそれがしの見立てと
Who
同
the
じよ
fuck is the master of the conclave? Is that not technically
時
Ariel's?
間の問題はない。あとは賞を持って大をなせばいい。あの出前娘のおかげだな。
出前娘
Or at the very least, she has more
時間稼
authority
ぎ
than
のことが
them.
引き受けた。
頼んだ。
さて、賞を持ってとは言ったものの。
あんたか、コロニーの皆を守ってくれてるってやつは。
ウノは
Hello,
この
DLC!
チビに呼ばれてきた。
コロニーの住人にしては健常に見えるが。
一時期ここを離れていた連中には何の変化も起きていない。俺もその一人だ。
医者の言っていたと
Boob.
あんたなら里の皆を助けられるのか。
我が身に変えても
Biken is like the most requested DLC character for Strive.
ついてきな。
I'll leave it to you all to figure out why.
これは
ご神木だ。苗木の頃からここの住人が気を練り込んで育てた神聖な場所だ。イルリアの人間も入れない。こいつの霊力ならあんたの仕事を手伝えるんじゃないか。
なんと見事な。確かにこれならばそれがしの
You're not a fan of any of Biken's designs? I like this one the best.
待ちな。
I do like this one the best out of all the ones I've
確認して
seen.
おきたい。その昔、ジャスティスは俺たちジャパニーズを狙って攻撃を仕掛けた。あんたの国の同胞はそのとばっちりで大勢死んだ。
I'd be interested to see what she looks like in the Strive style. How about her kimono? I hope she has some double-sided tape inside that outfit.
一つ一つすべて違う国で手に入れた。だが石の種類はすべて同じ。遥か大昔にはたった一つだった岩塊が長い年月を経て様々な国へと散らばったという。それがしはそれを鎖でつなげた。再びこの兄弟たちが再会することがロマンだと。ロシア、モンゴル、イスラエル、中国、スペイン、アメリカ。そして今となってはどうしても入手が叶わぬ一つ。それを そこのメイにもらったのだ。
Ah, yes, pirate, my favorite country.
日本。
Oh. Which maid design do I prefer? I like her new one. I know that her redesign was one of the more controversial ones from what I remember, but I like her new one a lot. Just the big old poofy shirt. Or a poofy jacket. And spats. I think it's cute. Five more. I think we can do it. I think we can actually do it. Like I said, at least the main story. Maybe not the after stories. But I think we can actually do it tonight. Although I kind of have to go to the bathroom. It'll go to 2, it'll go to about 2.
そんな大したことじゃない。とりあえず一人死んでもらうだけ。お願い。もうそんなことやめて。やめる。そっか。なら寝てよっか。それもいいんだけど。
Face, I do not like this lady at all. Good God. Stop making faces! Oh God! Stop! Ew! People want this bitch to be playable for the record. Ew! No! Stop making faces! Stop bullying my Dateru!
でもそんな私がね、なんでどうしてってそんな会話にはいい加減しびれを切らしてきちゃった。だったら楽しい話をしましょう。私たちは話し合える、歩み寄れるはずでしょ。でも完璧な明日を迎えることはできないじゃん。完璧な明日。さあ、人形はみんな。
Never trust anime popes. Never trust anime popes. Worse than Calyrex? I don't know about that. In case you ever wondered what Calyrex would look like as a titty waifu. Something like this. I cannot deal with this lady's faces. Jesus Christ.
誰もが望む明日を完成させる。なら、それを伝えれば済むことでしょ。あ、目玉焼きを焼きすぎたことは？目玉焼きだよ。真っ黒に焦がしたことはないか？でも、その日に限ってどうしても半熟のとろっとした卵が食べたかったの？作り直すしかない。
Oh God! Jesus!
人形エルフェルト。可愛い子よ。我ながらいいセンス。
No! Her faces make me physically uncomfortable. Fucking stop.
だからね、最後はね、滅びんの。生物として当たり前。
Okay, you're a sociopath. I get it. Now stop talking, please.
そんなまともに見えちゃう。お前にもそろそろ覚悟を決めてもらう。まずはその未来を断ち切らないとな。
Damn it. I thought it was like the police or something for a second. I'm like, oh, they heard her. Thank God. Pillar Men.
忠誠心はいいぞ。どこに持って行っても手荷物検査に引っかかないの。そして。なんだろうね。
Did you literally summon a small child just to kill it to prove a point? Saint Maximus versus Amalthus. I like Amalthus better. Amalthus made a creepy face once. Amalthus made a creepy face once. And then only possibly killed one baby in his backstory. This bitch won't stop making over-the-top anime faces. And has not stopped bullying my daughter the entire time she's been on screen with her. I don't approve.
何が始まるの？
パスポート信号を追い、危険地帯にいるジャパニーズを保護するのだ。幸い彼らの行動範囲は国内に限定されている。シンとラム殿は現地に敵兵が確認された時手伝ってもらいたい。そういうのなら任せとけ。
随分とアナログだね。自動で検出するシステムはないの？
次からな。倫理書は書いた。
よし、各自持ち場に着いたか。
では都市単位から絞り込みます。モデナ
クリア。
テルニクリア。モルフェッタ
クリア。
スカンディーバ
クリ待ってください。1名見つかりました。
市街地だぞ。すぐに住民の避難を開始させろ。
うん。
どうした？
はい。
to see bad anime here, but ew, it's so bad. I literally can't tell where her hat begins and her hair ends.
ID 照合できました。対象は嘘。そんな。
なんだ、はっきり報告しろ。
対象はエルフェルト。エルフェルトバレンタインです。
Oh boy.
エルフェルトだと。
こんなことあると思う？パラダイムはあれほど探していたのに。
ありえんな。
じゃあ何？カカシ？
カカシは一人で出歩いたりはしない。その点でお前より利口だ。お待ちしておりました。
遅れてすまない。敵は何か始める気だ。我々も行動を起こそう。
ついに。
あ、その時だ。
緊張してる？
言わないでくれ。
エルフェルトの信号はどう思われますか？
意味がなければ動くわけがない。
では、私は
慎重に頼む。言うまでもないが、これは。
罠だ。それは間違いない。
しかし、確認しないわけにもいかん。あとは部隊の編成だが。
私が一人で行く。万が一の時、被害は少ない方がいい。私が行く分には、ここの人たちも心配はしないでしょう。それに、あの場にエルがいないまでも、手がかりはあるかもしれない。
Imagine that man drinking a hard one with Raven. I can see that. I like her stupid sharp tooth psycho smile. It should not be adorable, but it is.
アンティライン通り、リアルドリアードとの交差点だ。街の出口すべてを封鎖しろ。
信号はパスポートだけ落ちていました。しかしエルフェルトの信号はまだあります。場所は確かにこの付近なのですが。
いよいよ怪しいな。よし、みんな聞け。住民の避難は完了している。各自参回し、周囲を最終確認しつつ、そのまま市外へ撤退する。対象もしくは要救助者を発見した場合は個人で対処せず。
Main product of Fire Force is kind of like how Shark Teeth tries to follow people thinking he's scary, yeah.
まずいな。まずいよ隊長。大事な判断は物差し一個で測っちゃいけないって先生に教わらなかった。
Yeah, typically speaking, Shark Teeth should be scary, but I don't know. I guess Ram's just too cute. Shark Teeth can be as sharp as she wants, but she's adorable. Can't change that. Uh-oh. This, yeah, you know, this is something's going to seem slower, yeah. Well, because they're straight up, like, actually treating it like an anime. Like, you could very easily consider these chapters just episodes. And so it's all atmospheric and slow, dramatic pauses, because Japanese be like that. Which is good. Like, if you're gonna have, like, a full-on, just make a full-on movie/anime, effectively, for your story mode, like, this is how you do it. This is good direction. Oh. Oh! She's caught the feelings, guys. Yeah, like, this is, and it is well done. Like, if I were watching this every week, I'd be invested as hell. But when we were, watching summaries up to this point, yeah, it definitely feels slow. Oh.
私とエル、そしてシンと一緒に笑えると思って。
なんだ急に。こんな時に話すことじゃないだろ。
見せたかった。
Oh.
泣かなくていいの。ラムネザルは初めからこうなる予定だったんだ。失敗作だったから。
悪魔。お母さんは悪だよ。
悪魔か。それいいね。人形どもが想像した最も邪悪な象徴。その頂点。何事も一番ってのはいいよね。
だがな、エルベルト。私がこれからすることはこんな程度じゃないんだ。その時、私さ、一体なんて呼ばれると思う？
God. I do not like this lady. I remember hearing constantly they want people saying, "Oh man, I hope Ariel's is finally playable in Strive." Like, nah, fuck that. Fuck this bitch. I'd rather have Bedman back. Even with what fucking Bedman did that I looked away from, I'd rather have Bedman back than this bitch. Some people just like Psycho Bitch. I get it, but like, no. She's so cartoonishly evil. She feels like the one that should be killing a puppy. Just for the sake of showing how evil she is.
ああ、間もなくだ。フレデリック、問題ないか？どういう意味だ？分かっているはずだ。少なくとも話が全て終わるまではおとなしくしていてくれよ。
しかし、慈悲なき刑事はなぜ直接首都を狙わなかった？各個撃破の方が成功率が高いからだろう。少しずつこちらの戦力を削ぐつもりかもしれん。ラムレザルを狙い撃ちした。
Skeletor would look at this bitch and tell her to dial it back a bit.
損得の話で言えば、
Calm down, lady!
人間の意識を標的にしているのでは？
おいおい、慈悲なき刑事に感情はないはずだろう。そんなことは。
ありえるよ。
Hey girl.
人類はこの木に全てを生産する。今度こそ決着をつける。時は来た。全ての真実を語るその時が。
Huh? Okay. Was that like the ending of Revelator and then the rest was from Rev 2 technically? What? Okay. No, there's more. It just means we can skip the end credits. There wasn't anything afterwards, was there? Oh, there was. Oh wait, no, there wasn't. One second. What am I doing? No, nothing after the end credits. Yep, no. Alright. Whatever. Shave a few minutes off. I won't complain about that. Aww. That was very strange. Yeah, I don't know how it was broken up originally. That's the only thing I can think of is that originally that was the end of Revelator. And then this is Rev 2.
そう今の人類になり変わる新たな人類を作りたいんだ
それは聞いたてめえの腰巾着になだがこれまでの事件と関連はあるのか
ビッグファイブという言葉を知っている
How is your hair blowing in the wind? We're indoors. Nobody else is doing that. She's cheating.
5度の大量絶滅を経験している恐竜の絶滅などは皆にも馴染みがあるだろう
そうだけどそれは地球に限った話ではない
So she wants to make a new race of lizardmen or whatever. Okay, cool story, bro.
バックヤードには2つの情報有機体が存在する。そうね。アダムとイブとでも呼称しましょう。アダムとイブは意志や知性を持たない。お互いただごく稀に出現しては消滅を繰り返しているの。でもその2つが同時に出現すると、現世とバックヤードは境界が曖昧になり、一時的に融合する。それが絶対確定世界と呼ばれる状態。そしてその状態に耐えられないものは絶滅してしまう。
最近の情報体フレアの異常はその兆候ということかいや待てよそうか慈悲なき刑事の狙いはそのアダムとイブを新たな人類にすることか
当たりアダムとイブは絶滅に耐えられる存在不変不滅の条件を満たしているの
いや当たりって
There's always wind somewhere. It's just weird that it's only her. Plenty of people in this room have long hair that should be billowing in the anime wind.
アダムとイブをそれぞれ2つの種に封じ込めた
種だと
一つをユノの天秤と名付け、そしてもう一つを
愛徳の炎のようだ。なんだって
ということは、それがギア細胞の起源か。
待て待て誰がこんな神話を聞かせろと言った慈悲なき刑事はなぜそんなに人間を作りたいんだ
そうだね。それじゃあ昔話をしよう。ある男の現在を。
The original. This is... That's what...
魔法がなかった時代、一人の賢者が異世界バックヤードを発見した。バックヤードは真羅万象を司り、 この世の真理を知ることも世界を思い
That's what people were speculating Happy might actually be, right?
賢者はその場所から一つの夢が叶うと考えた。それは人類の幸福、それが永遠に続くことである。賢者はその方法を探るため一体のロボットを作った。与えられた使命は人類の揺らぐことのない幸福、その方法を探すこと。またいかなる結論を出したとしても人間を傷つけないこと。この使命に従いロボットは膨大な学習を始めた。しかしある時一つの疑問にぶつかってしまった。人間とは何であるか。学習を重ねるたび人間が複雑な存在だと知ったロボットは完全に定義することを諦め結論を得ないまま自ら解釈を作り出した。人間には魂がある。それは漠然としながらもロボットが唯一納得できる答えだった。そしてある日長い時を経てついにロボットは未来を予測し終えた。意外な結末を。その結末とは人類が文明の発達とともにやがて自らの意志、その選択の自由を失う未来だった。人は夢を見る。人は意志を重んじる。人は愛を持つ。それらの人間的な衝動を魂と仮定したにもかかわらず、人間は将来的にそれを失うと予測した。自らの使命は未来永劫続く人間の幸福を探すこと。しかし人は永遠に人ではいられない。その上でロボットが使命を完遂するには一つの結論を出さざるを得なかった。この世界にまだ人間はいない。この日を境に彼の目的は魂を持つ者、普遍の衝動を司る真の人類を作ることになった。そして同時に現人類は守るべき対象ではなくなった。
ロボットの反乱を知った賢者は説得を試みるためバックヤードへ向かったが戻ってくることはなかった。残された彼の弟子たちは
Night Night Blanca, you have a good one.
それぞれがロボットを説得する方法を模索した。一人は人々の知識を共有させ人類を成長させる道。一人は文明を一定の水準で停滞させ人類を成長させない道。そして後に弟子たちはギアメーカーや元老院となりロボットを慈悲なき啓示と呼ぶようになった。
ロボット慈悲なき啓示が
便宜的な呼び方だけどね。
Probably side effect. Oh, right, you got your shot. Yeah, yeah, that's a very common side effect. It's for your arm to just hurt, kind of sting for a little bit afterwards.
ちょっと話を整理させろ。
そう。あなたたちと同じ人間
Hope you feel better soon.
だから最初に言った通り、今の慈悲なき啓示は人の心理を読める。
なんと。
では、率直にお聞きしたい。あなたたちは慈悲なき啓示の正体を知っているのですか？
ええ、知っているわ。誰もが知っている人。
慈悲なき啓示の正体は現世王アリエルス。
ふざけたこと抜かすな。落ち着け。落ち着けだと。なんでお前は。いいか気がめえか。確かにお前には数々の危機を救われた。だが今の話だけは聞き流すことはできん。我々イリリアの民は国と西王様に忠誠を誓っている。軽々しくその権威を疑ったりはしない。
Dude, he has no reason to lie about this.
それとも職務。
どっちもだ。
ではどちらも改めなければならない。
だとしてもお前は信じられん。
しかしならばなぜ今まで直接仕掛けてこなかったのですか？チャンスはいくらでもあったはずだ。
君が言っていた通りだよ。慈悲なき啓示は人間の意識を標的にしているからだ。あれには本来時間の概念がない。現人類が勝手に自滅するのを待っていてもよかった。しかしフレデリックや僕の妨害に遭うことで自分が使命を果たす前に滅ぼされる可能性を認識した。だから人と同じ価値観を持ってこれに対処する必要があったんだ。
されことを黙ってろ。話はまだ終わってねえ。
フレデリック。
ソルだ。何度も言わせるな。お前もギアメーカーだ。本当の名前は何だったかな。さっきから聞いていればその第一の男ってやつが人類を危機にさらしたように言ってやがるが、てめえはどうなんだ。ギアを作り戦線を起こし今もなお何かを企んでいる。
しかしこの話を信じるならばギアメーカーは慈悲なき啓示からずっと我々を守ってきたことになる。
ああ、元老院もな。だが実際はどうだ。奴らは何をした。なぜラムレザルは死んだ。
僕は自分が善人であるとは言わない。だが今の話に嘘はないよ。
ならなぜギアを作った。
軍部の介入を阻止できなかった。
プロジェクトから抜けることもできたはずだ。なのにお前はギアを作り続けた。
ギアを戦争の道具にしたくなかった。僕が作った知識共有のシステムを使えば兵器となった全てのギアに指令が出せる。戦争を止められる。そのためには初めから開発に加わる必要があった。
So the Conclave's Master Zero Philosopher. Yeah, alright.
だが肝心な説明が足りてね。なぜ俺をアリアをギアにする必要があった。
アリアのためだ。 君も知っている通り、アリアは死の病を患っていた。そして僕も君と同じく彼女に冷凍睡眠を提案した。その時治せない病だったとしても、未来にはいつか治療法が見つかる時が来る。いや、僕が必ず治してみせると思ったからだ。しかし彼女はそれを拒んだ。それはフレデリック、君と共に生きる時間を少しでも長く欲したからだ。アリアの意志は固く、説得は無駄に終わった。だが僕にはどうしてもその現実を受け入れることはできなかった。そしてたどり着いた結論は一つ。アリアが治療を受け入れるたった一つの理由。
So just put him on ice? Nah, his plan was much stupider.
再び君に会えること。そのために君が不滅の存在となる必要があった。
ふざけた言い逃れをするな。その結果がどんな様か見てからものを言え。人類は滅びかけ、俺がジャスティスを、アリアを殺したんだぞ。
アリアは死んでいないわ。
何？
ジャスティスが初めて暴走した時、アリアの魂は救済できたの。半分だけだったけどね。それが私、アリアの半分。そして私が器に帰れば、ジャスティスはディアではなく正真正銘の人間となって復活する。彼はずっとこの時のためだけに生きながらえてきたのよ。
今の話、すべてを信じることは難しい。
He did all this bullshit
皆さんは話を続けてください。
just so that his two best friends could actually be alive and together again.
ソル、お前の長きにわたる因縁は決して他人が口を挟めるものではないだろう。お前がどんな結論を出したとしても、
He turned him into an immortal gear and did all this shit with her after she died, just so they could be together again. That man has another name, and that name is Wingman. You won't believe the shit I did for this OTP. You could say that is bullshit blazing.
少しは頭を冷やしたか。
まあな、やはり全てを鵜呑みにはできんが。それよりお前はなぜ冷静に聞いていられた？
And this is not going to be a twist. They're not going to double back on this, or at least, I mean, maybe later in Strive. But as of the end of XR, no. This is not a double psych either. That was genuinely his reason all these years. Fucking madman.
信仰心と人類の存亡、それを天秤にかけられるとは。また随分と。
Oh, hey, I'm streaming. What the hell?
やってしまった。
まあこんな時だ。
Why didn't anybody tell
俺
me?
も本国に帰った時、自分の机がどうなっているか。
その時は手伝ってやるよ。これは
どうした？
先日の報告書だ。どういうことだ？被害者のリストにファランクスの遺体も上がっている。
ファランクス？
レオ、お前が招集したのか？
そんなわけないだろう。
At least it isn't Xehanort levels of stupid. What's stupider? Doing all of this for your OTP? Or doing all of similarly scaled bullshit because you think that there's too much light in the world and there needs to be more darkness for the sake of balance or whatever?
ダブルバーガーもまだ食わせてなかったな。
I honestly think the OTP is less stupid.
腹を空かせてるやつがいる。
The second is honestly stupider. Kingdom Hearts 3 is bad.
祝勝会、彼女、ついに動くな。誰だ？近づいてくる。まさか。アクセルロー。
あら、バレちゃった？
どうやってここに？
Oh shit, how did you get here?
正直なところ自分じゃわからないのよ。
Oh, the magic tea party table just follows him. Hey, Leia! We're getting educated on the guilty gear. How you doing?
あんたの意見を聞きに来ただけなんだからさ。
ならそれはもっと親しい友人に聞くべきだった。因果率干渉隊。我々が最も危険視している存在。真っ先に排除すべき存在をお話だけで返すと思うのだ。
ああ、やっぱりね。その反応。分かってたよ。
恐れていないな、僕。なるほど。大きな力を手にし、調子に乗ってヒーロー気取りってわけか。
だから戦いに来たんじゃないって。
ならなんだ。仲間に入れてほしいようにも見えないか。
Start your birthday early? Oh shit, happy early birthday, Leia.
力は大きすぎる。ただ邪魔なんだ。
Oh, hi, Tatiana. Been a while.
自分自身を否定
I'm
する
doing alright.
おたくらは俺の逆で力を欲しがってる。それならさ、あんたは自分の何を肯定したいんだ？
わからないな。僕らの邪魔をする気がないなら、なぜそんなことを聞く？僕を説得でもするつもりか？
それはあわよくばってやつだ。だけど俺の望みはもっとささやかなもんだ。元の時代に、いえ、
もう一度だけでいい。めぐみに会いたいだけなんだ。
Aww.
置いてきぼりにしまった。まあ家族みたいなもんだ。でももし
They speak so quickly. I have it on times 2 speed. Or times 1.75 speed. Because I'm just trying to catch up for the newest game. And they talk very slowly and dramatically sometimes. And I'm reading subtitles anyway.
やれやれ、恐れ入ったよ。僕の素性も知らずにそんな話題。
Oh, it's gonna take about. It's gonna be about that long, no matter what. It would have taken like 6 hours counting the after stories on normal speed.
だからこうして夢の中に居場所を見つけたんだ。僕は慈悲の刑事と出会い、現世に干渉する術を得たが、妹のディライラは母親の顔すら知らず、未だに夢の世界を漂っている。人のぬくもりすら知らない。
Fucking anime games, right?
彼女を抱きしめてやれる。
I'm sorry, Bad Betty, you don't get to be misunderstood. You killed a puppy.
妹さんのためだったのか？僕にとってはね、無論計画の全貌がもっと大きな意義を持つものだが、そのために絶対確定世界が必要なのさ。あんたはそのために他の誰かを犠牲にすることも厭わないのか？僕を殺し屋か何かと思うのはやめてもらいたいな。そうじゃないってアピールは初めて聞いた。手段を選んでいないように見えるのは無理もないが、今の君ならうすうす理解できるんじゃないか？このバックヤードという空間は人が寝ている時に見る夢とつながっている。だから夢で起きる現象を想像してみれば分かりやすいだろう。そこが夢だと気づいていれば人はある程度世界をコントロールできる。しかし取り留めもなく脈絡もなく結実しない。そんな経験はないかい？
Stop that!
その通りだ。そんな専門用語を知っているとは驚きだけどね。僕は夢の中ならばあらゆる事象を実現させられるが、生物の死以外は長く続かない。しかし絶対確定世界は夢と現実の境界が曖昧になる時だ。その時ならば僕の行いを現世に定着させることができる。つまり妹を、そして今まで殺してきた人間も全て元の生活に戻すことができるんだ。だから僕は手にかける人物の素性は全て記憶してきた。町の人間も全てね。あんた。
The plot is convoluted, but does it take back something like other Blaze Blue? Does Blaze Blue have a lot of take backs? That sucks.
もしも妹との再会を阻むようなら、その時はもう見逃すことはないと思ってくれ。
Yeah, like I said, generally speaking, I think this series just I like it all sounds crazy, but I think much like 13 Sentinels. Like, yes, the shit they're saying is fucking bananas. Just the concepts are bananas. But like the actual, like once you accept the outlandish concepts, like the actual logic behind the events actually does make sense for the most part. Is Megumi Bedman's sister too? I don't think so. I think his sister's name is Dahlia, right? Nobody likes Robo-Kai. Hawthorne? God, I hope not. That would explain some of his more problematic behavior. But God, I hope not. You forgot about Robo-Kai? It's been a while since we saw him.
いずれにしろ貴様が気にすることじゃない。それよりこの作戦の方が心配だ。貴様の考えは物騒すぎる。勝ち目が見えたらそれ以上無茶するなよ。
それは敵の出方次第だな。
Dahlia mentioned during Woolie's. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In Sign, I believe they mentioned his sister Dahlia. Night, Lay. You have a good one. Hope you have a wonderful birthday. If we don't talk to you before then, you stay safe. Drink responsibly. 3 more? I think we can do it. We're probably gonna go to about 2 a.m. It's gonna be cutting it close, but I think we can do it.
では作戦を確認するぞ。カイドノとレオ殿は縮小会に参加し、西欧から直接生体訪問を入手。これは彼女の信号を追跡するために必要だ。敵も動きを見せるときは隠れ家に向かうだろう。その信号をたどればジャスティスとエル殿の居場所も特定できる。
でも世界中が大変な時なのに、本当に縮小会なんて開かれるんですか？
西欧自ら高官たちに声をかけています。決起集会の名目で強行するつもりでしょう。
Am I gonna post this on YouTube? I don't know.
我々の動きにも感づいているかもしれん。
Does anybody know what Woolie's policy is on stuff like that?
エル殿とジャック王を告げ替える。
そこまではいいが。ジャック王とジャスティスを融合させるエネルギー。
I mean, probably not because he does like playthroughs and everything. But, like, I don't know, something like this. Like, has anybody else done like reaction videos to his lore videos and posted them? With no issue. Regular speed. Oh, let's drop it to 1.5. 1.5 wasn't too bad.
実用に耐えうるのか。
君の夢は僕のせいで頓挫してしまったからね。なんとかバルムンク級までは安定させた。
Makes more sense than KH. The episode title I currently have written down is the Instrumental Humanity Project.
もっと安定するはずだ。しかし、ということは。
ああ、僕のラボだ。数世紀前の骨董品だが、ちゃんと手は入れてある。僕とドクター、ザッパ君はここで準備を進める。
では、残る問題は足ですね。ジャスティスの居場所が現存の船で移動しても間に合わないと遠かった場合はどうします？
みんなが親父みたいにさやに乗るってわけにはいかないしな。
あの狐がいれば移動は楽なんだから。
イズナはバビロンの事件以来連絡が取れない。おそらく西欧が手を打っているのだ。だがそこも抜かりはない。作戦は完璧だ。ん？どうした領殿？
いや。
Something about like a lot. Okay, so a lot of the more exaggerated mouth movements are kind of awkward in general, but I don't know what it is. Something about Leo, something about Leo when he yells and his mouth just unhinges like a snake. I can't do it. I can't replicate it. It's very unnerving.
それがどうだ。こうして自慢のガレージに迎えてくれているというわけだ。回りくどい言い方はいい。面積が欲しいんだろ。イグザクトリー。特にこれから見せるもんはそいつが欠かせない。だから条件は
They acknowledged Overture. I mean, they can't not. As controversial as Overture seemed to be within the fandom, it was very important story-wise.
このデータをやる。
Like they can't just ignore all that.
時間がないのか。その時間を買うためにここに来た。
わかった。だがこいつの効力はあんたの在任期間中までだ。
And I like Leo just fine for the record, but like something about this engine, when his jaw unhinges, just creeps me out.
グリーンカムビダーク号だ。
これは法定規格内なんだろうな。
その法定規格をねじ曲げるってのが。
A senator wanting a selfie with a wanted pirate? He's pure. He's the vice. Is he a senator? He's the vice president, right? I thought he was the vice president. Is that Wakamoto? Oh yeah. That was absolutely Wakamoto. as Johnny, yeah. Yeah, this game's got a AAA cast.
内容に関してはむしろ笑えん話だ。貴殿が入国審査も受けずにこの部屋に入った二人目の男だということもな。
細けいことは気にすんな。
Chip, stop showing off.
物には順序というものがある。まずは当事者に連絡を取るべきではないか。
草の者がいるに決まってんだろ。泳がされて叩かれんのがオチだ。多分ここのホットラインも監視されてるんじゃねえのか。
多分分かっているのか。貴殿はそんな裏も取っていない。
I want playable Gabriel. He seems like a fucking rad dude.
何かを疑ってたはずだ。そうじゃなければ元老院のアジトに諜報員を向かわせたりはしない。
違う。状況を正しく把握するためだ。
目的は国交の正常化だけか。後押しの政策にしては随分地味だな。それに G4 の開催時期だったのに他国を出し抜いて非公式の内政干渉、国連加入を控えたゼップにとってこれほどのリスクはないってのに、それをただの状況把握だっていうのか。
言葉は慎重に選べと言ったはずだ。内政干渉などと人聞きが悪いにも程がある。
もうのらりくらりと拉致が開かねえな。じゃあ今までの話、もし嘘だったら俺の国をくれてやるよ。
なんだと？貴様、軽々しくかけていいものを区別もつかんのか。もうこの技は。
俺の目を見ろ。 軽口に聞こえたなら謝る。だがどっちだ。あんたと俺、適当言ってるのはどっちだ。確かに俺はちゃんとした言葉が出てこねえ。だからこの目を見て判断してくれ。拳を振り抜くのはその後でもできると
思う。まったく何年も経つのに未だに為政者としての言動が身につかんのか。
そうか。自分ではいろいろ成長したつもりなんだけどな。
Zep is the floating nation. Yeah, Zep is the place that decided. No, we're not afraid of any ghost. We're still gonna use we're still gonna use technology and made their little floating island. Live stream chat. What about it?
だから連絡しない方がいいんだよ。俺の勘が正しければ。
Oh, the thing of Happy spinning in the chair. Yeah. I'm eager to see the context. That, but also the Momo. Oh yeah, I saw the Momo. Yeah, I actually have a better looking Momo. What the fuck?
本日はお集まりいただき感謝いたします。私のいでたちに戸惑われることかと思いますが、これは決意の表れです。
In case you were somehow taking this character seriously.
本日はその一歩を踏み出す
Just in case you were somehow actually taking this character seriously.
人類が生きる権利を勝ち取った日でした。しかし、今日をもってこの日はさらに深い意味を持つことになります。示すのです。確固たる決意を。人類とはただ連帯し、外敵に対し存在を左右されるだけの物体ではないということを。歴史の価値を、心の価値を、人類がこの世界で唯一自らの意志を持って普遍の価値を示す存在であることを。
I'm the Joker, baby. Oh my fucking god.
ちゃんと来てくれましたね。よかった。
一体何を企んでいる？
敬語を忘れています。来年はこれでも私は。
What is the point? Literally for what purpose?
オッケー。じゃあ堅苦しいのやめんね。あ、ところでさ、今の本当いいよ。今まで提案された中で一番いい。
Oh my fucking god.
聞きたいことは山ほどある。一つだけ腑に落ちないことがある。貴様の目的は新人類の創生と聞いた。なぜ人間をここまで。
人間じゃない、人形。もう今の私の前でその言葉は禁句だぞ。で、なんだっけ。あ、そう。私がどうして人形を始めるのかって話だよね。簡単。大嫌い。そう設定したの。
I want to write a book about this character and throw it away.
そう、私ね、あんたらと同じ価値観ってのを学ぶ必要があったの。まあ、そうだから、わかんでしょ？同じ目線ってやつ持つことにしたの。でも、人形ってさ、気まぐれだよね。感情は、ちょっとしたことで大きく傾いたりすんの。だから、誰かに優しくされて、お前たちが、かわいそう。やだ、かわいそう。
Is this how people feel when they see Seymour from Final Fantasy X?
だからこれ以上ないってくらいに徹底的にできる。
Final Fantasy X was too early of a video game for me, so I was desensitized to it. Like I wasn't able to realize just how dumb Seymour's design was. I feel like I'm feeling now what most normal people felt when they first saw Seymour. Just like somebody designed this. Somebody was like, yes, this is what we want our villain to look like.
こうなる前からしっかりとね。そう。あんたらさ、人形の主食ってのがなんか知ってる？
主食？何の話だ？
なんかね、パンじゃないよ。パンじゃないの。肉や野菜じゃないの。よち。何よりよち。
Fanfics about her. Hopefully none.
それをバク食い尽くす。でもね、そういうのにすぐに飽きちゃう。さっきまで喜んで。
I can't deal with this.
すぐ飽きちゃう。そしてまた新たなよちを探し求める。餌がある限り自らの許容を超えても食べ続けちゃう。まるで豚。
なんだと？貴様人間を。
人形だ！なんだ、脱線しちゃった。もうやだ。
I was gonna say, are other people hearing this? Are these like insiders who agree with her plan, or?
本心だったから。
Because if not, this should kind of be a red flag.
何を始める気だ？
余興だよ。パーティーにはつきものだろ。
何よ？レオ、どうして？
落ち着け、怪奇スク。お前は落ち着けるはずだ。余興の主役なんだから。らしく振る舞ってくれよ。
これが落ち着いていられると思うか？
ああ、落ち着ける。
Okay, so that confirms that these people are not in on her plan. So these people just decided, oh yeah, we'll go to the Pope's cocktail party. Saw her in that makeup. And weren't the slightest bit alarmed. It's not funny, poor that guy, but also you shouldn't have seen the warning sign, sir. Oh my god, she has a... Oh, she's a fiend. That's why she's so cartoonishly stupid and evil.
ある時ねひらめいたの
希望
いよいよだねやめろ
おめえら人形から全て奪いには希望を刈り取ればいい
Jesus. There are 5 fics with her name as a tag. Report those. I'm gonna need everyone to mass report those.
やめろ
やあ皆さんごきげんよう私はご存知アリエスみんなが大好き聖王様だしかし同時に今まで隠してごめんね
Good God.
慈悲なき刑事なのちなみにこれは
Remember the very start of the lore videos when Willie talked about the, you know, the entity trying to come through the computers?
でもねきっと誰も出ないからそんで
Or all technology, that's the whole reason technology got banned. How do we feel?
でこういうのって
How do we feel knowing that this is what was trying to come through?
その方がみんなに分かりやすいだからやるね
やめろ貴様は
makes that whole concept a lot less scary. That's such a horrifying story beat. Just like the idea of like what the fuck was trying to come through. A clown. A clown was trying to come through. Oh shit, good save Chip.
鋭いなあでも一人で来たのってまずくない
一人そいつはどうか
I was gonna say, is it gonna be everyone? Are we gonna go full anime? Every playable character shows up?
あ OK?
Because that'd be pretty Kino.
余興の本番はこれからだしねうん見せて
Damn it. Every single Power Ranger.
西欧には逃げられちまったが
A clown that what humanity did. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, like, it's threatening. Her motivation is threatening, but just, like, knowing it's just some clown lady, and not, like, an eldritch being with, like, no physical form beyond our comprehension. Sometimes it's that classic ideology. Technically an eldritch robot, yeah. But just, you know what I mean. It's like, that's the kind of stuff that's usually better left on the... Better off being ambiguous, I would say. Never knowing what was trying to come through. Better than Edelgard. Oh, still better than Edelgard.
何をする気だ数は少ないですが何本か間に合いました住人が避難できる時間を稼ぎます
Fly away on your magic umbrella, Faust.
なんとかあれに注射をすることができれば危ないおのたは今だ早くやれやりましたよこれでしばらく爆発しない何気抜くな
Yay, we are kind of getting everyone showing up. That's cool. Destroy design society.
さすがに手だれだな。イルリアにもまだこれほどの兵士がいたとは。
感心してないでさっさと片付けるわね こで働きを見せなければベノムの覚悟に報いることができない。
そうだな。では死より深い闇。
あの医者の道を開け。
やった。次はダメだ。あれは間に合わない。
Holy shit! You see why I say that man needs to be playable? Not that man. Gabriel, man. Jesus Christ.
弱くなったか。お前もな。若造が。さて、行くぞ世界。
Legitimate war hero, right? Yeah. Like he's the one who freed Potemkin and all that. Made Zep great again, unironically.
気づいたか、レオ。
セオ。
姿を消した。だが多くの援軍が駆けつけてくれた。ここは彼らに任せ、我々は次の準備に取り掛かろう。
収穫はあった。
今。
Fucking Daryl has done nothing! Literally, what is the point of having an alliance of 3 kings when one literally doesn't even exist? Did he actually do stuff in Overture that was glossed over in the summary or something? Like, literally, what is the point otherwise? Fucking Daryl.
最悪の予想が当たってしまった。どうしたんだよ。
西欧の信号が消えた。
くそー、やはり西欧は信号を消す術を持っていたんだ。
他の方法はないのか。
あればエルドンを見つけている。
まずいな。ここまで完璧に信号を消せるとは。
それ本当に完璧に消えてます？
どういう意味？
迷ってる時間はありません。とにかくソルさんたちは計画通りに動いてください。ランディがヒーローになるのか。くそ、こいつら一体何者だ。
こちらもビンゴか。あいつは本当に勘だけだが実際頼りになりますよ。
Oh man! I feel silly for worrying about time.
西欧は何をしているんだ。なぜ動かない。なぜコンタクトが取れなくなったんだ。まさか想定外の妨害に遭っているとは思えないが仕方ない。僕が全部終わらせる。
I say that, then again, these last two are significantly longer. Not significantly, but like closer to 40 minutes than 30 minutes. Yeah, we were playing a good chunk of them at double speed. It makes sense.
Eno, なぜここが分かったんだ。しかしあえて言おう。誰かと思えばと。今さら君なんかが来たところで何ができる。
Not sure where C is coming from, yeah. No idea.
どうして僕の声が聞こえる。どうなっている。僕が気配に気づかないなんて。なるほどね。
ブレイクだ。
爆発の心配はなくなった。このギアは単体でも十分脅威だ。フ
トラックスを相手にしやがれば手に余る。
くそ。なんだ。
Hey! More DLC!
人間撤回。さすがの西欧直轄ね。
だがここで引くわけにはいかん。
ちょっとまさかこんな時に手を抜いてないでしょうね。
これは君たちが勝ち取るべきなんだよ。
スレイヤー卿、あなたはなぜ私などに光を見たのですか？
それ今する話。
あなたもまた私と同じく全てを得たゆえに全てを失ったものだ。だが私と違うのは全てを諦めていないこと。
モンテローザの作戦を覚えているかね。山頂を目指して進む我々は中腹で一人の老人と出会った。一般の登山客を装うためミリア君が会話を切り出した。晴天に恵まれましたね。頂上が楽しみです。それと老人はこう言った。
自分はここでいい。
去りゆく者は未開の地に胸を取らせ、かいた汗に充足を覚え、しかし立ち止まって眺める景色がその感動に劣るとは思わない。
ああ、実に感触のある言葉だった。しかし私は今になってその先に添えられた言葉の方が思い出されるのだ。地元の者なら山頂の景色は見慣れている。まして道中ならばその倍は見ているはずなのに、今まで何を見ていたのだろ
う。私は見落としてきたものを勝手に見飽きていたのかもしれないな。
一歩も引くな。線の先に明日があると思え。生き抜け。我々の知る明日という言葉は今日を境に意味を変える。
過ぎ去ったものは失ったわけではない。
考えたね。まさかこんなおもちゃまで持ってくるとは。確かにこれならば僕の思考を読む力は半分しか機能しない。だけどね、作戦が浅すぎないか。僕としてはその機械人形さえ先に壊してしまえばいい話だ。これではまるでただ死にに来たようなものだね。
こいつわしらが死にに来たと言ってるぞ。
君がいなければそうなっていただろう。我々のチャンスは一度しかなかった。だが勝った。君の負けだ、ベッドマン。
何？これを？
その球体には何の威力も拘束力もない。だから君は危機と判断しなかった。しかし決して逃れることはできない。そして同様にボールたちはその球体と一定の距離を保ち続ける。
なるほどね。この球体はいわば僕にロックオンしている照準というわけか。
こんな攻撃で倒せると思っているのか。そう考えているな。先ほど君は死にに来たのかと言ったらしいが、私は死にに来たのだ。何ら問題はない。アサシンは生まれ変わる。これからは日の当たる世界で罪を背負う。過ちを正す機会を得たのだ。君たちの起こした戦争でな。しかしそれだけでは世界が納得しまい。誰かが責任を取らなければ。君と私の首にはその価値がある。
そういうことか。くだらない。そんなに社会に認められたければただ黙っていればよかった。関心を寄せなければよかった。発言権を放棄すれば立派な多数派になれる。今からでも実践したらどうだ？中途半端に環境を妬んで拗ねて見せた挙句に人の知る馬に乗っかって人生をやり直そうなんて厚かましいにも程がある。あまり安い夢物語のために僕たちの計画を。この数を。バカな、本当に死ぬ気か。
今まで私の命は新たなる不幸の糧でしかなかった。しかしもし闇を遮る壁に生まれ変われるとしたら、たとえ我が身が塵と化そうとも、このベノム、それで本望。
これはまずい。僕が負けるというのか。
こんなにたわいもなく、こんなに安っぽい夢のために。
Too good for him, I say.
その夢を気安く笑うな。
何？
さっさと負けを認めろ。今なら許してくれるかもしれないぞ。
認めろだと？納得できると思うのか？君たちの思いつきのような夢のために、この僕がなぜ諦めなければならない？
Definitely feels like post-launch quality, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I have to assume that's what the credits were about. That was all stuff in Revelator 1 and then all this was Rev 2.
現実という鉄壁の運命に立ち向かうには、現実を破壊する覚悟を持って叱るべきなんだ。この世界はどんなに上辺を取り繕っても、最終的に刑事に価値を集約して優劣を求める。それを世の中は万物平等と謳っているんだ。だからこそ僕は、その圧倒的火力を是とする思想に倣った。不必要なものは全て排除した。その果てならば人は失ったものを自覚できる。その果てならば僕たち兄弟のように、合理性と統計の犠牲になる人間はいなくなるはずなんだ。この僕の非常の覚悟、たかだか君一人の命の光に。
Okay, like what, real talk. Like she wants to basically create humanity 2.0. You really think she's gonna let you and your sister live? She very clearly wants to get rid of everything, period. She's not just gonna let you two stay because you helped her.
夢を笑うなと言ったな。では、僕と同じステージに立ってもらおうか。どちらの夢が、どちらの思いが強いのか、はっきりさせようじゃないか。大丈夫。この子たちの名前も覚えている。
おい、ベノム、その辺にしとけ。二人とも本当に死ぬぞ。
しかし、これではまだ足りない。
いいんだよ、それで。わしの合図を待て。
ブリキ？
ブリキじゃない。ケツから早く突っ込むぞ。
何をしている？
I must save the children!
君はここの住民に迫害を受けてきたはずだ。なぜ彼らをかばう？
わからん。わしは貴様より高性能だから考える前にやるべきことがわかるんだろう。貴様がかわいそうなやつだってこともな。
なんだと？
そりゃ町の連中には腹を立てているよ。だがな、結局わしは社会がなければ満足に油もさせない。この服も柔軟剤も洗剤もどっかの誰かが作ったもんだ。まあだからわしもどっかの誰かの役に立つことをしてきた。それで社会の一員だってことで納得している。
When I read about there being a Robo Kai character at some point, I was not expecting a character with this much in depth, I gotta be honest. What the fuck, dude?
貴様、本当は世界なんてどうでもいいんだろ
う。何をしている？もう下がっていい。
一つ教えとかにはならん。
なぜ君まで命を懸ける？
貴様らがバカだからだ。このままじゃここにいるみんなが死ぬ。わしは高性能だから消える命は一つで十分だということがわかる。覚えておけ。人の夢を笑っちゃいかん。わしなりの哲学だ。それだけ守ってればご大層な思想なんていらないんだ。喧嘩しようが何しようが人は繋がれる。だから
Please? Please say psych? What the fuck? No! Oh! How fatal is that in this world? Surely this world's advanced enough that this could be like Beast Wars tech. We can just glue his head back on like we do Waspinators every week, right? Oh. No, please? I like him now. No. Oh, no.
いや、
まさか君が負けるとは。
どうやら僕はもう戦力にはなれそうにない。こうなったら残りの命を使って犠牲者の蘇生に力を尽くす。僕たちの夢の続きは君に託してもいいかい？
ああ、任せてくれ。君は本当によくやってくれた。本当に。本当に。
I can't believe the clown lady has no empathy for her subordinates.
素晴らしい駒だったよ。最後は自滅までしてくれるなんてありがとう。
Fucking who would have thought?
絶対確定世界はきっちり仕上げるからね。まあちょっと人類は全滅したけど。
どういうことだ？
え、わかんない。あ、そっか、わかんないか。あのね、私ね、この瞬間までずっと
猫かぶってました。にゃお。
本当はね。
I want to strangle her while the jury turns a blind eye.
だから滅びればいいと思ってます。
真の人類を創造し、正しい未来へ導くって。
私嘘つき？嘘つきとか言わないで、お願い。それはさ、言葉の行間ってやつを。
I'm with her on that one, dude. Seeing the way she treats other people, why would you think you were special?
目がお目覚めじゃないですか。寝言は起きている時に言うものじゃないぞ。
何人殺したと思っているんだ。僕を裏切ったら。絶対確定世界。その気になれば僕一人でもできると言ったはずだ。否定する。ここは僕が作り出した世界だ。僕が定めたことが絶対だ。どんな力もここでは無力だ。だが残念だ。残りの命ではこれがせめて罪。
And suddenly Digital Devil Saga syndrome. Oof. So he's not going to be in. So he's not going to be Strive DLC anytime soon. I can't feel too bad for him. For someone whose brain is so powerful, he has to be kept asleep or it'll explode or whatever. Kind of a dumbass to not think that she would turn on him at some point. Also, the whole puppy thing.
消えた信号を復元できるというのかい？
復元なんてできない。だが消えてるからいいんだ。
I'm not sure what the implication with that last shot was. That was his leg still. Maybe his sister. Are we gonna get Bad Woman? We'll get Bad Woman as Strive DLC. It said unknown girl. Did it? Okay, probably his sister then.
火を入れるぞ。座標をメインモニターに出せ。エイプリル、最短ルートの検出だ。
任せて。目的地は北大西洋上空。
Yeah.
口はないはずだけど。
北大西洋ですって？
おい、レオさんよ。
はい。
I think it kind of has to be. Like I said, she had the same like weird marks on her legs. It's just saying unknown girl, and it has to be that. Bed woman confirmed. We out there.
Yoし、目標近隣の部隊は第二防衛準備態勢。各国に応援も要請。今度こそ完全に決着をつけるぞ。
さて急ぐぞ。タイムリミットが近づけばヘヒョン殿に負担がかかる。フレデリックたちが準備でき次第対応する。
起動申請発信。第二連合の承認を確認しました。
メインブリッジスリープ解除。起動プロトコルは2から初めて承認。ここからは起動管制と継続。それから通信は設備のものを使用する。動作確認を忘れない。
了解だ。
Might want to change the time spun speed.
すごいや。100年も前の施設なのに情報劣化が起きてない。補助動力まで排気腐敗 2% って。
当時のものは物理ユニットと法力の併用が多かったからね。安全な法力処理より劣化しにくいんだ。交通式ウルツアイと真空集積回路は現状最高の耐久性を持っている。
おしゃべりはそこまでだ。方針展開。発射シークエンスを開始するぞ。
崩壊チャンバー圧力正常。
Happy rock song, happy rock song. Flying crosses, we Evangelion again. Oh, never mind, it's a railgun. A suspiciously cross-shaped railgun, but a railgun nonetheless.
エイプリル、異常は？
大丈夫。懸念されてた余圧システムも G キャンセラーも正常に作動してる。
こいつはマジジェット吐き気がしてきたぜ。
どのぐらいかかる？
目標地点までは3600キロ。トラブルがなければ40分弱ってところかな。
3600キロ40分で。
世界最速最新鋭の民間機にようこそ。
TH 製の J59 を12機も搭載しておいてよく言うわ。最新鋭どころかアンティークじゃない。早いわけだわ。
ああ、話が合いそうだな王女さん。だが素敵なおしゃべりはディナーの席にとってると王様の前じゃなくてな。
ここに来ます。すごい。
来る。みんなが。はい。はい。おつなぎします。
どうした？
第三連をダレル様からです。
Oh my god, Daryl!
遅れてすまない。
ダレル？
内部調査に時間を奪われていた。西欧の指示でな。だがここまでだ。艦隊は私が指揮する。君は使徒の対処に専念してくれ。
ありがたい。艦隊への指示だが。
砲撃でジャスティスを粉砕する。
何を言っている？現場にはソルやカイが向かっているんだぞ。
把握はできている。作戦の経過次第だが保険はいるだろう。
確かにそうだが、彼らの安全は保証できるのか？
保証はできない。最善は尽くすがな。
保証できない？
最善は尽くすと言った。そもそもそんな
Oh, he does have a model. What the
彼ら
fuck?
どころか人類全体の危機なのだ。
しかしお前に判断できるのか？
それは私に任せてもらうほかない。だが危険と判断した時点でソルも攻撃対象になることは了承してもらいたい。
ダメだ。やはり艦隊の指揮は俺が取る。
断る。第13艦隊はもともと私の管轄だ。私が戻った以
Oh,
上
he's a dick.
君にその権限はない。
なんだと？お前は彼らのことを知らない。今までどんな逆境をやっても。
そうだ、彼らのことは知らない。だから客観的で冷静な判断ができる。君はどうだ？
ジャスティスもソルも肉体的に破壊したところでコアは不滅だ。問題を先延ばしにするだけだぞ。
だが対策を練る時間は作れる。
違う。ソルが死ねば人の心を持つコアはいなくなる。そうなれば対策もクソもない。
ではそうならないように祈るしかあるまい。
ジャスティスを粉砕すると言ったら一体どうするつもりだ？大艦隊を投入しても破壊できなかったんだぞ。
艦隊にコライダーキャノンを搭載している。西欧の指示で作ったものだ。注文の出力に到達せず難航していたが、それでも類を見ない破壊力を持っている。ジャスティスの入力部位以外を狙えば痛手を負わせられるはずだ。
分かった。だがくれぐれも早まった真似はするな。
タイムリミットは君の判断を待ってはくれないぞ。
くそ、何が保険だ？
どちらへ？
保険だ。俺も保険を手に入れる。
Aw, Leo's a bro.
長いわね。人類が滅ぶかどうかの40分。
ああ、じゃあなんか話そうぜ。
話すって何を？
そうだな、前から気になってたんだけどさ、親父ってもしかして母さんの親？
シン。
Oh.
今やめておけ。
何の話だ？
あら、そのことなら私が一番。
Oh.
やめろと言ったはずだ。いいか、今からみんな。
He doesn't want them to. He has realized.
それが平和だからだ。
He has realized the exact relation he doesn't want them to know.
間違ってない。
待ってくれ。そうか。その話は、
Oh!
ディズニーはジャスティスの娘で、つまり
The square peg.
いや。
そうだ。それが私の弟。
どっちが勝った絶叫コンテスト。
シンのおかげで楽しい旅路になったわね。
状況を考えろ。平和ボケしてる場合か。
いいじゃないか。平和ボケだろうが偽善だろうが大いに結構。世の中っていうのは誰かが
They're like, oh no, people used to ship us.
それは嘘だろうがなんだろうがな。
Some people probably still do ship us.
慈悲なき刑事は人間を憎んでいた。確かな憎しみを感じた。しかし同時に
Glad I
人
didn't
間と
know
はこうあるべ
about
きだと
this
いう
scene
認めを解いて
now.
いるようにも思えた。
I just figured it was gonna be. I figured it would be like another DMC thing, where they just conveniently don't talk about it.
慈悲なき刑事の考えがわかるかってこと？人は海を埋め立てて浅瀬をどこまでも広げようとしている。誰もが安心して進むことができるように。しかしどこにでも行けるようになった結果、どこに行くことも当地となった。振り返った時には沖との境界はなくなり、どこに帰るべきかもわからなくなり、帰る必要もなくなる。高波や深い海の底はそれを警告していた。そこがお前たちの居場所だと。 ってところかしら。
それもそんなこと言っていたな。
聞き流せ。年を食ったやつの悪い癖だ。
レイブンってやつが言ってたことと同じか。うまいステーキも食いすぎると味がなくなるって。
ま、私は間違っても神じゃないけど。
Not blood, you say I was wrong. Yeah, I told you they weren't. I told you they weren't related. Not by blood. I said they weren't blood related. That was the exact way I phrased it.
それではまるで機械です。
そう、慈悲なき刑事もそういう未来を嫌っているみたい。でも私はそれも幸せだと思う。滅びと考えるのは今を生きる人固有の考え方かもしれない。
では、それが人の幸せだと。
それもと言ったでしょ。人には選択できる自由がある。
その権利を奪われるわけにはいかない。
花火はみんないっぺんに消えるわけじゃねえ。
花火？
尾行を気取ってバカの家に土足で入るやつはやけどするってことだ。きっちり返してもらうぞ、エルフェルトは。
Oh yeah, yeah, if he really did swap eyeballs with his son. What did you miss, JC? Oh god! Huh, where do I start? When did you leave? What was the last thing from this game you remember? Or these games? What was the last bit of lore you received? I can tell you one thing you definitely missed. You missed a clown pope. In case you ever wondered what would happen if Rhea and Edelgard did the fusion dance. This bitch.
チャンスって実は山ほどあります。大事なのはそれを認識し見分ける力です。本来は他者から教えられるものじゃありません。だから今から私が話すことはとても貴重なものです。あと数分もしないうちにお前は世界で最も孤独な存在になる。その時あの船に乗っている何人かは生き残れます。だがここに来れば死ぬ。私が殺すからです。
Yeah, I should specify. Specifically Rhea from the Clown Cheese route. Most of the time Rhea's fine. She never went fully off her rocker. And was somewhat sympathetic. Even on Crimson Cloud, she was somewhat sympathetic. But you know what I mean. You also missed the robot suddenly becoming like the coolest character and giving a genuinely sad heroic sacrifice.
考えろと言ってます。
彼らは世界を救いに来たの。私の言葉じゃ帰らない。でもまたソルさんに怒られちゃうな。無駄とか無理とか諦めのいい言葉を使ったら。
Robokai. I like Robokai. I see why people want him to be playable again now. I'm not sure if that could happen depending on how final decapitation is for a robot in this world. Aww. Save your daughter / granddaughter. Aww. Aww. It's possible. Like again, it's a fighting game. If they decide they want a playable character back, they'll come back. Fucking Bedman said. Fucking Bedman died.
Mischoice.
All right, last one. Woo! 2 a.m. Let's fucking go. Baby, you're a firework.
Jaco, お前はエルフェルトのところへ向かえ。あとは
ぶっ飛ばす。シン、言葉が汚いぞ。
じゃあ、なんて言うんだよ。
Mortal Kombat kills half the roster and they always come back, yeah.
明日からは使うな。
あなたは？あなたのもう一人のお母さん、いやお姉さんかな。
入れ替わるつもり？手際いいよね。
Yeah, I don't know how clone relations work.
それまで生きていられるかな。
Cliff died and hasn't come back. Aw. Yeah, he died of like practically natural causes. Like he was an old dude, right? Like someone dying of natural causes, I can understand them not wanting to bring him back. But people dying because of bullshit anime hijinks. It also could well be just a popularity thing. Like I don't know how popular Cliff is. He seemed like a cool dude. But I don't know if he has like people clamoring for him to come back constantly. Is Rei Shinji's mother or sister? Good question. As far as fandom's concerned, mother.
なぜドラゴンインストールを使わない？本当は分かってます。
You'd say sister?
できないですよね。そんなことしちゃったら。
I mean, considering the whole conversation they have, where they talk about naming the kid, if it's a boy, Shinji, if it's a girl, Rei, sister would probably be more applicable. It's just because Elphelt and Ram are so young. Like, they look the same age as Sin, and they're so close with Sin, that I'm inclined to think of them as being more on the younger side, and thus being more like his daughter or granddaughters. Than them being his sisters-in-law or whatever.
何？てめえの悪口を言わなかった。てめえが悪いことしてるのをやめさせがってた。どんな奴だろうとてめえが母さんだからだ。それを放っておけば幸せだったと思うんだ。貴様らの味方になったからといって人形ではない。生き続ける。孤独になるだけだ。
I mean, either way, so yeah. He's both. Either way, he's both. Even if neither actually his daughter, Dizzy is, and Sin's his grandkid. Like, regardless of Ram and Elphelt's status, he is both a DILF and a GILF.
お待たせ。これはあなたの役目は私が引き継ぐの。もう少し待ってね。
ジャック王さん、所定の位置につきました。
よし、標的の最終確認後即時に発射。時間がないぞ。
1.1 speed, yeah, we can do that. We can do that for the finale.
待って、座標が微妙にずれている。
何？どういうことだ？
Now we can call him Soul Dad Guy? Exactly.
くそ、まだかよ。
これだわ。
何を孫ついてやがる。
地面が陥没してるの。
なんだと？少しくらいなんだ。構わねえからぶちかませ。
ダメだ。誤差範囲を超えている。このままでは十分な効果を期待できない。ジャックを位置を修正できるか？
今はちょっと手が離せない。
それ、ここを預けるぞ。
さっさと行け。
すっげえ。
陥没を止めただけだ。シン、反対側を支えて持ち上げろ。ここはもう大丈夫だ。
わかった。
I will beat this clown with the power of Grandpa.
お前はなぜ人形どもの味方をする？神にも等しい存在のお前が。人形どもはオウムみたいに人の言葉を真似てるに過ぎないのに。 やがて全能と進化を履き違える。だが奴らは進化などしない。ただ全ての答えを明らかにするだけ。想像は無限だが理解は有限なんだよ。
人間らしい感性など自ら放棄してしまう。お前はそんな世界で一人で生きていく覚悟があるというのか？
花火は好きか？
He literally has an entire fucking family, lady.
俺は今まで一人であることに努めてきた。俺がそうしてきた。俺が望んだ俺の世界だ。ところがそんな
He's got
自
a
分の世界を持
family,
った
he's got an
奴らが
Axel. He's got plenty of people who accept him.
俺ただの守りたいだの。成り上がりたい。取り戻したい、やり直したい。それもガンガンと鬱陶しくな。まるで花火だ。おかげで俺は一人でいることを認識できた。一人じゃなく一人だ。俺の世界は何かに許された俺の自由なんだよ。だが本当に誰か一人の望みだけで存在する世界ってのは結局自分が一人であることも認識できなくなる。それはてめえがムカついている世界と何が違う？この世界はでけえ花火だ。見逃す手はねえだろうが。
Is this Lily again? I can't quite tell. Maybe? Very pretty once again, whatever it is. Oh, come on, Chain! You stop the pretty music!
So.
フレデリック、まだか。発射10秒前だ。
これは形勢逆転ってやつです。発射されました。シン、諦めるな。
万策尽きたか。ちくしょ
諦めないで。
Oh. Hey, girl.
ラムレザル、バカだ。ラム。お前、どうして？
とにかく持ち上げて。
ターゲット修正完了。
残念。ソルは生かしてつがいを作りたかった。でも時間がないんだ。まあそれでも 100% 目的達成です。
0% だ、ボケが。
I was gonna say, who do you think just merged with the robot? Why do you think you won now? Lady. Also that. Shut up!
何年生きてきた？何年生きてきた？お前にも未来は見えてんだろ。この先の世界はお前が経験してきた全ての価値を否定する未来だ。いいのかよ。思い出してみて。過去恋をした、苦労を乗り越えて何か達成した、未来に期待を寄せて胸を躍らせた。話してみろ。お前の過去を。
Stop that.
おいおい。
それを言ったら
月が落ちるぜ。
Thank you. Too good for her, I say. Aww. Aww. We gotta do something about that necklace. You look ridiculous.
やったぜ。
なんだ。
まだか。もう限界だ。
ヘヒョン殿、どういうことだ。そっちはどうなってるんですか。状況を教えてください。フレアは収まってません。
Oh.
なんだって。
Outstanding.
フレデリック。
ああ、聞こえている。確かにジャスティスは人間になっていない。どうなってやがる。
原因が分かったわ。アリアが人間になることを拒否している。
なぜ
The fuck?
潜在的な意識ね。暴走した時の記憶が強すぎる。アリアはあの時から今までずっと狂気に支配されていた。
Oh my god, Arya, it's fine!
一つだけ方法がある。
You were a giant robot! People, you'll get over
私が
it!
一時的に彼女の意識を支配して強制的に融合することは可能よ。ただその場合、さっきよりも強力なエネルギーが必要。
これ以上の出力は出せない。タイムリミットだ。
Fuck you, Daryl.
待ってください。第二連王の確認を。
待てない。コライダーキャノン発射準備。これはそういうことか。
レオ様はどこ？
パラダイム、示弾は撃てるか。
何を？
撃てるのか撃てねえのか。
撃てる。しかし効果がなければ無意味なだけではなく、
ジャンクヤードに火を入れる。オラトリオ星人を直接こいつにぶち込んでキックスタートさせる。
時速何キロだと見切れるわけがない。それに受け止められない。
ガタガタ抜かすな。代案があるなら1秒以内に出しやがれ。
ザッパ殿、はい。
方針展開。照準をジャスティスに固定。
聞こえますか、ダレル。
聞こえている。どうやら作戦は失敗だったようだな。
そのようです。しかし 最後の希望があります。あと数分の間でいい。待ってもらえませんか。
希望はこの砲撃だ。ソルバットガイの無謀な賭けのことではない。悪いが成功確率を計算する気にもならない一か八かの作戦に人類の命運をかけるわけには。
できる。
レオ。
イルリア連王国憲法第3条12項だ。第1連王タイキスク、第2連王レオホワイトファング連盟の
That was his backup plan.
時刻をもって
Loopholes.
お前を第3連王から解任する。
Leo, did it take you that long just to read all that?
なんだと。
Can you actually not read, honey?
この有事に人間然としたくだらん争いだ。
He got it beat.
それでもあのソルという男には全てを預けてかけられるだけの価値があるのだ。少なくとも我々の身勝手で殺すことになれば、もはや人類は何かに感謝する資格すら失うぞ。さあカイ、俺はすでに承認した。あとお前だけだ。
Oh, Leo, you're a Chad, even if you can't read.
やめろカイ。こんなの馬鹿げている。冷静になれ。
私はありがとう、レオ。しかしダレルは間違っているわけではない。承認はしません。
What the fuck?
その代わり、その船に転移装置はありますか？
ある。この距離ならば皆を回収できる。初めからそのつもりだ。
助かります。しかしソルも標的にするなら私も残してください。
標的命中まで60秒。
何してやがる。てめえは死んといろ。
これが本当に奇跡の賭けであることくらい私にもわかる。友を犠牲に生きながらえるなら私の王としての世界も終わりだ。
God damn, dude. Okay.
転移開始。
That's still dumb, but. This is some Goku versus Frieza shit.
これは
Oh.
バカな。ダレル、すぐに私を戻してください。
すまないカイ。君と同様私も新年に最後の希望を託
God
して。
damn, can't nobody get what they want.
人類のために必要だ。
Yeah, fuck Daryl. Should have impeached him when you had the chance, dumbass. People are stupid, but they make sense, basically.
ジャックを付き合わせちまったな。
あなた本当に最後の1秒まであがくのね。でもいいじゃない。約束を守ってくれた。あなたは一人にはならなかった。
Now there's a cute couple. Daryl and the Clown Pope. I could get behind that. And they died. Strive is actually a prequel to this. Uh-oh. Zawarudo? Is it like... Oh. Oh, you control... Oh, you're controlling it. Oh, good for you. I thought maybe it was like the will of Bedman helping them out one last time. This is way better, though. Holy shit, dude.
ここで起きることは全て一瞬だ。旦那が変身しても世界に異変が起きる前に決着がつけられるかもしれない。
だがお前、こんな力を使えば。
分かってるよ。もう元の世界には帰れないかもしれない。でもさ、俺の彼女は、めぐみは、笑顔が
Oh, what is he like using up all of his time travel juice just to do this? Oh, dude. Why is everyone such a goddamn bro?
でもよ、ダメなんだよ。ダメなんだよ。そんな俺が、そんな濁った俺の目じゃ、あいつの笑顔をまともに見れやしないんだ。
Oh.
だからさ。ぶちかわせたんだ。
上等だアクセルをいっぱい怒らせろ。
Oh. Anime Freddie Mercury and anime Axl Rose. Bros for life. Oh. Is Jacko dead? Well, you know the plan. It depends on your interpretation. She was literally created for the purpose of fusing with Justice, so that Arya could be whole again. So I guess the question is how much of Jacko was her own thing in the first place. Like, is this a death of personality or not?
Sorry.
A reset? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it just depends on how much of Jacko was her own personality. We don't really know her well enough to say.
お前まで消えてしまったら、私の希望が本当になくなってしまうからな。言えた義理じゃないが。
Oh, shut the fuck up.
娘たちを頼む。今となっては私が唯一。
Oh, of course. Of course it's not about you loving your daughters. It's about you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Hey. Waifu attained.
What?
「勝率が帰ってきた」
見てください。フレアが消えました。消えました。
America! And other such countries!
やっぱり親父は無敵だぜ。
Aw, he's so proud of his grandpa. Ah, all felt closer mouth, honey. A fly's gonna fly in there. Fuck you, Daryl. You're impeached.
英雄などではない。奇跡はそう何度も起こせるはずがない。つまり噂通り軍神だったようだ。
He didn't do it for your approval, Daryl. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
Daryl,
話
I
だが。
was
話
just
だが。
やれやれ。修理費もミスターに追加だな。
酒がありそうな方に行くか。
So he got his wife, so he got his wife back. Aww. That was good. I'm glad we decided to watch the whole thing. I'm sad I have to wait an extra day to see what the hell's going on in Strive now and listen to the soundtrack and everything. But I'm glad we did it. My man, Bedman, died like a bitch. It's fucking late. It's very late. The epilogues, I think we'll watch the epilogues tomorrow still. I'm actually curious. I'll hold off. I won't watch them on my own time. The epilogues shouldn't take that long. Or like 36, 28, 42. Yeah. You'd ever gone deep into Guilty Gear lore. It's actually interesting. It's shocking, right? Like I said, once again, it's just one of those things where, like, out of context, the stuff sounds fucking bananas. Like, it's a lot of really out there concepts, but, like, you can have out there concepts and, like, still actually genuinely be pretty well written and make logical sense still within the rules of that universe. Yeah, like, I don't know, I'm sure this one's gonna have, like, some kind of, does it? It has a little bit of post-credit stuff. And mid-credit stuff, actually, it looks like. Yeah, depending on what they show us in the mid-credits, yeah, I think we'll go ahead and watch the epilogues, too. Like I said, it's not like it's gonna take that much longer. Daisuke is a god. Yeah, for the record, it's basically one guy doing, like, most of the character designs and writing. This is, the love child of Daisuke. I forget his last name. Ishiwatari, maybe? That man. Yeah, what the hell are you gonna do now, dude? Aww. I hope you appreciate all the shit I did for my OTP, bruh. Do we have a score? Like, the entire reason he did this stuff was ultimately to help you and your waifu. So do you really even have a score? Now that you know what his motivation was? I'm already a filthy fucking furry.
Shin, よく見ておけ。あれが男の目だ。喧嘩を売る野郎の目だ。ああいう目をしたやつには理由なんかいらねえ。答えてやるのが筋なんだよ。
He also has a wing in his eye.
いいだろ。アスカあるクロイツ。その喧嘩買ってやる。
Why are you so happy about that, Eno? I know you're getting up to some shit in Strive. Oh, I actually got it right. Yeah, Daisuke Ishiwatari. Yeah, yeah. This entire fucking franchise is just his love child, born of how much he loves fucking rock and roll music. What a Chad. Robokai wa Shigeru Chiba! Hey! I recognized a thing. I recognized a Japanese voice actor. Where's my cookie? Also, good God music again, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I will... I will cope with having to hold off on Stride's music by listening to this game's soundtrack in its entirety. Downloading Lily and finding out what some of this other stuff was. Because holy shit. Hey, Cookie. You're looking, there was one more post-credits thing. Yeah, there it is. And yeah, sorry, quite a ride, yeah. Yeah, sorry this ended up being a bigger venture than I thought. but hey. Wooly hadn't finished a summary for this one. But it's fine. I enjoyed that. It was nice. Definitely more fun than just watching it in my room too. Watching it alone. I'm glad I did it on stream ultimately. Yeah, I'm still not sure. Let me see. Has anyone else done anything like this? Has anybody else like done re-upload / reactions of Wooly's videos? I see exactly one other person who has done one, and only the first part. But it seems to be up with no issues, and I don't see any comments like lynching the guy. Then again, the video is only 2 days old, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to do wrong by Wooly. He seems like a lovely man. No more clown lady. I mean, I think she's alive. Like, I think she actually is alive still and just in gay baby jail now, I guess. Like, I don't know how you put an eldritch robot entity in jail. But yeah, I think she actually is still around because, like I said, people want her to be playable. People want her as DLC. Unless something happens mid-credits and puts her out of my misery. Index TT, thank you for the follow. Ugh. Yeah, I'm glad I did this. I enjoyed this, but it would have been a hard watch by myself, just because subtitles. Change her design to get rid of that stupid fucking hat. If she were playable, I almost feel like they'd have to, right? Just for the sake of physics. Can't have that giant fucking hat. Disgusting hair hat. Hair hat. What else do I call it? A mullet. Give her a mullet. Problem solved. A mullet would be more respectable. Her hair is used for the hat. I don't know where the hair ends and the hat begins, I'm telling you. It's just fucking dumb. It looks awful. God damn, this game's music. Not even fair. Alright. Is RoboKai alive, please? I'm actually invested, please! No! Oh, I thought it was fading out immediately. Hey! Yes! Aww. Aww. Oh, good. He's okay. Okay, good. We have Beast Wars rules. Excellent. Good. That's what Bedman's Glow did? Oh! Oh, you think that's what he did with, like, his last bit of strength was he was dead? And that's what he did with his last act? He, like, zapped him back to life? Oh. Okay, Bedman, you get a pass. If you actually did that, I won't say you're cool in my book, but we'll call it a wash. We'll allow you a fresh start if they decide to bring you back. Or whatever. If they decide to bring you back somehow. We'll call that a clean slate if you actually did save RoboKai. Alright. Okay, as much as I'd love to get the rest done with, because I do actually want to watch these two now, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And these are all advertised as Rev 2. Okay, maybe these were added. I don't know. I'm curious. I wonder what the hell was up with that mid-credits interruption. That was genuinely weird. Alrighty. Yeah. Well, hopefully get a little more aftermath. I think I might see RoboKai's head in a thumbnail. So that's good. Nico's Alpine Strikers. I saw that. Yeah, finally. I'm shocked he waited that long. I'm curious. I'm curious which side of the clown litmus test he's gonna fall on when they get to the stupid shit towards the end. He has his reasons, does he? Okay. I won't question it. Whatever he's doing, it's working for him, clearly. Alrighty. I'll be back tomorrow to ruminate on that more. I'll figure out for sure about uploading this or not. I will very quickly tomorrow we'll very quickly watch the epilogue stuff, probably possibly at 2 speed or 1.5 speed again, just to try and get through it fast. And then for really reals, tomorrow, Strive story mode, listen to all the soundtrack, or at least all the character themes, reaction for that, all the good stuff, all the actual new stuff that's relevant, not just playing catch-up with all this lore. Alright. Either way, at the very least, this better be. And so for the purpose of YouTube, I'm on time! Kind of. Mostly. 20 minutes late is way better than being 3 hours to an hour to 3 hours late, right? This is fine. We got time. We're doing this. We are finishing this today. Mark my words. I'll give it 1 minute for people to get in here, but otherwise I ain't even waiting around. Like a half an hour like I did yesterday for people to get in here. We're watching the story. We're watching the after story epilogues from Exard, and then we're watching Strive story mode for reals. The planets have aligned. Hi, Secret. It is happening. I got my pizza. I got all the extra content I missed from them fucking up my the download code. Not that was gonna matter anyway for just watching the story mode, but hey, whatever, it's fixed. The planets are aligned. Everything is fine. Got my peach tea, got my coffee. I got everything. Proud of your wins earlier, Secret. I hate you. I don't, but just holy shit. You get Jean and the baby girl. I mean, I have a baby girl, mostly Jean. Mostly Jean I'm jelly of. Still no Jean or Chi-Chi. Too busy getting C11 Mona. You got Lucky and Fake Grand Order too, very nice. Ending A seems to be what leaves into Strive if I want to save that one, but it doesn't really matter. Hey, Pump, we're watching, we almost finished all of Revelator's story mode yesterday. We finished the main story mode, we just didn't quite finish these little epilogue videos. We got 3 more real quick, so let's go ahead and watch those first, okay? So, there's more. There is technically more. A is apparently the one we should save for last, though. There's more. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's just fucking go. Let's get it over with. All right, I guess we're watching B first then. Also, this is not up on YouTube yet because I'm gonna edit it together, and I will probably put that back up on at least 1.5 speed. Sounds good.
新たな世界が始まる。アサシンは生まれ変わる。
ああ、我々の蒔いた種はひどいものだった。だがこれからは暖かい日差しと清らかな水が与えられる。きっと美しい花が咲く。
しかし、まだ毒が残っています。
ベノム君か。
Slayer and Zato are dating? No, I don't believe so.
というのが公の情報。
I believe Zato is criminally heterosexual for Melia.
新体制の組織も立ち行かない。第三連合との密約を全ての人間が知っているわけではありませんから。だから奴は。
Oh, that's why Daryl's an asshole.
私がこの手で始末します。
Wait, what?
君にできるのか?
Don't kill Venom. Venom's a cool guy.
過去のアサシンが残した最後の亡霊。
Oh fuck, Venom's not in Strive, I'm scared. Excuse me. Don't kill Venom, he has to star in a buddy cop show with Robo-Kai. You can't do that, that's illegal. Fucking Daryl. Aw, he actually is still with him. Oh, that's adorable.
客が来ないな。当たり前だ。こんな人目につかないところで。
人目につくわけにはいかない。
貴様、それでどうやって商売するつもりだ？そもそもわしの体はどこへ行った？どうしてこうなった？
You blew up, honey.
しっかり稼げよ。この体を作り直してもらわなければならんのだからな。
それは分かっている。
本当か？どうも命の恩人に対する感謝が足りん。
恩人。いいか、この際はっきりさせておく。君がいなければベッドマンは打倒できなかった。そのことには感謝している。だからこそ、こうして生き恥をさらしてまで君にその借りを返すことを決意しているのだ。しかし、私の望みはあの場で死ぬことだったのだ。命を救われたことに関しては、恨みこそ抱いている。
Mothman is being neglected. I'm not ignoring Mothman. I just don't know how to respond to Mothman. I'm glad he's here.
人間のくせにロボットのわしよりよほど機械じみている。命の話はそんなに軽々しく扱うもんじゃない。
Yeah, just because Zato doesn't like you. You seem like a cool guy to me. Hey, bestie. We're almost done catching up with the previous game's story mode, and then we'll finally watch the fucking new stuff.
どうした？私は客だぞ。もてなさないのか？それともここは店じゃなかったかな？その目。私の古い友人にもそういう目をした者がいた。
他人の空にでしょう。目立った特徴もありません。こんな顔はどこにでもいます。
It was a very good try from Wooly, but most of it was completely incomprehensible to you. Am I thinking of playing the Yuffie DLC? Nah. Honestly, not really. I'm genuinely not very interested. When part 2 comes, when remake part 2 comes out, and I know for sure what they're, what the hell they're doing with the story, then probably, but for now I genuinely don't think I care. I don't know what that says about me, but... This is cool at least.
何をしに来た？
何をとは妙なことを聞くな。君は靴磨きだろう。いえ。だがそうだな。確かに会話がないのもつまらない。世間話をしよ
う。It's Yuffie.
君はなぜこんな仕事をしている？おいおい、君が話を振ったんだろう。悪いが無口人間の言語は知らないぞ。
You gathered there was a dude in Cliff. He had a son. Also, Slayers of Vampire controls assassins. Yes.
通りを見ろ。ずっと明るい。商売をするならああいう。
They added a new ending for the crew in Morgan Gaga. Until I know what they're doing with the story, I just don't care. Like if they're just doing some weird Evangelion shit where everything is different now. I don't think I care about the universe going forward. That's very early stuff, bestie. Yeah, all that stuff is true. Slayer does not control the assassins anymore. He passed off ownership of that place to Zato, and they became a lot more seedy. You completely forgot where Soul came from. Soul was a scientist named Frederick, who helped the guy who would eventually make the gears. Him and his fiance, Arya. Soul's real name is Frederick Arya. Frederick and that man, aka Asuka, were working on the gear shit when Arya got sick and died, and Asuka turned Frederick into a gear. And his motive for that, I'm not sure if you were here for this part, but by that time we'd stopped listening to Wooly's recaps. So DDS, kind of. The whole reason that man turned Frederick into a gear and put Arya's soul in the giant robot that blew up Japan and caused a whole bunch of other shit. The whole reason he did this to them was because he wanted to bring Arya back to life and make Soul immortal, so they could live a long, happy life together. He was basically just the ultimate wingman. DLC adds the Weiss boss. I don't care about Weiss. I don't give two shits about Dirge of Cerberus. What game were you talking about? Final Fantasy VII. I believe the Intergrade update came out. The one that adds Yuffie. I don't think I ever... What else does it even add? I don't think I ever even watched the trailer for that. I actually don't think I ever even watched the trailer when that first got announced. I just saw screen caps about it, and saw Yuffie and saw Weiss. Like, I don't even know how it works. Feel bad for Venom, I do too. He looks broken inside, well, because he went into that final battle expecting to die. He only survived because Robo-Kai is secretly the biggest bro of all in this game. Apparently. Yeah, Venom seems like a pretty cool guy. Besides his taste in men. AI is where Brain Go Boom came from, S2. Yeah. Like one of the very last episodes. In fact, the very last stream, I think. Dramatic nail filing.
いや、彼らの生き方を否定するつもりはない。ただ、狼をやめられない生き方もあるのだよ。狼は人のために爪を磨かない。考えてもみたまえ。狼と羊、同じ牧場に放てばどうなると思う。結果は火を見るより明らかだ。だから狼は自ら出ていくのさ。
そう思うのはお前だけではないのか。本当に仲間の意見を。
靴を磨け！
Rude.
の言葉は狼にはわからないんだよ。おや、すまん。靴は綺麗になった。なるほど、共存を唱えるのが君の意見ということか。本当に優しいな。家族愛を唱える君らしい意見だ。
Hey, Odusk.
彼ら羊にとって真に恐ろしく悲劇なのは狼の存在じゃないんだ。恐ろしいのは羊の群れから一匹が檻を飛び出したことだ。それだけなら本来問題はない。
He looks like he hasn't showered in 30 months too, Venom. I'm not sure how long it's been since the fight with Batman. If we got a timestamp, I missed it.
今は日陰でこっそりと暮らしているが、これが人目について万が一その毒をばらまく事態となったら、人々は全ての羊を恐れるようになる。彼らの檻の出口を塞ぎ、全て処分してしまう。それはきっと毒羊にとっても嬉しくないはずだ。かわいそうな毒羊。
I also have no idea who this man is.
だが狼はそんな毒羊が嫌いじゃない。
Other than a dick.
雨風をしのぐ家と温かい食事も用意する。身分を隠す狼の皮も与える。
A Nazi? That would make sense.
さて、君ならばどうすればいいと思う？毒羊はどうするべきだ？
どこか人のいない世界を見つけ、そこで生きていく。
それは危険だと説明したつもりだったが、やれやれ。さて、靴もきれいになったことだ。我々は帰るとするよ。さっき羊は臆病のようなことを言ったが、実は狼も臆病なんだ。自分たちの秘密が漏れることを極端に嫌う。これが最後だ、靴磨き。
Something funny? Absolutely.
君の意見を聞かせてくれないか。
ここで戦うつもりか。
それは毒羊次第だ。
私に勝てると思うのか。
難しいだろうな。だがその時は毒がまかれるぞ。
巻き込んで本当にすまない。どうやら君の体を治すこともできそうにない。
おとなしくやられるというのか。なぜそこまでの覚悟を持てる？
武士道というものを知っているか？古い東洋の教えだ。
Is Venom a weeaboo too?
ずっとその考え方に感銘を受けていた。家臣は主君のために
Japan was all but wiped out in this universe. And yet half the main cast are weeaboos.
信念があればこそ戦う。信念があればこそ。
Falcon and Winter Soldier queer baited? Did it actually? How so? With whom?
そこで何をしている？揉め事か？
やれやれ。秘密を知る者が増えてしまった。やめろ。だがちょうどいい。どうやら君は正義の信念を持っているようだ。彼に言ってみよう。この町は私が守ると宣誓しよう。どうした？言えば彼らの命は助けてやると言っているんだ。そうだよな。できもしないことを言うのは難しいよな。これで分かったの？こんなことが予想できたか？自分の思い通りにならないのが世の中だ。それが一人で生きる者の限界だ。
Sam and Bucky?
さあ、本当に
Did it
最後のチャ
actually?
ンスだ。もう一つ選択肢をやろう。
I know people ship
この
them.
町は私が守る。
People ship them even in the movies. I didn't know they actually went that far though.
君はいずれかを選択しなければ。
How'd they queer bait?
私はならば私は町を守る。
よくわかった。
貴様、約束が。あんたたち、一体ここで何を？彼にひどい
You
こ
thought
と
it
を
was
してい
Captain
るじゃ
America
ない
Winter Soldier? Yeah, like I don't understand that either because I haven't watched the show. Bucky says to Sam, he likes his sister.
知っている。だが、悪い奴らは次から次へと現れる。
Slow down the speed.
この町で悪さをするつもりか？このヤクザめ。
Just in time. Queer bait doesn't mean they got together. It means they act like the way well and then don't.
あそこの彼がめっぽう強くて困っている。彼は知り合いか？
いや、知らん顔だ。
ここで新しく店を始めるらしい。実に困った。彼が
They almost touched butts, did they almost touch butts? God, like Ren and Goro. I gotcha.
仲良くしておいた方がいい。
はあ、これは一体。
They threw gloves. I was gonna say, do I hear a Dio in there? I think we have an infiltrator.
遅れたがお題だ。みんなの分をまとめてな。取っておいてくれ。
何？おお、初収入か。いや、これは店の経営権だ。商店街のだぞ。
どういうことだ？
私にも主がいる。君と同じように命を懸けて従う価値のある主だ。
Yeah, no, like, I was actually really confused when that show got announced because I was like, didn't Sam already become Captain America at the end of Endgame? You know, that was the one good part about that film. So why is he still Falcon in the TV show? I guess it was more just like about the transition process of him going from Falcon to Cap. He said he wasn't ready. Aw, Sam!
人間ならば人間らしい暮らしをすればいい。
Oh.
佐藤様。
Oh. Okay, maybe Zato's not a complete fuckboy.
私は喜んでいいのか。
いいんだよ。奴らが引き出した
He becomes Cap in the finale.
そしてそれを本当に知りたかったのは貴様自身じゃない。
You'll be happy with your new robot buddy. You are in the next game. He's not playable. I hope he's just not. I hope he's only not playable because he settled down and just gave up fighting, and not because something bad happens between games. Or he could be DLC later, I suppose. But he's not in the base roster. Nor is Robo-Kai.
奴ら会話中、心臓がマシンガンみたいな音を出してバクバク言ってた。あんな冷静な演技をしていたが、ずっと怖がってた。
They didn't think they could take him.
自分たちを殺すんじゃないかってな。
Tried to threaten to kill a guy they know could beat the shit out of them easily. Aww.
ならば店の名前を一緒に考えてくれないか。
Name it Devil May Cry. Oh my god, he opened a bakery! Good for him, good for them. Holy shit. Oh. Nobody ever realized his true identity. Just stop wearing your hair like a weirdo, with the weird eyeball pattern over it. Oh my god, he actually did put his hair up.
うまくやれているじゃないか。
ええ、おかげさまで。しかしザトウ様。
They still call him Venom.
私の名前そのままというのは。
It's Guilty Gear. Everybody has a weird ass name.
そういうな。うっかりというやつだ。だからちゃんと変装のノウハウを教えてやっただろう。
効果てきめんだったな。全然バレないもんな。お前の正体。
Oh. Aww.
前髪を上げただけなのだ。
I mean, it works. Oh, he's beautiful. You won't be here tomorrow. Your brother's graduation does. Cool, cool. Hope it goes well. Aww. That was pure. I like that. Chef Venom for Strive DLC? Fuck yes. Please. I have the season pass now. Arxis fixed everything. So Rev 2 has plot. I was gonna say, I'm guessing that's where these were added. Like, these are marked specifically as Rev 2. So I'm guessing these were just extra things they did for that. That's cute, though. And why they have end credits, despite being, like, only, 30 minutes long. Country? It does sound like country music. Is Venom Japanese Abakio? Good. The connections run deep. The old man was Tomokazu Sugita. The old man was Pete Joseph. Why? Why was this a mini JoJo reunion? Missed opportunity for Chef Venom and Metopia. It's not too late. We still have... Oh, wait, no. Johnny. We made Johnny a chef. Damn it. Sorry, I can technically skip this, but why would I ever skip music? Abakia reincarnated, became a baker. Good for him. Good for him. He kind of even has the same hairstyle as Abakio. He became handsome and can cook. He was always handsome. His hair was just silly. Alright, hopefully I'm not fucking anything up by watching these in these order. After story A is apparently the one that directly leads into Strive. So I held off. Oh god. Ending C is focused on... This one's a comedy, apparently. Do we care about this one, then? I don't know. Wait a minute. Yeah. I see... I see fucking Daryl, Randy, and Zappa. Do we care about Daryl, Randy, and Zappa? Can speed it up. We can definitely speed it up, at least for now. Yeah, this is the longest one, too. We do like Daryl? No, we don't. We absolutely do not. Daryl's a fuck. You like Zappa? Okay. We'll at least try. Because I do know some people like Zappa. He seems fine. He seems like a pleasant boy. I'm glad he's no longer possessed by the grudge girl. The ending will be worth it at least? Okay. Alright, we'll bear it then. I'm not gonna know who any of these people are besides Zappa.
おいおい、縁起でもない。
そうね、ごめんなさい。
なあ、ザッパ。今更だけど、初めての人もいるし、改めて自己紹介しとこうぜ。
大丈夫。ここにあんたたちのことを知らない人はいないよ。
We still need Bridget. Bridget was one of the most requested DLC characters. Arxis did they did a survey after one of the early betas, and like asked people like who their most wanted characters were, and like Bridget was like the most popular in a couple of countries. If they bring him back, would it be him just older? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they'd handle him. If they made him finally start, like, I'm not sure how his story resolved. Really glossed over that part. I'm not sure if he was able to, like, start actually dressing like a boy, or if he likes dressing like a girl still, and is just gonna keep at it even if there's no need for it. Don't know how that's gonna shake out. Fuck you, Daryl.
Ah, そうだ。そういえば写真があるんだった。
お、写真？何の？
パティシエの子からだよ。みんなまだ完成品を見てないだろ？
パティシエ？まさかあれか？
そうだ。
本当に？写真なんてあったのね。
すごい。完成したんだ。
それにしても本当に大きいな。
そりゃそうだ。本気でギネス記録を狙ってたからな。
味はどうだったのかな？
Oh man, guys, He-Man is trending.
いや、うまいね。俺が保証する。
なんか食べたような言い方だな。
いや、だってほら、アリス
That new show genuinely looks good.
確かに妥協はなさそうね。
ああ、もう食べたかったな。
だから。
I brought back He-Man. I brought back He-Man. You're welcome.
まあ、みんな楽しみにしてたからね。
そうだ。みんな楽しみにしていた。
でもさ。
They used I Need a Hero because they know. Because they know their audience.
どういうこと？だからプリンが崩れて食えなかった理由だよ。
They know the He-Man fan base is gay and or boomers. So they used a gay boomer song.
代々魔法使いだからな。
そうそう悪魔召喚の本とかまで用意しちゃって。あ、でもこれ願いを叶えるって本なのよね。何？わざわざ持ってきたの？っていうかこれは私が借りてきた本なのよ。アリサに頼まれて。
あ？なんで？
私もよくわからない。
That or Shrek 2 or Thor Ragnarok.
悪魔召喚の基礎知
It
識。
could also be Thor Ragnarok.
合言葉です。
It does. He-Man in general has a very similar vibe to Thor Ragnarok in terms of just the underlying comedy. I could see it.
効能って？ああ、それね。私も聞いたことなかったから調べてみたんだけど、それがなんとビーバーのお尻から取れる分泌液だって。やだ、お尻？
いい加減にしろ。茶化しすぎだ。
そうだぞランディ。悪魔召喚の話なんて冗談半分でするもんじゃない。それでも霊障観測員か。はいはい、悪うござんした。でもさ、素直に倒しちゃったって言ってくれれば別に誰も責めはしなかったのにな。
だからもうやめよう。いいじゃないか。
そうかな。
はい。
いかなる場合においても正しい検証を行うことは間違いではない。いい機会だ。まずはその霊現象の信憑性を確かめてはどうだ。
確かにやめた方が良さそうだ。なんか仕事の話っぽくなってきた。
皆もそう思っているのか？
確かに私も気になってはいました。おい、だってあのアリッサの取り乱し方はちょっと異常だったろ。もう終わったんだ。あれは事故だったんだよ。今さら蒸し返したってどうにもならないだろ。なんだよ、思ったことを言っただけだろ。悪かった。だけどこうなって一番残念なのはアリサ自身のはずだ。あの事故は
事故ではないとしたら。
え？
あれが事故ではないとしたら。
What if it was murder?
幽霊の話を信じるのですか？
そうは言っていない。しかしあの日、一体何が起きてプリンは倒壊したのか。本当は皆が知りたがっている。
Is this really the plot?
そういう気には。幽霊専門家の
You miss Daryl. He's literally on screen.
アリスタの過失だと思うか？
You don't miss him, Pump. He's useless. You bet you can't even tell if he's here or not. That's how worthless Daryl is.
あのプリンはここにいる誰もが楽しみにしていた。しかしその喜びを奪っている
This is the plot.
のうのうと平穏な毎日を過ごしている真犯人がいる。
The plot is actually who ate the pudding. He was always ugly.
真犯人？誰ですか？やはり何か推論があるんですね。あの日の出来事の。
どこへ行く？まだ話は終わっていないぞ。
すみません。
What is
する
happening?
つもりはないんですが、今日はもっと楽しい集まりだと思っていたから、こういう空気になるなら自分はお役に立てないかなって。
なるほど。
I'm not starting a manhunt over pudding, boss.
から逃げる術に長けているようだ。
You finished the guy, Mark? What are your thoughts?
この流れならばわかるだろう。真犯人は君だ、ランディ。
You were trying to leave the scene of the crime. You ate the pudding.
担当直入に聞く。あの日、事件があったあの瞬間、君はどこにいた？
What is happening?
ここにいるみんなも知っているはずです。
はい。
Remember when we fought a clown pope?
私も覚えています。
そうだ、あの写真。
Good times.
ね、だから俺は。
確かに、君はあの日会場にいた。しかし、一度もフロアを離れなかったか？さて、この写真だが、
This is the plot.
なぜか、君が言う通り、立派な証拠だからだ。君が真犯人だという決定的な。
This seems worthless. This seems slightly worthless.
ランディは酒の他にもう一つ小瓶を手に持っている。
There's apparently at least something semi-relevant at the end. Daryl Edgeworth, he is not getting his own investigation spin-off. I'm vetoing this. Oh my god, he has the cravat and everything. Yeah, no, I'm erasing this knowledge. I'm pretending he does not have a cravat. I don't even know what a cravat is.
どうして君がこれを持っているんだ？
それはカストリウム。どっかで聞いた気が。
仕方ない。では私が代わりに説
I
明
don't
して
even know what a cravat is. Here.
ランディはあの日、
Here's a picture of Eddie clapping.
しかし、ほんのわずかな間フロアを出た。
He's just gonna hang out down here.
おそらく盗み食いでもするつもりだったのだろう。そして何かの拍子にプリンを倒してしまった。慌てた君はとっさにカストリウムを落ち
I like Eddie.
会場に戻った。
Is this the C part side story? Yeah. I was told A was the most important one, so we're actually saving that for last. We already watched B. Do they make Eddie plushies? I'd buy an Eddie plushie.
わかった。話すよ。俺は忍び込んだんじゃない。呼ばれたんだよ、アリッサちゃんに。
Hey, Stu.
なんでまた？
Stu, have you ever wanted to see a murder mystery but with pudding? Well, Guilty Gear After Story C has got your back. This feels like a Kamen Rider Den-O plot. B is Kino. B was adorable. Yeah, no, like Venom getting to retire from being an assassin boy. Getting the bakery with Robokite was very cute. I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, like putting murder mystery straight up feels like a Kamen Rider Den-O plot. Like this has just the same stupid energy as like the hostage episode. This is totally something the Imagine would do. No question. Kinda sad the timeline where you know who lives is the one where he gets trapped for years. Oh yeah, fucking right.
まさかアリッサはそれを許したのか。
さっきのプリンの写真、もう一度見てくれよ。
Yeah, of course.
ほらここ。
No matter what timeline, something's gotta be fucked. You had pizza today too, Minata? Very nice.
ほら、時計のところ見て。
Yep, everyone make sure to get some pizza. Make sure to eat pizza at least once. Before Tuesday.
信じてもらえたか。
Draw a pentagram with the slices.
ランディ、食べたのは本当に。
Pray to the wacky woohoo man up in the sky.
今更隠し事はしないよ。じゃあその時他に人はいなかった。
You're getting pizza tomorrow, Stu? Excellent.
アリッサちゃんと俺の二人だけだ。なんでだ？この写真なんかおかしいんだよ。
おかしい。
もう一つ欠けている箇所があるんです。ほらここ。
なんだって？
それにプリンがすでに完成しているのもおかしい。事件の20分も前だというのに。
This is just Investigations 2 Case 3. This is actually Investigations 2 Case 3. I hate it.
君も厨房に入ったのか？
いや、扉越しに近づいただけで。
本当にマジかな。
Don't know when you'll have pizza, but you'll have cheese in the fridge close enough.
そう、それもおかしい。しかし何よりも最大
We take those. You did like that when Sogo described Koda? They thought he was describing God, which I guess he was describing one of the gods. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that Kota is able to pass on some sagely advice.
その可能性も考えました。でも見てください。アリッサさんの他にもう一つ人の影が映っている。
もう一人いる。厨房に入ったのはランディだけじゃない。つまりその人物
I hate it because it isn't bad. No, I just hate that this is happening. It's not good or bad, it's just why.
その二人目がプリンを倒してしまった。アリサも
Why would you have one of your after stories be about a pudding murder mystery?
ちょっと強引な気もするけど、ありえなくはないかな。
違うの。ごめんなさい。このままだと彼女も私も誤解されたままになってしまうから。
お前がまさか。
Feels like a Blaze Blue
彼女に頼まれたの。その写真を撮ったのは私なんです。
写真を撮るだけで呼び出されたのか？そんなのお披露目の時でいいだろう。
ええ、私もそう思ったけど、彼女はこれが最後かもしれないと言って、その時にまあ。
Maybe it's telling us that Daryl likes pudding for the next game. Like Daryl's gonna be important. And again, he is in the opening. Maybe Daryl will actually matter in Strive.
でもその時、彼女はメモの切れ端のようなものを見てた。
It's a funny joke. Please laugh.
落胆した様子だったわ。
待て、じゃあ君がプリンを倒したわけじゃないのか？
ええ。少なくとも私が厨房を出るまでは
Valkyria Chronicles? Wouldn't be opposed to it based on what little I know about it.
結局事件は迷宮入りか。いや、どうかな。撮影者の正体は分かったが、彼女の潔白が証明されたわけではない。アンダースの証言を信じないんですか？頭ごなしに疑っているわけではない。しかし、今までの話をまとめると、やはりランディとアンダースが犯人だとわかる。 どうやら不可抗力だったようだが。どういうことですか？バランスだよ。皆も知っている通り、あのプリンは大きさを競うギネス記録を狙っていた。プリンが自重で崩れない物理的限界を徹底的に計算し設計されていた。まさかランディとアンダースの計2度のつまみ食いでプリンはバランスを失った。しかし、それも仮説ですよね。そうだな。今の話を
Petition to have Eddie join the band? Oh man!
このままでは2人に疑いがかかったままになります。
Has Eddie won people over that fast? Is Eddie cool enough for the band? Might need to. He's not playing an instrument. Might need to like Photoshop a little tambourine in his hand or something. Excuse me. You never waste sticky pudding. Clapping can make a sound. Clapping can make a sound.
彼女の夢だった。同時に私のな。二人の夢の結晶だったんだ。歴史上最大のプリンを作る。私が設計し、彼女がそれを叶える。試行錯誤と失敗の連続。私たちは何度も諦めかけた。私の心が追いかけていた時、彼女はこの目を見て確かに言ったんだ。
What do you think? Does he fit in? Does Eddie fit in down there? You decide, America. You decide if Eddie's cool enough for the band or not. Yep, he's okay. All right, Eddie, you're in the band. It's that easy. It has a fucking mid-roll. It has a fucking mid-roll like an actual anime.
若干謎めいた自信ではあったが、大きな信念を感じた。失敗したのなら私に言う。しかしそうしなかった。誰かをかばっているからだ。
だとしたら、それは誰の悪意でもありません。彼女の優しさです。それでいいじゃないですか。
Let's see, I might up the speed to 1.75.
私は無残にも床に散らばったプリンを見た。すくって食べようとすら思った。
Yeah, they kill the pudding. It's a tragedy.
不確かな疑惑をランディたちに押し付けるのは間違っています。
ならば幽霊の仕業と断定するべきだった。アリスはどうなる？以前疑われたままだ。
あなたがそこまで言うのなら。
So when's the band's album coming out? Good question.
もしプリンが誰の過失でもなく崩れたのだとしたら、その原因はダレル様、あなたにあるのです。彼女は言っていました。プリンを完成させるためには24時間の熟成が必要だと。しかし、この大きさではどうしてもその熟成中にプリンが崩れてしまうのです。
そのことは私も聞いている。これは
事件現場に残されていたメモです。私に宛てたものでした。
これは最初から不可能なことだった。もっと時間が欲しい。ファックス。
ファックス？言い方を濁した F ワード。難航するプリンに彼女はヒステリックになっていました。そのことで私は個人的に相談を受けていたんです。最後まであなたに気分を払えと彼女なりに最善を尽くしたんです。
そんな私が彼女を追い詰めた。何もそんな目立てよひどい。窓かせなことを言っただけか。
Pudding Senpoku! Jesus fucking Christ.
どういうことだ。そのメモをもう一度見せてください。
どうしたの？
ちょっと待って、僕もまだ整理できない。ランディ。
なんだよ。
君のメモも貸してくれ。ああ、やっぱり。ダレル様、あなたが責任を感じる必要はないかもしれません。
何が分かったというのだ。
みんな見て。
Most relevant characters are a side character and a character who hasn't been playable in 10 years, right? That's why at first I was like, should we skip this?
ランディが受け取ったメモはこの1枚をちぎって渡されているんです。
How was
もう片方のメモはランディに渡す前にはすでに書かれていたってことです。つまりよく思い出してください。アリッサさんはランディに調味料のお使いを頼んでるんです。ということはこの時点では彼女はプリンを完成させるつもりなんです。そんな人間がこんな諦めたようなメモを残すでしょうか。つまりこのメッセージはトレイさん宛てじゃない別の誰かに当てられたものだったんです。
一体誰に？まだよくわからないな。もういい。全部私の責任だ。
待ってください。もう少しで何か見えそうなんです。この話はどうもいろいろな点が変だ。考えすぎじゃないか。
There are 2 brain cells in this room and they're both Zappas.
お礼だからといって2口も食べさせるなんておかしい。この時彼女はプリンのバランスに自信を持っているんです。
確かに。
それだけじゃありません。アレクシスさんの話を思い出してください。扉に近づいただけで怒鳴りつけてきたと彼女は言いました。だけどそんなゲートは扉に目でもついていない限り無理だ。それに言葉もおかしい。何と言ってましたっけ。
もう少しなの出てってだったわ。
普通扉越しのアレクシスさんに向けた言葉なら出てってではなく待っててって言いませんか。
とっさに出た言葉ということもあるだろう。
そうかもしれません。しかしアレクシスさんはアリサさん自身が呼びつけていた相手です。存在を認識していたとしたら追い返すのがおかしい。そしてこの文字ファックスでもイタリアでもない。つなげるとファキしたり。そうか読めてきたぞ。
なあザパ、俺にも分かるように説明してくれよ。
つまりトレイさんが持っていたメモもアレクシスさんの話も。
Surprised they weren't playable next time with how much focus they're getting on it. It is strange. Like I said, same with Robokai. Like I had no idea Robokai would end up playing kind of this pivotal role as he did. Because I knew he wasn't playable in XR.
彼女は最初から言っていたじゃないですか。幽霊ですよ。
幽霊？
God fucking damn it.
いや、今回は違います。このメモがありますから。ここに書かれている言葉が幽霊に当てられた言葉だとしたら説明はつくんです。結論から言うと、アリッサさんは一人でプリンを完成させることはできなかった。その理由はやはりサイズです。1日の熟成期間を待たず崩れてしまう。だから幽霊の力を借りてプリンが崩れるのを防ごうとした。
飛躍しすぎだろ。
そんなことはない。幽霊の中には条件を揃えれば願いを叶える者もいるんです。ただしそういう存在を我々霊障観測家では悪魔と呼んでいます。
悪魔？
そうか。
Pudding Demon. I knew it.
しかしその本は結局間に合わなかったんだろ。
ダレル様、あなたが彼女と打ち合わせをした場所は図書館だと言っていましたね。
ああ、
きっと彼女はそこで本の存在に気づいたんです。彼女の家系は魔法使いです。おそらく本の内容をおぼろげに覚えていたんでしょう。そして本を借りた彼女は自分の部屋で願いを叶える儀式を行った。
なんで彼女の部屋だとわかるんだ。
それは後でお答えいたします。
いや、それっぽく聞こえるけどやっぱり無理があるだろう。だいたい結局プリンは通るというじゃないか。
そうです。そこには誤算があったんです。
誤算？
彼女の計画はこうだった。今回の挑戦はプリンが大きすぎて熟成過程で崩れてしまう。そのため悪魔とプリンが完成するまで崩れないようにしてほしいと。しかし彼女が夢見た完璧なプリンの完成には丸1日の熟成期間を要する。だけど悪魔との契約が有効なのは
Imagine making a deal with a demon for pudding.
いや、彼女はそこには気づいていたんです。
That also kind of sounds like a Kamen Rider Deno plot.
逆手にとってこの本にある契約不履行を適用しようとしたんだ。
30分の延長。
必ずみんなに奇跡の時間をお約束いたします。じゃあその訴えが認められなかったということ？だからプリンが崩れた。
そう。そしてその理由はこうです。
C-Lab 2021 over bye.
しかしこの本は借り物なので
That's C-Lab though. Anything goes.
彼女は次の願いを行うための要求と情報をメモにした。これは最初から不可能なことだった。もっと時間が欲しい。
そこまで万全を尽くしてなぜ失敗したんだ？
悪魔の召喚には願い事の他に2つの重要なパーツが必要です。彼女はそれを失ってしまった。
供物と呪文。
そうです。呪文はファキしたり。メモを2つつなぎ合わせると浮かび上がります。
半分をランディさんに渡してしまった。でも取り返そうとしなかったの？
そういうことだったのか。そういや、お使いから帰ってきた時にメモはどうしたって聞かれたわ。
なんて答えたんだ？
いや、とっさに見つからなかったからなくしたって言っちまった。
何やってんだよ。
しょうがないだろ。その時はそんな事情知らないし。
まあランディの対応はともかく、その事故によって彼女は呪文を失った。そこで急遽彼女はアレクシスさんに本を借りてくるように頼んだんです。
供物はビーバーの分泌液なんて話の中には出てこなかった。
はい、それはさっきようやく思い出しました。ランディがお使いで頼まれたものですよ。そしてこれが彼女が最初は自分の部屋で儀式を行ったという根拠です。カストリーム。
あー、pretty.
これは確かにスイーツの香り付けとして使われる調味料ですが、その主成
分は That's a cute one. Thank you, Dust.
僕も霊障観測員の知識としてどこかで記憶していたんですね。ともかくこれでアリサさんは儀式に必要なパーツを失ってしまった。そしてタイムリミットが訪れ、彼女の前には悪魔が現れた。
もう少しなの。
彼女は契約不履行による30分の契約延長を利用して我々に完璧なプリンを提供しようとしていた。
熟成を無視すれば無難なプリンはできていた。しかし彼女は最後まで妥協せず完璧な真のプリンを我々に食べさせようとしていたんだ。
パティシエとしての意地か。
We talked about this all night! It is now daytime! Good job, guys! That's it!
今日はもうお開きですかね。
この場に悪意などなかった。
ええ、結局誰もがプリンの完成を楽しみにしてそれぞれが完成のために努力していたんです。もちろんあなたも。
なんだ。
Slow down for this part.
まさかそうか。
なんなんだ。
プリンは完成しなかったが契約がなくなったわけじゃない。不履行を訴えたにもかかわらず彼女は呪文を用意できなかった。
つまり代償か。
そうです。おそらくプリンを食べた者にペナルティが降りかかる。
It actually was a demon! Of course it was!
わからない。思い出せ。きっと今までの話に出てきたはずなんだ。
そんなどうしよ
う。どうした。
ごめんなさい。私も本当は本を頼まれた時に
Oh no!
プリンを一口もらっていたの。
実は俺たちも一口盗み食いをしたんだ。
Oh my god.
まさか。
Excuse me? They swoosed right over! They all stuck bites of the pudding and now the demon owns their souls or something, I guess. Are they summoning happy chaos?
もし失敗したら
ザッパ。
はい。
あれが代償。ペナルティというやつか。
はい。
Are they
プリンを
dead?
食べた者は皆
Are they on the moon?
はい。
契約が終わった後のプリンでも。
はい。
Mayfire, come out of my butt was the penalty! Oh, you too! So everyone but Zappa's an asshole. Well. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown and bring me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. That was so fucking stupid. Can't believe your man Daryl is dead. Oh no! R.I.P. in pieces, Daryl. That's some cringe. That was some big cringe. Okay, it's almost over. All right, and now for the one after story that actually leads directly into Strive, apparently. Ay ay ay. Same dusk. That killed me a little.
すべての準備は整いました。G4 の開催期間を考えれば、話題の持ち帰りを考えても、結構は半月以内になるかと。
いろいろと世話になってしまったね。ありがとう。
So many brain holes.
本当におやりになるのですね。
ああ。報道機関にはすでに伝えてある。政府もそろそろ気づくだろう。
You're gonna formally turn yourself in? I assume if this takes place after the main story?
ここでお別れです。
ああ。後のことは、後のことは頼んだ。ついいつものように言ってしまうところだった。しかし、こんな慣例的な言葉でも、もう使うことがない。
You're gonna go, bestie? Alrighty.
少し寂しいな。
He's gonna turn himself into a rocket man, please no.
おっしゃってみては？
え？
確かに、私たちの共闘関係はこれで終わります。もう私の行動を制限する者はいない。私は私の意志で計画に邪魔なものを始末し、
Yeah, whatever the hell that's gonna entail.
すなわち
You ain't in Strive either, as far as I can tell.
背徳の炎。
分かっているよ。
本当に私が勝てばあなたと奴との対決は実現しませんよ。
Beach
それが
episode.
君との約束だったからね。
Beautiful.
心配しなくてもフレデリックには話してある。君もイノももう僕を助ける立場ではないと。君には悪いが彼には勝ち残れと伝えさせてもらったよ。
それで納得したのですか？
容易に想像がつくだろう。面倒くさがっていたよ。
Yeah, Soul still cannot deal with the fact that everything he did was just to be his fucking wingman. And I don't blame him.
あなたはかつて言われました。平穏が訪れた時、私の役目はその右利にあることだと。あの言葉は私に語り部としての生き方を示したように思えます。なぜですか？我々がいずれ道を分かつことになるのは分かっていたはず。
ああ、だからこそだ。君に残す言葉があるとすれば、それは主従の関係であるべきじゃないと思ったんだ。だからあれは僕なりにその友としての言葉だ。
友？
恥ずかしかったかな。
ああ。
少々。私も少し恥ずかしい話をしても。
ああ。
もし神がいるとしたら、あなたは何を望みますか？願い事ではなく、その神にどうあってほしいかです。
神にか。僕に建設的な答えを出せるとは思えないが。
昔からあなたはさまつな話というものにほとほと関心を持たれない。
そうかな。
そうです。これほど長く仕えているというのに、私の身の上すらご存じないでしょう。
すまない。
遠く、はるか遠く昔の話。私はかつて神の真似事のようなことをしたことがあります。一つの村に落ち着き、善行を積みました。
純粋にこの力を
Oh, dude, Raven, were you an Arden? I think Raven might be an
怪我
Arden.
や病を癒し、ある時は圧政に立ち向かい、そのことで罰せられ、時には極刑に処されたこともありました。しかし私は不死の身、何度でも舞い戻った。すると人々は私を奇跡と称した。
なるほど。まるで神と人との関係だ。
ええ、私も悪い気がしなかった。やがて私の存在が広く知れ回り、他の集落からも救いを求められるようになりました。新たな村でも今までと同じように救った。それらが落ち着くと、私は心の疲れを癒すために最初の村に帰りました。歓迎されると思って。しかしそれは浅はかな考えでした。私は避難の的となったのです。
長く力を示しすぎたがゆえに、君は村にとってあって当然のものとなっていた。
ええ、私がいない間に起きた悪い出来事は全て私の責任だと。その時私は気づいたのです。私は民にとって救いではない。ただかけると不便になるだけの便利屋だったのだと。ただのシステムだったのだと。神を気取っていた私はひどく落胆した。少なくとも人は神をシステムだとは思わない。ではならば人々の心を癒している神とは一体何者なのか。神は一体何を救っているのか。
神に何を求めたいかとは、そういうことか。今も答えを探しているのかい？
それをあなたが示してくださったのです。私はこう考えています。この世界には人の理解を超える何かがいて、それは人の心に寄り添っている。そう信じることができる存在を神と呼ぶのだと。
I know that feel, Chip.
人にとって
And I haven't played any real matches
真の
yet.
意味での救いなのです。
Just mission mode.
もしこの世に不滅の語り部がいるとすれば、それはきっと人の心に寄り添う存在になれる。私は今度こそ本当に何かを救うことができる
Nova joins Evo? No.
ですからどうかおっしゃってください。後を頼むと。きっとその言葉に従います。私も友として。
Oh. They gay.
ありがとう。
Hi, Kiwi. We are almost catching up on all the previous Guilty Gear lore, so I can finally watch the story mode of the new one that just came out. Guilty Gear Solid, yeah, that one.
もうすぐお茶が入りますよ。
お茶か。ん？
なんでそんな苦いもの飲むんだ？
苦ければ砂糖を入れてもいいんだぞ。
え、砂糖入れてもいいのか？
そうか。
どうしました？
Sin put on a shirt? Never. This is what happens when you let Soul basically raise the kid. Of course that boy ain't gonna wear a shirt.
確かにこれは子供には苦いかもしれない。
How old is Sin?
じゃあ、シンは他の
In terms of actual passage of time, like 3.
じゃあ砂糖水。
In terms of physical age, anime teen.
うまいんだぜ。親父と旅をしていた時には普通の水が一番だ。
For the record, his mother is 6 years old, technically.
でもなんかいいことがあった時はご褒美で飲めたんだよ。これは裏技なんだけど、ちょっとだけ塩を入れるとさらにマジゴッとうまくなるんだ。
Oh my god!
それね。
You allow this! You don't get to be mad!
おはようございます。
その様子、よく眠れたようですね。
もうなんというか、お布団が柔らかくて柔らかくて。
So they live with him now?
あま
Oh.
り慣れない方がいいと思う。いつまでもここにいられる。
Yes, you can! Shut up, your family!
またラムはそんなこと言って。ずっといればいいじゃんか。
いえ、残念ながら。
You got a lot of work done on your room today? Keep me nice, or your mom did.
我々はそう長くここにはいられないでしょ
ん？我々？
ん？え？
Soul taught Sin to be a degenerate.
そう。今は事件の直後でバタバタとしています。
Grandpa's a bad
全て
influence.
が落ち着いたら、私は私と家族のことをすべて公表するつもりです。
Oh man.
なんでここにいられなくなんだ？
お父さんは人間の王様です。そのお嫁さんが私では皆さん嫌がるでしょ。
なんだよそれ。母さんはそれでいいのかよ。
もちろんです。私はお父さんとシン。家族が一緒ならどこにいても幸せなの
ですから。Dizzy's neat. Dizzy's very neat.
そっか。じゃあ俺もそれでいいや。
What'd you miss from the pudding sub, Hot Monado? They turned into Rocket Man.
家族って。
Everybody but Zappa turned into a Rocket Man. And then Asuka and Raven were gay for each other. For like 10 minutes.
ディズィーさんのことが書かれていますよ。
これは。そうか。彼女も戦場
Oh, did people notice that she was actually helping people?
止まっていたんですね。
肝心なのはそこじゃありません。ディズィーさんに関するみんなの感想です。
That she's the best Disney princess ever?
命を救われた。最後まで私たちを見捨てなかった。
Aww.
まるで天使、いや、女神様のようだった。彼女が王妃様なら、きっとカイ様とお似合いなのに。
Aww. Okay, you're making that part up. That's too oddly specific, L.
ディジーさんが人間じゃないことを知って。
We just need Uncle Testament to have a full family. Yeah, that's right. Testament would actually be fine now. With Justice gone, he'd be, if Testament were still alive, he'd be, out of her influence. Yeah, get crazy Uncle Testament in here. Why not?
そう思います。
それが本当なら、ここにいるみんなでずっと一緒にいられますね。
Dizzy, please wear a giant dress. I don't know what's her actual like fighter outfit is ridiculous. Like it's a bit much. But her poofy dress here is also kind of silly. I'd be very curious to see a Dizzy redesign. Elfout, stop smiling like that. Her smile is somehow creepier than Ram's toothy smile. He's your grandpa, dum-dum.
確かにそうですね。どうしましょうか。
ディジーさんの場合は普通にお父さんでいいんじゃないですか？
私たちにとってもお父さん。
Yes, yes you do.
あれ？お兄さんかも。 そういえば今日はソルサ、いえ、お父さんがここに来ると言っていましたよね。ちょうどいいですね。みんなでお話しして決めましょう。
Too many daughters. Kai went from having one kid to having 3 in like a day. You have to face the facts, Kai. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. People shipped you with the man who is now your father-in-law. Why do you hope and strive someone besides Alphon ends up in a wedding dress? There's a couple of unresolved ships that could end with a wedding and be really cute.
すみません。先にソルと2人で話しておきたいことがあります。少しの間出ますが。
Also a puppy, yeah.
心配しないでください。お前が訪ねてくるなんて珍しいと思っていたから。
Why would you bring that with you?
変える時だと、そういう話をしようと思っていたんだが。
Don't you have your own wife back to be taken care of now?
少し歩かないか。
What is your beef, Sal Goodman? I will get some sip. Thank you, Godzilla. How you doing? Kai's mother-in-law, yeah, yeah. Arya, whatever you, Jacka, whatever you want to call her. I believe she's just Arya now.
じゃあ変な声出さないでください。何なんですか一体。
貴様、最近俺への対応が足ざまではないか？これでもレオだぞ。それに俺はここの
He's alive who pumps soul?
100人でもある。
それは見ればわかります。ここのもので紙の辞書を持ち歩く人なんていませんからね。でも客人アピールするならそれらしく振る舞ってくださいよ。ちょっと馴染みすぎじゃ
Oh,
ない
the
ですか。
lion Leo? Oh no, Leo's a bro. He's also a king, but apparently likes to be barefoot in the command room. What a Chad.
それだけじゃない。俺の場合、国に帰っても問題が文字通り山積みなんだ。
Oh.
先日、会の机の上には書類でできたチョモランマがそびえ立っていた。だから俺も国の仲間に聞いたんだ。俺の机はチョモランマになってるかと
な。
そしたら、チョモランマというよりは月ですねと言われた。
どういう意味ですか？
山なら頑張れば登れるが、月には到達できませんよ。ははだそうだ。
それはご愁傷様です。
この通信は本当に俺が出なきゃならんのか？
レオ様、ご存知ですか？通信は受話器に触れないと会話できないんですよ。
はい。うわ。
Leo, stop doing that thing with your jaw. It unnerves me.
「どこまで行くつもりだ？」
それを今私も聞こうとしたところだ。扉越しに伝わるような陶器を放っておいて、一体どんな話をするつもりだったんだ？
お前は本当に吹っ切れているのか。
何をだ。
決着だ。俺とお前、互いの本気のだ。
Dude, he literally wanted to stay behind to die alongside you if your plan went wrong. I think he's past it. Also, he is begging your daughter.
今まで本気を出さなかったのはお前の方じゃないか。
いや、違う。俺じゃない。今まで一度たりとも本気を見せなかったのは。
More reason to fight him. Is that what this is really about?
何よ。今日は一体何の話をしに来たんだ。
聖戦時、まだお互いが出会う前だ。天才剣士の噂をクリフから聞いた。それはつまりお前のことだ。
Wonder if Soul is protective over Dizzy? I hope so.
だが、初めて戦場でお前を見たとき、そこには俺の想像をはるかに
making Sin drink sugar water aside. Soul stuck his dick in Justice. No. Arya was pregnant when she died. Soul did not fuck the robot. Arya was just pregnant when she died, and somehow that carried over to Justice.
ただ効率的にギアを駆逐していくお前を見た。俺は戦慄した。
So, in a way, drink sugar water if I want Soul in Smash. That's disgusting. I'd rather eat pizza for Dante. I have a bunch of leftover pizza. He wants Kai to go psycho mode. Dude, you have your fucking wife back. Just go be happy and normal. Open a bakery. No, don't open a bakery. Venom already opened a bakery. We don't need the competition. Open a yogurt cart. But I can't fight my wife. I'll get arrested. He's still knocked up Justice, technically speaking. In the strictest technical sense, yes.
それは当たり前だろう。いや、チャンバラごっこと言われるのは心外だが、私が戦場で使う技術はあくまでも怪物を倒すためのものだ。
だからよ、お前はそこがずれてんだよ。俺はギアだ。
He did the nasty with Justice not in the normal way. Yes, in the normal way. When he impregnated her, she was just a normal human lady. Open a gym. Teach how to get male breasts. Open a titty enhancement gym. A male titty enhancement gym. Make everyone's pecs as huge as yours. Teleports behind you.
やり直したい。説明が足りない。初めから分かっていれば、そんな主張には何の価値もない。卑怯、騙し討ちが上等。ただ生きるか死ぬかだ。これが真剣勝負か。こんな負け方で納得できるか。
まだ分からねえのか。今日は俺がお前に挑戦してるんだ。
I think Godzilla gets it. I think Godzilla just really was an excuse to say that Soul fucked the robot. When that's not actually what happened.
やめろ。なぜそんな挑発をする。
ガタガタ言ってんじゃねえ。よく見ろよ、カイキスク。てめえの前にいるのは人間か。それとも自分の女も化け物だから躊躇しちまうってのか。
Dude, that's your daughter. I mean, I know you're just trying to bait him, but fuck off. Insult the waifu, I take your waifu. No child support. That's why Justice hated Soul. I mean, Justice kind of hated everyone. And Justice actually apparently kind of recognized Soul before she died the first time. She recognized him as Frederick. It was like, hey, I want to hang out with you and Asuka again.
本当なのか? 何時だ? ラジオ? なぜ報道が先行している? とにかく
Did people take footage of them fighting in the park?
状況を把握次第折り返す.
Who is the better father, Soul or Virgil? Oof.
いかがされました? まさかまた何か起きた?
I mean, Soul has spent more than 10 minutes with Dizzy. And he didn't have to create an alternate identity to do it, so.
寝るなら帰ってベッドにしておけ。
ならちょうどいい。地面が一番付き合いが長いからな。
I want Soul to join the hobo gang with my boy Yusuke Godai and Eiji Hino.
いつもと逆だな。
Kai's clearly more powerful than Soul, which is rare for the rivals of the main character. I mean, at this point, yeah. Ever since he got that gear eye, yes.
まあ、実戦用の戦術だからな。知らなければ一方的にやられて当たり前だ。だが聖騎士団では初歩的な内容だぞ。
Oh yeah, Kai's sword is also a sacred weapon. Then again, so is Soul's.
何か分かったのか?
何?
はじめはなぜ私を怒らせるのかと思ったが、だが動きで分かったよ。実戦で何かを理解しようとしていたんじゃないのか?
どう向き合うのかだ。人間は化け物とどう向き合うのか知りたかったのはそいつだ。
どうしてそんなことを？聞けば済む話だ。
おしゃべりで戦いに勝てるかよ。残念ながら収穫はゼロだったがな。お前の方がよほど化け物だ。
Yeah, between already like being predisposed towards the psycho violence, and now he's got that sacred weapon and Sin's eye, presumably. Yeah, it makes sense. The guy's OD. I'm a scientist. And also a catboy. I give you permission to fuck my daughter. We already did. Let's game in, JC. We are almost ready to actually play the new game, and by play I mean watch more cutscenes.
こんなことで一朝一夕に理解できるわけないだろう。
説教は後でいい。どう思う？
ギアメーカーに勝てるかの話か。今の戦いは接近戦を仕掛けたが、対ギア戦闘の基本は変わらない。違いがあるとすれば、一般的な兵士の場合、ギアと距離を取る。そして時間を奪う。
I'm gonna adopt my granddaughters. Yeah, they can say they're more like his in-laws as much as they want since they're clones of Arya. But like I said, just because they have the kind of relationship they do with Sin, they're just extra daughters and or granddaughters as far as I'm concerned. It's cuter that way. As far as the game is concerned, they're daughters of the Clown Pope. Yeah. Yeah, they called her mom. Poor girls. If the game has interesting characters and an engaging story, would I overlook the game's platforming gameplay? It would depend. Like, what platformer out there has a super engaging story? What Scrimblow Bimblow actually has a good story? Super Paper Mario. I've mentioned before that Super Paper Mario is something I would consider. Just very apprehensive, and two, not anytime soon. Hollow Knight? I definitely will never play Hollow Knight. No offense, I'm sure Hollow Knight's story is great. But I'm especially not a fan of that particular style, the Metroidvanias. And I know some people hate that as a genre descriptor. But just, I genuinely don't care for them. Oh, that's it? Okay. Yeah, that does lead kind of directly to the next thing. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. It would have to just happen naturally. Like, I would have to just see a story trailer that, like, overwhelmed me. And then find out, oh, by the way, it's Night in the Woods. I'm not playing that either. Indies. It's you can pick one. You can pick one thing outside of my wheelhouse, and maybe I'll put up with it. You can pick one. You could have indie, or you could have platformer. You can't have both. Indie platformers, no. Not even once. Cute dog. Cabin in the Woods is a movie. Night in the Woods is an indie game that Ivy forced me to listen to a song from on loop. It's like, I get it. It's all quirky and atmospheric and cool. I don't care. Super Paper Mario, yeah. No, we talked about Super Paper Mario back when I did 1,000 Year Door. Yeah, I'm not opposed to doing Super Paper Mario at one point. And just generally speaking, like, we had this conversation relatively recently, and I know it's just me, and I know it's just me being crazy and stupid. That's fine, you can call me crazy and stupid, but just green text, indies, I sleep. Need to add that to the rules. We don't need to add it to the rules. People can keep suggesting it all they want, but just need to make them aware that it's probably not going to happen again, unless something just grabs me. Sometimes I see some shit. Yeek wasn't indie. Yeek was obviously a very special case. Yeek was a matter of, okay, this is the worst of the worst. Yeek is what I think every indie looks like, to a degree. Obviously, I know Yeek is actually bad. A lot of those games are very likely actually good, just not for me. But every indie game looks like Yeek to me. Like, it might as well be the same thing. As far as my basic gut reaction tells, like, oh, okay. Okay, this is a very personal story from the creators about isolation and growth and childhood and loss, and yeah, I get it. I've seen this before. I've lived it. I'm not interested. Or furries. Throw furries in there a lot of the time. Yeah, some people hate turn-based. Some people hate turn-based combat, and that's fun. I get it. I get why people think it would be, some people think it's boring. The one game I played with the knockoff Super Sentai Kamen Rider nods? Which one? executions matter more than being, that you're just playing devil's advocate. Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, just sometimes it doesn't matter. Like, there have been plenty of times that I've gone ahead and gotten a game just because the story was that interesting to me. Oh, Wonderful 101, yeah. Yeah, no, that combat was very much not my cup of tea. Or more so, like, the combat I got used to, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, that, generally speaking, is probably not something I would have touched. But it had Kamen Rider and Super Sentai Not, so I was like, okay, I'll try this. And the story was neat, yeah. Oh, Guilty Gear. I don't play fighting games. I suck at fighting games. I blow ass at all fighting games. But, like, I'd always been kind of aware of the series, and Strive, like, all the Strive trailers coming out just really grabbed me, and I'm like, okay. I'll dig deeper into this. This looks neat. Oops. Let me finish my statement today. Hey, yes. Yeah, I got Strive. The reason why I brought up the topic, yeah. The Doctor caught my interest. I knew Bagman existed. Like, here's what I knew about Guilty Gear before I started like paying attention to some of the Strive news. Like literally everything I knew about Guilty Gear before like starting to actually look at the Strive trailers. Funny Bagman, Bridget, and Sol Goodman. And then I saw some of the Strive trailers, and I was like, oh, this looks neat. Oh man, they made it look even prettier than it already did on the most recent one, which was Xrd. And then I saw Faust redesign, I was like, okay, sign me up. I'm there. I need to find out why they made Funny Bagman creepy. Guilty Gear on Switch, yes or no? Possible, but who knows. Alrighty. Let's see, I'm gonna break up the recording here and edit this together. I never uploaded last night to YouTube because I was like, I'll throw in, I'll actually edit and throw in all this together so that Strive is a fresh chunk of everything. Alright. That was good! That was a lot, especially on the Revelator side. A lot of it was probably pointless. If the pudding demon somehow ends up being relevant in Strive, I swear to God. Alright, I don't need to do the Patreon thing. Like I said, I'll just edit the old one in later. Alright, seamless transition. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all the Go-Kart and Above patrons. If you want to help support me reacting to other people's hard work, Woolly Wolves, if this becomes an issue later, I apologize. I will delete it promptly because I think I'm just going to upload it as is. But special thanks to Woolly Wolves as well. I hope your back feels better. Love you guys. Nighty-night.